Title: Catch the Sun. Author: Jennifer Hartman. Contents: 1. Front cover. 2. Title page. 3. Copyright. 4. Dedication. 5. Contents. 6. Content warning. 7. Prologue. Ella. 8. How to Catch the Sun. Step 1. Chase the Horizon. 1. Chapter 1. Ella. 2. Chapter 2. Ella. 3. Chapter 3. Ella. 4. Chapter 4. Max. 5. Chapter 5. Ella. 6. Chapter 6. Ella. 7. Chapter 7. Max. 8. Chapter 8. Ella. 9. Title: Catch the Sun. Author: Jennifer Hartman. Contents: 1. Front cover. 2. Title page. 3. Copyright. 4. Dedication. 5. Contents. 6. Content warning. 7. Prologue. Ella. 8. How to Catch the Sun. Step 1. Chase the Horizon. 1. Chapter 1. Ella. 2. Chapter 2. Ella. 3. Chapter 3. Ella. 4. Chapter 4. Max. 5. Chapter 5. Ella. 6. Chapter 6. Ella. 7. Chapter 7. Max. 8. Chapter 8. Ella. 9. Chapter 9. Max. 10. Chapter 10. Ella. 11. Chapter 11. 12. Chapter 12. Ella. 13. Chapter 13. Max. 14. Chapter 14. Max. 15. Chapter 15. Ella. 16. Chapter 16. Max. 17. Chapter 17. Max. 9. How to Catch the Sun. Step 2. Embrace the Golden Hour. 1. Chapter 18. Ella. 2. Chapter 19. Ella. 3. Chapter 20. Max. 4. Chapter 21. Max. 5. Chapter 22. Ella. 6. Chapter 23. Max. 7. Chapter 24. Ella. 8. Chapter 25. Max. 9. Chapter 26. Ella. 10. Chapter 27. Max. 10. How to Catch the Sun. Step 3. Weather the Eclipse. 1. Chapter 28. Ella. 2. Chapter 29. Ella. 3. Chapter 30. Max. 4. Chapter 31. Ella. 5. Chapter 32. Ella. 6. Chapter 33. Ella. 7. Chapter 34. Max. 8. Chapter 35. Ella. 9. Chapter 36. Ella. 10. Chapter 37. Ella. 11. Chapter 38. Ella. 12. Chapter 39. Max. 13. Chapter 40. 14. Chapter 41. Ella. 15. Chapter 42. Max. 11. How to Catch the Sun. Step 4. Hold out for dawn. 1. Chapter 43. Ella. 2. Chapter 44. Ella. 3. Chapter 45. Ella. 4. Chapter 46. Max. 12. Epilogue. Ella. 13. Acknowledgements. 14. Playlist. 15. About the author. Guide. 1. Front cover. 2. Title page. 3. Copyright. 4. Dedication. 5. Contents. 6. Acknowledgements. 1. I. 2. II. 3. IIV. 4. V. 5. V. 6. VI. 7. VI. 8. II. 9. 1. 10. 2. 11. 3. 12. 4. 13. 5. 14. 6. 15. 7. 16. 8. 17. 9. 18. 10. 19. 11. 20. 12. 21. 13. 22. 14. 23. 15. 24. 16. 25. 17. 26. 18. 27. 19. 28. 20. 29. 21. 30. 22. 31. 23. 32. 24. 33. 25. 34. 26. 35. 27. 36. 28. 37. 29. 38. 30. 39. 31. 40. 32. 41. 33. 42. 34. 43. 35. 44. 36. 45. 37. 46. 38. 47, 39, 48, 40, 49, 41, 40, 42, 50, 43, 51, 44, 52, 45, 53, 46, 54, 47, 55, 48, 56, 49, 57, 50, 58, 51, 59, 52, 60, 53, 61, 53, 62, 54, 63, 55, 64, 56, 67, 57, 68, 58, 69, 69, 70, 60, 71, 61, 72, 63, 73, 64, 74, 65, 75, 66, 76, 67, 77, 68, 78, 69, 79, 70, 80, 70, 81, 81, 82, 82, 83, 83, 84, 83, 85, 84, 86, 84, 87, 85, 88, 85, 89, 86, 90, 97, 91, 98, 92, 99, 93, 100, 94, 101, 95, 102, 96, 103, 97, 104, 98, 105, 99, 106, 100, 107, 101, 108, 109, 109, 110, 110, 111, 112, 112, 113, 113, 114, 114, 115, 115, 116, 116, 117, 117, 118, 118, 119, 119, 120, 120, 121, 120, 122, 122, 23, 123, 24, 123, 25, 124, 26, 125, 27, 125, 28, 126, 29, 125, 30, 126, 31, 127, 32, 128, 33, 129, 34, 130, 31, 40, 32, 33, 133, 34, 135, 36, 136, 37, 137, 38, 138, 39, 139, 40, 141, 41, 141, 42, 142, 43, 143, 44, 144, 45, 145, 46, 146, 47, 147, 48, 148, 49, 149, 50, 149, 51, 150, 52, 150, 53, 150, 54, 155, 55, 150, 56, 156, 57, 157, 58, 158, 59, 159, 60, 160, 161, 162, 63, 163, 64, 163, 64, 164, 65, 165, 66, 166, 67, 167, 68, 167, 69, 167, 70, 167, 70I, 167, 70IV, 167, 70I, 167, 79, 167, 180, 167, 180I, 167, 180IV, 167, 80IV, 167, 89, 167, 90, 167, 90I, 167, 90IV, 167, 90IV, 167, 90IV, 167, 93, 167, 94, 167, 95, 167, 96, 167, 96, 167, 97, 167, 98, 167, 99, 167, 100, 167, 101, 167, 102, 167, 103, 167, 104, 167, 105, 167, 106, 167, 107, 167, 108, 167, 109, 167, 110, 167, 111, 167, 112, 167, 113, 167, 114, 167, 115, 167, 116, 167, 117, 167, 118, 167, 119, 167, 120, 167, 121, 167, 122, 167, 123, 167, 124, 167, 125, 167, 126, 167, 127, 167, 127, 167, 128, 167, 129, 167, 130, 167, 131, 167, 132, 167, 133, 167, 134, 167, 135, 167, 136, 167, 137, 167, 138, 167, 139, 167, 140, 167, 141, 167, 142, 167, 143, 167, 144, 167, 145, 167, 146, 167, 147, 167, 148, 147, 149, 149, 50, 149, 51, 149, 52, 149, 53, 149, 54, 149, 55, 149, 56, 149, 57, 149, 58, 149, 59, 149, 60, 149, 61, 149, 62, 149, 63, 149, 64, 149, 65, 149, 66, 149, 67, 149, 68, 149, 69, 149, 70, 149, 71, 149, 72, 149, 72, 149, 73, 149, 74, 149, 75, 149, 76, 149, 77, 149, 78, 149, 79, 149, 80, 149, 81, 149, 72, 149, 73, 149, 74, 149, 75, 149, 76, 149, 77, 149, 78, 149, 79, 149, 80, 149, 81, 149, 82, 149, 83, 149, 84, 149, 85, 149, 86, 149, 87, 149, 88, 149, 89, 149, 90, 149, 91, 149, 92, 149, 93, 149, 94, 149, 95, 149, 96, 149, 97, 149, 98, 149, 99, 149, 200, 149, 201, 149, 202, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 204, 149, 205, 149, 206, 149, 207, 149, 208, 149, 209, 149, 201, 149, 202, 149, 203, 149, 204, 149, 206, 149, 207, 149, 208, 149, 209, 149, 201, 149, 202, 149, 202, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203, 149, 203. Contents. Content warning. Prologue. Ella. How to catch the sun. Step 1. Chase the horizon. Chapter 1. Ella. Chapter 2. Ella. Chapter 3. Ella. Chapter 4. Max. Chapter 5. Ella. Chapter 6. Ella. Chapter 7. Max. Chapter 8. Ella. Chapter 9, Max. Chapter 10, Ella. Chapter 11, Ella. Chapter 12, Ella. Chapter 13, Max. Chapter 14. Contents. Content warning. Prologue. Ella. How to catch the sun. Step 1. Chase the horizon. Chapter 1, Ella. Chapter 2, Ella. Chapter 3, Ella. Chapter 4, Max. Chapter 5, Ella. Chapter 6, Ella. Chapter 7, Max. Chapter 8, Ella. Chapter 9, Max. Chapter 10, Ella. Chapter 11, Ella. Chapter 12, Ella. Chapter 13, Max. Chapter 14, Max. Chapter 15, Ella. Chapter 16, Max. Chapter 17, Ella. How to catch the sun. Step 2. Embrace the golden hour. Chapter 18, Ella. Chapter 19, Ella. Chapter 20, Max. Chapter 21, Max. Chapter 22, Ella. Chapter 23, Max. Chapter 24, Ella. Chapter 25, Max. Chapter 26, Ella. Chapter 27, Max. How to catch the sun. Step 3. Weather the eclipse. Chapter 28, Ella. Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Max. Chapter 31, Ella. Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Max. Chapter 35, Ella. Chapter 36, Max. Chapter 37, Ella. Ella. Chapter 39, Max. Chapter 40, Ella. Chapter 41, Ella. Chapter 42, Max. How to catch the sun. Step 4. Hold out for dawn. Chapter 43, Ella. Chapter 44, Ella. Chapter 45, Ella. Chapter 46, Max. Epilogue, Ella. Acknowledgements, playlist, about the author. Content warning. This book contains murder, blood violence, some sexual content, bullying, alcoholism, depictions of chronic illness, attempted assault, underage drinking, guns, and is suitable for readers ages 16. The nicest thing about the rain is that it always stops. Eventually. Eeyore. Prologue. Ella. Red. All I see is red. I burst into the bedroom, my wild gaze landing on my brother. What did you do? I sob, breathless and horrified. What did you do, Jonah? He sits stone still on the edge of my bed, staring at nothing, his eyes hollow and bloodshot. Red splatters stain his t-shirt, and his red slicked hands are balled up in his lap. Jonah! His chin lists in slow motion, pupils dilated as his attention settles on me. Ella, my name, is a choked whisper, a plea, a torn-up love letter. My head swings back and forth as I fist my hair, tears pouring down my cheeks. I'd do anything for you, he says. You're my whole goddamn world, and have been since the moment Mom brought you home from the hospital. His thick Adam's apple rolls, working in his throat. She set you in my arms, a tiny bundle of pink. My baby sister, my purpose. I can't stop shaking. Why did he? How could he? He stands, grabbing me by the biceps and hauling me to his red-stained chest. Stroking my hair back, he whispers in my ear, "If there ever comes a day when we can't be together, keep me in your heart. I'll stay there forever." "No," I croak. "Jonah, why? My voice dies out on a horrible wail, my forehead slamming to the center of his chest. Pain. I'm crippled by it, drowning in it. It's all I feel, all I know. Remember the good times, okay? Not this. Anything but this. Heartbeats pound as his hands hold my hair back. We're on that bridge under a Nashville sky, a pile of sticks at our feet. You and me, Ella. Just you and me. We're riding horses until sunset, drinking lemonade by hay bales, and telling stories by the fire, untouchable. Think of me that way, always, he grits out. Promise me, Piglet. I can't promise him that. All I see is red. It's everywhere. Sirens flicker red and blue outside the window. More red. Even Mom's sedan is red as it flies into the driveway, the door hanging open as she stumbles out of it and races into the house. I know what's coming next. I try to brace myself for it, try to prepare. I can't do that either. Mom's scream tears through the house as she stalls in the threshold of my room, her hand sliding down the doorframe as she drops to her knees. "What have you done?" she bellows, howls, dies inside. Jonah glances at our mother with devastation in his eyes before looking back at me. His cheeks are flushed red. "I love you both so much, believe that." He presses a hard kiss to the top of my head, squeezing me tight. "Take care of Mom." I don't believe it. If he loved us, he never would have done what he did. It's unfathomable. I yank myself free of his arms, pivot around, gag, then vomit on my bedroom floor. I'm hunched over, sobbing and retching when police officers storm the bedroom and whiz past me. Jonah doesn't fight. His hands fly up with surrender as he's read his rights, the voices fusing with our mother's painful moans. I watch as he's hauled away in handcuffs while Mom lies boneless on my bedroom floor. She grabs at his brother's ankle, forcing an officer to peel her fingers away from him before they disappear down the hallway, out of sight. Gone. As my mother disintegrates a few feet away, I sink to the floor, collapsing near my bed, trembling in the aftermath of my hell. I stare dazedly out the window, numb, just as the sun peeks through the clouds and bathes the sky in happy golden light. But there is no sun in my sky, no light, no warmth. All I see is red. How to catch the sun. Step 1. Chase the horizon. The pursuit begins. Chapter 1. Ella, age 7. There's a popsicle in my mouth. Orange. It's my favorite flavor and my favorite color. But that's not what makes it the best popsicle in the whole world. No, it's the best popsicle because my best friend, Max, is eating one right beside me. Smiling, I kick my feet back and forth on the swing as one sticky hand curls around the chain and we both sway in opposite time. Max's twin brother, McKay, plays in the sandpit across the playground, digging plastic shovels and toy tractors into the sand and making zoomy sounds. McKay's popsicle is purple, but orange is way better. It's a perfect summer morning. The sun is extra bright and the blue sky is striped with clouds. I imagine hopping from one to another, my sneakers sinking in the mounds of fluff. "Think we'll get married one day, like my mom and dad?" Max wonders aloud, straightening his legs out, then bending his knees as he moves back and forth on the swing. "Sure," I say with a firm nod. "That would be cool, right? McKay could live with us too. I love that idea." I smile at him, watching his mop of brown hair stick straight up when he pushes forward on the swing. "When should we get married?" "I don't know," he says. "When we're older, I guess. Your parents are kind of old. I don't want to wait that long. We can be younger, maybe in a couple of years." "Okay." McKay makes a loud noise and jabs his violet-stained popsicle stick into the sand. I giggle before glancing over at Max. "You're lucky you still live with your brother," I tell him. "I miss mine. I miss Jonas so much. Mom too, but especially Jonah. He's 4 years older than me and my greatest protector. One time, he pushed a little kid off a playset because the bully was throwing rocks at me down below and making me cry. The boy broke his ankle, and Jonah got in really big trouble. But he did it for me, so that makes him the best big brother in the whole world. We used to pretend we were Winnie the Pooh characters, and the woods behind our horse farm were the 100-acre wood, just like in the storybook. I love stories. I love books. I love Jonah." "My brother's a pain sometimes," Max replies. He watches his brother for a moment before swiveling toward me, his dark eyebrows lifting. "You like me more than McKay, right?" "Yeah." My lips pucker as I think about it. "You're nicer to me, and I like your dimples." "We look the same," he reminds me. He doesn't have dimples. This seems to satisfy him, and he swings as high as he can one more time before hopping off and dropping to the wood chips. "Come on, let's go explore." We discard our popsicle sticks in a trash can, and I follow Max to the tree line to search the ground for treasures. Jonah and I used to look for treasure too, back when I still lived in Nashville last summer, back when Mom and Dad were together and we were a happy family. I'm not sure why Dad took me away and why Jonah stayed behind with Mom, but they said it was because of the divorce. Whatever that means. I guess that's what happens when moms and dads don't love each other anymore. It's not fair that Jonah and I had to get a divorce too. He was my best friend, until Max. My shoes crunch along sticks and green leaves as we explore the trail. My brother wrote me a letter yesterday, I tell Max, crouching down to stare at a weird-looking caterpillar with stripes. Yeah? What did it say? I couldn't read all the words, but Dad read it to me and said Jonah missed me a lot, and he told me about the horses back on the farm. I used to love the horses. Phoenix was my favorite. I nibble my lip. Jonah also said he'd beat up any boys who were mean to me. He's my protector. His nose screws up. You should tell him that I'm here now. I'll protect you. I smile as wide as the sunny sky. Does he write you a lot of letters? Max continues, bending beside me and sticking out his hand to the bug. The funny caterpillar slithers over his finger, then moves to his knuckles. Yup, every week there's a new letter. That's cool. Studying the strange insect, Max relocates it to a nearby branch, and we watch as it crawls onto a bright green leaf. I bet this little guy will be a butterfly soon. Maybe one of those zebra butterflies. Those are my favorite. Hey, we should find a clearing in the woods and make it our own special hideaway. Dad can help me build a bench for us to sit and read books together. We can talk about our day at school and watch the butterflies flutter by. It'll be our secret hiding spot. I think that's the best idea ever. Bobbing my head eagerly, I point to a small clearing covered in a canopy of treetops. Over there is a good spot. Let's go. We spend the next hour in our new secret spot, sitting cross-legged across from each other and telling magical stories. Stories about swinging on vines and drinking water from fresh streams, eating berries, swimming in lakes, and dancing under a summer sun. Then, when night falls, we'll stare up at the stars instead. Before we head back to the park, Max holds something out to me. Look what I found, Ella. It's pretty cool. Do you like it? He stretches out his palm to show me a shiny white stone. My eyes light up. It is pretty cool. I love this. Maybe I'll start a rock collection, I say, plucking the stone from his hand and plopping it in the pocket of my tangerine romper. And whenever you look at this one, you can think of me. Max sends me a goofy smile that shoots a tickle to my heart, almost like fluttery butterfly wings. As we exit the woods, I spot Dad's silver car waiting for us on the side of the street. He's checking his watch and looking around the playground for me. Ugh, I don't want to leave yet. The late August sun is glowing and warm, and it's one of the last days of summer before school starts up again. We're going into second grade. My dad is here, I mumble. Guess I gotta go. Max makes a sour face. Let's meet back here tomorrow after lunch. I'll tell my dad about the bench. I bet we can carve it up real fast. Okay, I can't wait. Sighing, I trudge toward the edge of the playground, saying goodbye to McKay as I pass him. Bye, Ella, he says back, his face smudged with sand and dirt. Dad picks me up in his shiny car. When I buckle my seatbelt and roll the window down to wave goodbye to my friends, Max runs toward me at the speed of light. I learned about light speed in a book once. It's fast, almost as fast as Max. Ella, wait, he calls out to me, winded when he reaches the window. I got this for you. I look at what's tucked inside his fist, and my heart soars all the way up to the sun-streaked sky. It's a beautiful orange flower, the prettiest flower I've ever seen. Wow, thanks. When he smiles, his dimples pop even more than my eyes. It made me think of you. Really? Yeah, it's bright like the sun, he says, glancing skyward, and the sun is bright like you. Dad glances at me over his shoulder. Time to go, Ella. Say goodbye to your friend. I bring the flower to my nose and inhale deeply, my eyelashes fluttering over the neon orange petals. Bye, Max. I'll see you tomorrow. The car begins to move, and Max runs to catch up with it. He runs faster and faster, almost at the same speed, almost catching it. I hang out the window and smile at him just as the car jerks forward, too fast for Max to keep up with any longer. I'll see you tomorrow, I yell back. Max disappears out of sight when we round the corner, and I slump down in my seat, the flower twirling between my fingers. Then I whisper to myself, and every day after that. Dad drives me away in his shiny car. We leave Juniper Falls and head back to Nashville that night, suitcases and boxes stuffed to the ceiling in the back seat. He lets me sit up front, even though the police might give him a ticket. He says it's a special trip, and because it's special, I get to sit up front and eat a whole bag of gummy bears. I save the orange ones for last because they're my favorite. By the time we pull into my old driveway on the horse farm, my stomach feels sick. But not because of the candy. I think it's because, deep down, something tells me I'll never see Max again. Mom and Jonah run down the long driveway and tackle me with hugs and tears. My brother spins me around in circles, my hair swinging behind me as I hold on tight. I'm happy to see them. I am. But I'm sad too. As I walk toward the big ranch house and look around at all the horses, my belly suddenly pinches with a tight knot. I whirl around to Dad, who is yelling at Mom about something. "Dad," I call out, tears sprouting in my eyes. His shoulders slump and he turns to look at me, his gaze dull and tired. "What's wrong?" "I forgot my stone, the one I picked up at the playground today with Max." "It's just a stone, Ella. You can find another one." "But that one was special. Max found it for me." My bottom lip wobbles as the tears burn. "We have to go back and get it. Please, Dad." He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. "I'll mail it to you, kiddo." Puffing out a sad sigh, I turn around and walk away, dragging my suitcase behind me. When I make it to the front of the house, I stop and look down at the orange flower still tucked inside my hand. It's already dying, and my father never does mail me that stone. Chapter 2. Ella. 10 years later, age 17. There's a dick in my mouth. Not a real one, of course. It's a drawing of a hairy penis scribbled with Sharpie onto a photograph of me singing karaoke one summer, my mouth wide open, making it the perfect picture to use when depicting a phallic-shaped object jutting between my lips. Groaning under my breath, I make a mental note to lock down my Facebook account. Maybe I should delete it. I snatch the photo off my locker and pick at the tape before crumbling it into an angry wad and stuffing it in my back pocket. Classmates snicker behind me. Snide whispers float through the hallways, causing my stomach to pitch. I glance down at the cream and tan linoleum tiles and blow out a breath. Ella Sunbury, the weird new girl who went from riches to rags, the sister of a murderer, the broken teenager who was forced from her pretty house boyfriend shingles and schlepped over 3 hours away to the small town of Juniper Falls, where everyone judges her, where everyone hates her. That's what people see when they look at me. That's what they think they know, based on news reports, rumor mills, and gossip trains. And I suppose they're not wrong. I'm all of those things. But those things are not all I am. I stretch a piece of chewing gum from between my teeth and twist it around my index finger until the digit is woven with neon yellow ribbon. Students shuffle past me, muttering nasty comments under their breath. She was probably his accomplice. I bet she bought him the gun with her $1 million weekly allowance. Maybe we shouldn't piss her off. First-degree murder runs in the family. Before I can make a hasty retreat to my next class, someone bumps into me from behind, and I nearly topple forward, no thanks to the extra weight on my back from the dozens of books stuffed into my orange Vera Bradley book bag that I couldn't bear to sell in the auction. I catch myself on my locker door with an oomph.
"Sorry," a voice says, snatching my elbow to keep me steady. That's all he says. But his hand feels like a hot laser on my skin, hot enough to leave a future scar. My eyes flick up and meet a familiar shade of clear blue as I recoil, readjusting my bag strap over my shoulder. "No biggie," I mutter. When his hand falls away from me, I take a step back and scratch at the itchy heat left behind. He doesn't linger. He just stares at me for a stuttered heartbeat, then rejoins his brother, who must have bumped him into me. The Manning brothers, Max and McKay. A decade ago, Max became my best friend during a memorable year here in Juniper Falls, the town where my parents first met as teenagers. That was until my father abruptly whisked me away without allowing me to say goodbye. Now it feels like a lifetime has passed, and I realize that Max is no longer the same person he was back then. Just like I'm not the same girl who told him I'd marry him one day as I sucked on a tangy orange popsicle and stared up at the puffy clouds with sunbeams in my heart. These days, he acts like I don't exist. I'm sure he saw that news story of me, where I made a fool of myself on national television, and now he's grateful we lost contact over the years. Associating with me would make him a social pariah, too. I inch my dark beanie down my forehead and glance over at the two brothers, now conversing against a row of blue lockers across from me. "You should come tomorrow," McKay says, shoulder wedged up against a locker door, his back to me. "Bring that chick, Libby." "I'm good," Max replies. He fills with a pack of cigarettes, pulling one out, then pushing it back into the box. "Doesn't interest me." "You need to get laid, man. You've been a real asshole lately." My nose scrunches up. Neither of the Manning brothers have said much to me since I arrived back in Juniper Falls, a small community in Tellico Plains, Tennessee, 4 months ago. Truth be told, I wouldn't be disappointed if they both dropped off the face of the earth. The only person who's shown me an ounce of real kindness since my mom and I moved here is Bryn Fisher. She just so happens to be dating McKay, which is probably why the brothers haven't outright tormented me like everybody else in this school. Ancient schoolyard magic be damned. I tuck my hair behind my ear, my sandal squeaking along the linoleum when I shift my backpack onto my other shoulder. When Max glances up at me, I realize I'm eavesdropping like a snoop. He doesn't say anything, and just furrows his espresso-brown eyebrows together, probably irritated by my existence, while McKay prattles on about beer and Libby's tits. Then Max blinks and looks down at the grubby tile, which is evidently more enticing than my face. As fate would have it, the Manning brothers aren't just my schoolmates, they're also my neighbors. They live across the street from the little ranch home my grandmother purchased for us this past May, after Mom drained her bank accounts close to dry, paying for my brother's legal bills. Sometimes I'll see Max outside, mowing the front lawn, smoking near his pickup truck, careening out of the gravel driveway with shrieky tires as he inevitably takes off into the night. On occasion, he'll glance across the street at me while I'm sitting on the wooden porch, in a beat-up folding chair, reading a novel or bookbinding. The eye contact never lasts long, and it's often followed by a pitying headshake or a squinty-out scowl. He doesn't like what I've become. The feeling is mutual. Mom used to tell me to go over there and reattempt to make friends with them, even though they are not at all approachable. I told her she should make friends with their father first, and then I would consider it. That was the end of the conversation. She hasn't brought it up since. I swallow down the grit in my throat and move away from the wall lined with lockers. The choked down emotions are making me thirsty, so I decide to grab a Dr. Pepper from a nearby vending machine before heading to English class. The hallways are mostly cleared out, save for a few stragglers jogging past me with their noses in their cell phones. Everyone is a blur of monochrome. Everything looks desaturated. It feels like I'm moving in slow motion while faceless bodies rush past me like an old VCR tape that's being fast-forwarded to the good part. But there is no good part in my movie. There's only this vending machine staring back at me, filled with overpriced snacks. Sifting through my pockets for spare change, I blink myself back to color and real time. The crumpled photograph falls to the floor when I yank out a handful of dollar bills, and I can't help but cringe as I lean over to snatch it up. I'm mid-bend when a voice blares, "Just leave it. Your maid can come by and pick it up for you." I'm pretty sure the voice and steroid-infected body belong to a football douche named Andy, but I might be wrong. It could be Randy. All I know is that he was blowing spitballs at my head last period, and he smells like an off-putting combination of man sweat and butterscotch pudding from the cafeteria. "Fresh out of maids," I shoot back, "but the position is open if you're interested." "Yeah, right. It'll take a fucking saint to clean up your brand of mess." His buddies saunter alongside him, trying to cover up their laughter with coughs and dramatic throat clearing. Potential Andy pauses then, his biceps twitching beneath the hacked-off sleeves of his white gym t-shirt. Brown-black eyes trail me from toes to top, the expression he wears brimming with distaste, as if I'm some kind of lower being.
Nothing but pond scum or chewed up taffy wedged into the sole of his shoe that he can't scrape off. He averts his attention to the photograph and a smirk blooms. Is that your locker decor? It was so tasteful. Was that a gift from you? I glance boredly at my tangerine-chipped fingernails. Charming. You're flattering yourself if you think I spent my time scouring the internet for pictures of you, Sunbury. I guess I overestimated your ability to multitask. Figured you'd find some time in between Googling yourself and browsing low-budget porn sites. Popping a finger in the air, he perks up like he's had a light bulb moment. Speaking of, wasn't that you I saw in that video of, "Let's go, Andy"? She's weird, a gum-snapping brunette says, giving his ribs a pinch. Confirmed Andy sends me a wink before he jogs into one of the bustling classrooms and out of sight. I can't help the internal flinch as his words pierce through my armor, but I try to brush it off, grabbing the photograph off the tile and throwing it in a nearby trash can. I'm about to twist back around to the vending machine when a bright blonde ponytail and a pink sundress zooms by. Bryn Fisher catapults herself into McKay's arms with a squeal, and the two of them stumble back as her boyfriend catches her by the thighs and they kiss hotly in front of us. I fidget in place. I've never been kissed like that before, and I idly wonder what it would feel like. Scratch that. I've never been kissed at all, period. Double scratch that. I don't care. After smothering him with repetitive kisses, Bryn slides back down onto her white sneakers and reaches for the backpack she dropped at her feet. When she pops up, she throws a beaming grin in my direction. "Hey, Ella." She's the bubblegum to my black licorice. I drag the beanie off my head and smooth down my hair, surprised by her use of my first name. Everyone calls me Sunbury, or New Girl, or whatever her name is, and those are the kinder variations. "Hey," I murmur, lifting my hand in a half-hearted greeting. "Are you coming to the bonfire out by the bluffs tomorrow?" I'm fairly certain I missed that invitation. Wasn't planning on it. Everyone thinks I'm a loser, so that will probably make things awkward. You're not a loser. The entire school thinks I'm a loser, Bryn. According to this town, I will die a loser. My tombstone is going to say, "She was a loser."
And she lost? I shrug, feigning indifference, even though my heart wilts a little. It's fine. That's so dramatic, Bryn replies through a laugh. Screw them. I think you're cool. A soft smile stretches on my lips just as the bell rings. Bryn hauls her book bag over her shoulder as she skips toward me. It starts at 8. I can pick you up if you need a ride. Before she runs off to class, she pulls a gel-tipped pen out of her ponytail, reaches for my wrist, and scribbles 7 numbers onto the underside of my forearm. Add my number to your phone. Text me anytime. I'm so taken aback by the gesture, by the token of friendship, that a response jumbles on my tongue and all I do is nod. Her smile brightens twofold before she whips around, her hair following like a tail of pale honey, and she drags McKay with her down the hallway. Max doesn't look at me as he shoves the pack of cigarettes into his pocket, grabs an armful of textbooks, and trudges behind them. While the rest of the students disperse from the halls, I peer down at the writing etched onto my skin in violet ink. I tilt my arm from side to side as the numbers shimmer with glittery specks under the fluorescent lights. A friend. I haven't had one of those in over a year, not since everyone abandoned me after the news broke about Jonah. My mother, Candace Sunbury, owned a well-loved equestrian farm and was a highly respected horseback guide before the entire Nashville area put my family under the proverbial microscope and dragged our name through the mud. And yet, that was nothing compared to what we went through in those subsequent months. Vandalism, threats, even violence. I had to carry pepper spray in my book bag as I walked the school hallways during the remainder of my sophomore year, after a friend turned enemy shoved me down on the school's running track so hard I dislocated my ankle. We didn't press charges. Mom was too busy trying to bail Jonah out of jail to worry about a busted ankle. And that was fine by me. The last thing I wanted was more negative attention. Sighing, I drop my arm and make my way over to the vending machine to retrieve the Dr. Pepper as I try to shove the barrage of bittersweet memories aside.
Sliding a few dollar bills into the machine, I make my selection and glance at the wall clock, already knowing I'll be late to class. Not a big deal. I'm sure no one will even notice. I watch as the soda can jerks forward and prepares to fall, but then it comes to a stop, making a grinding sound and jamming before it can slide loose. Of course it does. I kick the machine a few times, begging for the can to wriggle from its entrapment. I smack it with my hand. I even growl at it, hoping it will sense my rage and slither free with fear. Nothing. Great. Even the Dr. Pepper loathes to be associated with me. Closing my eyes, I press my palms and forehead to the glass face and inhale a long, tired breath before blowing it out with a miserable groan. I make a quick stop at the water fountain before plodding to my next class, Monster. It's a book written by Walter Dean Myers that we're reading for English class, and it's exactly how I feel when people look at me these days. Even my teacher, Mrs. Caulfield, has punitive action in her beady eyes as she wields a metaphorical gavel and aims it right at me. My thoughts scatter, and I imagine her adorned in a judicial robe while slamming the gavel down on her desk as stacks of assignments go flying. "Guilty on all charges," she announces to the classroom. Everyone claps and cheers as I'm handcuffed and hauled away in an orange jumpsuit. Fair enough. I love the color orange, and the sentence is valid. I'm guilty. I'm guilty for not believing in his innocence like Mom does. I'm guilty for still loving him, despite it all. Most of all, I'm guilty for not loving him hard enough to keep him from pulling that trigger. He must not have felt the strength of my heart, or known how much I'd miss him. He made a choice that night, and it wasn't us. He didn't choose us, and sometimes I feel like that's my fault. Miss Sunbury. My chin is propped up on my hand as I stare blankly to the left, my mind still padlocked in a jail cell. I don't hear Mrs. Caulfield right away. I also don't realize I'm staring directly at Max Manning with a smidgen of drool dribbling from the corner of my mouth. Miss Sunbury, she repeats, louder this time. I've been told that Mr. Manning is quite the catch here at Juniper High, but that is what Instagram is for. Please be respectful and ogle on your own time during after-school hours. Everyone laughs. I straighten at my desk and start frantically swiping at my chin. My mortified eyes meet with crystalline blue across the classroom, and my face heats to an inferno level, mimicking my own personal hell. Sorry, I fluster, inching up on my elbows. I spaced. Max continues to watch me from his adjacent seat, leaning back against the sepia plastic chair, both hands twirling a pencil around in aimless circles. His jeans are ripped, his hair is dark. He's tall and lean, towering well over 6 feet and a head above the guy seated behind him. A tattoo made of black ink ropes around his right bicep, and his skin is bronzed from the Tennessee sun. He runs a lot, remains unattainable and mysterious, and has perfected the smolder. I'd say he stands out among the rest of the uninspiring student body, except he has that same look everyone has when they stare at me. The look of pity because I'm washed up and unworthy. The look of annoyance because I don't belong in this town or at this school. The look of revulsion because my blood swims with the same blood as Jonah Sunbury's. At the end of the day, Max is still one of them. I dart my gaze away and focus on Mrs. Caulfield, who is now half sitting on the edge of her meticulously organized desk. Her flaxen blonde hair is sprinkled with silver and tied up in a harsh twist, enhancing the narrow peak of her head. She's a Mrs. instead of a Miss, which means someone liked her enough to marry her. Good for her, because I sure don't. She's the one teacher who's been a jerk to me, and if I didn't want to draw more negative attention than I already have, I'd probably report her to the school board. You know, Miss Sunbury, the teacher drawls, one of her tawny eyebrows lifting with mock consideration. The literature we're currently reading has some striking parallels to your own personal history. Her words hit me like a silver bullet to the chest. My throat closes up. Oxygen is hard to catch. Shifting in the squeaky chair, I part my lips and release a soundless whisper. All I do is shake my head, feeling all eyes on me. Feeling the judgment, the persecution, the slew of gavels hammering down on particle board desks. Guilty, guilty, guilty. I brave another quick glance in Mac's direction, unsurprised to find he's still boring holes into me. Boring holes into my holes. I bet he wishes that if he glowers at me long enough, my cracks and gaps will stretch so wide that there will be nothing left of me. Poof. Sometimes I wish that too, especially right now. I'm sure Max regrets ever being friends with me in the first place. I clear the misery from my throat and find my voice, looking back at Mrs. Caulfield. I wouldn't know, I lie. We've only just started reading. True enough, but I know exactly what the book is about. The blurb is on the back. Yes, well, has anything stood out to you thus far? She probes, and I can almost hear the smirk on her face. Anything you'd like to discuss and share with the class while pulling from your own real-life experiences? Not really. That's personal. It made national news. Your brother's trial was publicly broadcast. My chest tightens to the point of near suffocation. This is ridiculous. It's cruel and invasive. Heart galloping with indignation, I start stuffing books into my bag, then zip it up as I prepare to bolt. That's what Instagram is for, I fling back, using her own words against her.
Please be respectful and meddle on your own time during after-school hours. Gasps ring out all around me as I push up from my chair and haul my backpack over one shoulder. I don't spare the teacher another glance, but I do catch Max's eyes for a split second before I storm out of the classroom. He's still staring at me, still watching. Only this time, I swear the ghost of a smile flickers on his lips. As I race out the door, knowing I'll be headed for detention after school, I jog toward the far end of the hallway where the vending machine still taunts me with that elusive Dr. Pepper. It's basically holding it hostage, and the notion manages to heighten my anger to an unhealthy level. I want that soda. It's mine. I paid for it. I want it. Mostly, I want to be mad at something other than Jonah for once. A snarling sound fizzes in the back of my throat as I stomp forward and stare down the machine. I kick it again, bang on it with both hands, then turn my hands into furious fists and pound some more. It doesn't move, doesn't budge. I'm pretty sure I hear it laughing, but that could be my own inner voice. With a final knock with my sandal to the base, I shout, "Fuck you, Dr. Pepper." My words echo through the empty hallways, ricocheting off the walls and immortalizing themselves in the ugly blue lockers and even uglier tile. I'm embarrassingly close to tears when, thwap! A yelp flies past my lips. I jump back when a fist whips by me and slams against the front of the vending machine. My heart leaps, and I glance up with wide eyes, watching as the can of Dr. Pepper wobbles free and drops into the dispensing slot. Plop. I lift my chin. My gaze locks with Max Manning's. He doesn't say anything, doesn't smile, blink, or even breathe. He just stares at me for a heavy beat, his chocolate dark hair falling over his forehead, his pale blue eyes blank and unreadable. Then he takes a step backward, turns around, and disappears down the hallway. Chapter 3. Ella. How is school? My mother's back is to me as she leans over her computer desk, furiously typing something into a search engine. All she does is work, even though she hasn't nailed down a job yet. Lord knows what she does all day, but it seems to keep her busy. I drop my backpack by the front door and toe out of my sandals, inhaling a deep breath. The house smells like sugar cane and citrus zest. So much fun. I learned a lot. Made out with a boy under the bleachers right after I was nominated for Queen of the Fall Fling. Then I chased a lifelong dream and joined the cheer squad. She falters, twisting around in her rolling chair. Really? Flashing her my teeth, I wave my invisible pom-poms in the air, wondering if perhaps I should have joined the drama club. My acting skills seem to be remarkably decent, according to the spark of hope shimmering in my mother's gaze. But her face falls when I cock my head and give her that "have you lost it" look, the one she's all too familiar with, the one that has become my entire personality at this point. Mom sighs, plucking her wire-rimmed glasses off the bridge of her nose and leaning back.
The chair swivels from side to side as two gray-green eyes narrow in my direction. "Ella? Mom, how was school?" she repeats. We maintain eye contact for a drumbeat before I pick my bag back up and shuffle past her down the short hallway toward my bedroom without a word. She doesn't need to know that I had detention today after calling out a teacher on her bullshit. She probably wouldn't care. "Ella!" Mom hollers after me. I'm too tired to respond. Tired of pretending to be happy. Tired of trying to acclimate to a world that is constantly against me. Tired of waiting for a little bit of good luck to fall into our laps. Most of all, I'm tired of missing my big brother while simultaneously hating him for what he did. Loving and hating somebody at the same time has got to be the most exhausting thing in this world. I waltz into my bedroom and toss my backpack to the floor, then close the door behind me. I don't slam it because I'm not angry. I'm just tired. Since I don't hear my mother's footsteps closing in, I plop down in the middle of my room and stare at the faded orange book bag resting between my ankles. My heart rate kicks up. When I was 8 years old, I asked for one of those doodle bears for Christmas. I recall tearing apart silver and gold wrapping paper that glinted like tinsel underneath the grand chandelier in our living room, begging for just one of those boxes to be a doodle bear. But that didn't happen. My uncle told me I was spoiled when I exploded into tears beside the multicolored tree and collapsed among a plethora of pricey electronics. I didn't feel spoiled. I just felt like Santa had forgotten about me. Jonah found me crying in my bedroom later that night. He was only 12 at the time, but he was wise. There was a time when I thought he was the smartest person in the whole world. I don't think that anymore, but at one time I did. I remember the way he pulled my brand new Vera Bradley book bag out of the closet, clutching a Sharpie in his hand, and tossed it on the mattress beside me. The bag was orange, which has always been my favorite color. "It's not a doodle bear, but it'll work," he told me, flicking his copper bangs out of his eyes with a lopsided grin. "Sometimes we just need to improvise." I didn't know what that word meant, but I nodded anyway. He uncapped for marker and proceeded to doodle on the burnt orange fabric. My smile was wide and whimsical as I watched him draw Winnie the Pooh onto the front zipper pocket, along with a cartoon heart on the bear's chest. It became a tradition after that. Every day, Jonah would draw a new picture or scrawl a silly word onto my backpack. It's now covered in random images, quotes, doodles, and symbols. This backpack is my most prized possession. It's the only thing I have left of the boy I used to know. I'm picking at the zipper slider when my dark cloud of solitude is interrupted by the whoosh of the bedroom door swinging open. Mom spots me seated in the center of the room and props a shoulder against the doorframe, eyeing me with her signature look of motherly worry. I shoot her a glance before returning my attention to the backpack. "I made that citrus cake you love," she states. "Orange or lemon?" I pull to a stand and start flitting around the small bedroom, tidying aimlessly, pretending to be a normal teenager preparing for a normal afternoon of post-school activities. "Orange? Oh, shucks, you know me so well." She pauses. "Do I?" My feet slow to a stop, and my hand stalls mid-reach for a book dangling precariously over my bookshelf ledge. There's a fluttery feeling in my chest, but it feels more like an ache, a dull throbbing. I pan my gaze over to my cantaloupe-stained walls and the slew of posters and art pieces taped to the plaster. Horses, nature, Stevie Nicks, an abstract canvas of a citrus tree that Jonah bought for me on my 14th birthday. It was the year before everything changed. A precious memory trapped in time. Jonah had led me into my bedroom, his hands over my eyes like a makeshift blindfold, as he muttered, "You needed a color pop in this room." It was true. At the time, my walls were stark white, making the gift he bought and hung on the far wall even more striking and vibrant. "Happy birthday," he said, uncovering my eyes. I squealed with joy, my gaze aimed at the bright canvas just as it is right now. "Oh, I love it! It's like you plucked a slice of sunshine and hung it on my wall. Can't have you living in this drab, sterile room. That's not you." I nudged him with my elbow. "It's perfect. You always find a way of bringing a little color into my life." That's what big brothers are for. Besides, fruit trees are badass. They weather all those storms and still manage to produce the sweetest fruits. He shot me a little smirk. Hey, that's not a terrible analogy for life. Maintain the resilience of citrus tree, I said, bobbing my head up and down. Noted.
Jonah's smile softened as he pulled me into a side hug. Exactly. I rub at my chest with the heel of my palm to soothe the obnoxious pang, then pivot toward my mother, her question still teasing the silence. You know me as well as I know myself, I tell her. My voice is shaky. It seems the throbbing sensation has made its way from my heart to my words. Undetermined. My mother's eyes mist as she drinks in my pain. She sees it, feels it, hears it, loud and clear. Inhaling a tapered breath, Mom straightens from the doorframe and folds both arms across her flowery blouse. I'm trying, she says. I'm really trying to make a better life for you, Ella. I purse my lips and steady my fingernails. They could use a fresh paint. Better is subjective. No, it's not. Better is always better. Can you go back in time and change the past? I whisper, still avoiding eye contact. Can you take that gun out of his hand before he... Don't. Her own voice cracks, and it's more than an ache, more than a throbbing. It sounds like a massacre just took place inside of her. Don't you dare finish that sentence. It's true that I wasn't angry before, but now I am. I hate that I'm not allowed to talk about it. My brother is sitting on death row for murdering 2 people, and it's real, and it happened, and it's my goddamn reality, but I need to pretend that it was nothing more than a bad dream. Mom still believes he's innocent, and I'm envious of her. I wish I could believe that. I wish I could simmer in denial and imagine a version of my brother that wasn't covered in the blood of 2 innocent people. Bile burns my throat. Nausea churns in my gut. I want to pound my fists against the wall until my knuckles crack and bleed. I want to scream until my throat is shredded, raw, and blistered, until I can't speak. If I can't speak, I can't lie. And if I can't lie, I won't have to live in this awful purgatory, caught between my mother's non-acceptance and my own devastation. I see the instant regret on her face, but I don't want her apologies or backpedaling, so I change the subject. School was fine. We're reading a book called Monster. It's interesting, I explain. Drumming my fingertips along the top of my hand-me-down desk, I glance out the window when I hear the guttural rev of a lawnmower being started. Max. He's shirtless, angry-eyed, and already slicked with sweat from the 90-degree heat. I pull my attention away from the window and continue speaking. My math teacher cuts his sandwiches into 4 pieces instead of in halves. It's really weird, I tell my mother. And this girl in PE had her period while we were running laps today. Our gym uniform is white. I drag my index finger along the desktop, resting it on the leather cover of a book I bound myself. And I miss the horses, I finish quietly. I miss Phoenix. I miss everything. I don't say that part. In fact, I don't tell her anything of real importance. My day sucked, thanks to Andy, Mrs. Caulfield, and Dr. Pepper. But telling her that won't change anything. It will only make her day suck too. When I swivel toward the window again, I watch as Max dumps an entire bottle of drinking water over his head and shakes his mop of wet hair like a dog in the rain. I'm sure the gesture would cause ovaries around the world to abruptly fertilize, but luckily, mine are immune. I move away from the window and collapse back down to my butt in the center of the bedroom, tugging my backpack toward me with the heels of my feet. Mom's eyes follow my movements, filling with a look I recognize. She's about to say something sentimental, and I'm not going to appreciate it. Who knows, Ella May? Maybe you'll find happiness here, she murmurs, a wistfulness tinging her words. I fell in love here once. Maybe you will too. I freeze. I fiddle with a keychain on my book bag as my eyes skip away from my mother's to focus on the beige carpeting beneath me. This town is where Mom and Dad first met. It's the town my father brought me to during the separation, and now it's the town I'm forced to call home. When I don't respond, Mom finally releases a sigh. She sighs with sadness, with regret, with knowing. The wistfulness is long gone. She knows I'll never fall in love. Not after what happened with Dad, not after what happened with Jonah. Sitting cross-legged on my floor, I listen to her footsteps retreat into the hallway as the door softly closes. Click. Only then do I glance up, my eyes watering with trapped emotion. 1 week before the murders, my brother told me something that has remained lodged in the back of my mind like a pesky headache I can't seem to shake. He said, "Ella, listen to me and listen good." His sage green eyes glittered with affection as he pressed a hand to my shoulder and squeezed. I don't know much, but I do know this. Love conquers all. Love conquers everything. If you're ever feeling low, and I mean rock bottom low, remember that, okay? Remember that I love you, always, and you'll get through it. Love conquers all. I'd heard the saying before, but I never gave it much thought. It bled into all the other cliché quotes out there, like take the road less traveled, or life is a journey, not a destination. Insipid words for thirsty minds. Turns out, he was right. Love does conquer all. But I don't think he understood what those words truly meant at the time. Love conquers your common sense, your good reasoning, your sound logic. Love conquers your heart until it's a mangled, stomped on, barely beating organ. Love conquers your carefully assembled dreams and puts them in the hands of someone else. Love conquers, consumes, kills. In my opinion, love is life's most skilled assassin, and that's because it hides in plain sight, well-versed in camouflage and deception. It wears the face of that one person you would die for on the front line as you bleed out in the dirt, whispering their name on your final breath. No, I will not go out like that. I will never fall in love. Falling leaves you with broken bones and shattered pieces. Falling leaves you in ruins. And if you're really unlucky, falling leaves you dead. I don't want to be conquered. I don't want to be overthrown. I refuse to be a victim of love again. Chapter 4. Max. A vase shatters against the wall behind me, missing my head by less than an inch. I scratch at the tickle left behind by the near hit before jumping into action and rushing into the bedroom. Dad stumbles toward the bed, leaning heavily on his cane. "You're a goddamn whore, Carol Ann," he shouts at nobody. He's slurring so badly, it would be difficult to understand him if the words weren't so familiar. I step forward with a cautious gait like he's a rabid animal prepared to pounce, which isn't the worst analogy when he tries to drink himself into a coma. My eyes track him as he tugs at his thinning hair. He's aged. Dad had us later in life, making him recently 60. But even still, he looks like he's been dead for years, recently dredged up from a crud-laden coffin. Yellowing sclera and blackened fingernails add to the zombie persona. Finding my voice, I swallow hard and take another step closer. "Dad, it's me. It's Max. You should lie down." He swings his head back and forth, still fisting his hair from the roots, all muttering gibberish under his breath. "Dad, where is she?" he demands, looking up suddenly, his sick eyes darting around the room. "She's with Rick, I know it. Tell her she's dead. I'll kill her myself." Mom's been gone for 5 years. She's with Rick. His face turns crimson, the veins in his neck popping. That backstabbing bitch. Glass shatters when he chucks an empty bottle of whiskey at the far wall. He doesn't throw it in my direction this time, but I still jump back on instinct and almost trip over a booze-stained rug. I watch with hopelessness as he starts tearing apart the bedroom as if he's looking for something, but what he's really looking for walked out on him half a decade ago. I shout for backup over my shoulder.
"McKay, I'm confident he put his earbuds in and can't hear me. He'd already be in here by now, considering Dad is on a rampage, and it's a damn miracle the neighbors haven't sent the cops over for a welfare check. McKay, fuck!" I storm out of the room, and sure enough, I find my brother lying on the couch with an arm draped over his eyes, 2 wires dangling from his ears. Anger burns me. I can't blame my brother for blocking out the destruction going on a few feet away, but I can blame him for leaving me to deal with it all on my own. Not like that's anything new. I stomp toward him and yank a wire from his right ear. Asshole, get up. He opens one eye, then the other, irritation shimmering back at me. I'm listening to a podcast, true crime. Throwing his arm back over his eyes to erase the image of me looming over him, he finishes with, "It's riveting." I pluck the earbud from his other ear with double the force and fling both across the room until he's glaring up at me. You're about to be living a true crime if you don't help me calm Dad the fuck down. He's going to kill himself. Well, it's just a matter of time anyway. My heart stutters. How can you say that? This has him lifting off the couch and scrubbing both hands over his face, elbows planted on his knees. He swipes at his hair, the same chocolate brown color as mine, only longer. His hangs at his shoulders, where mine is a tousled mess on top but shorter in the back. McKay closes his eyes for a beat, flinching when it sounds like the dresser gets flipped upside down in the adjoining room. He pretends he doesn't care. But I know better. My twin brother has simply grown content in the role of useless bystander, knowing damn well I'm here to keep the house from going up in flames. Steepling his hands together, he finally looks up at me with something other than aggravation. He needs help, Max. Actual help. We can't keep doing this. You think I don't know that? Crash. Bang. Whore. My throat rolls with despair. Just help me get him into bed. Once he sleeps it off, he'll be fine. I'll get rid of the liquor he managed to get his hands on. Solid plan, he grumbles. You're such a genius. No, I'm not a fucking genius. If I were a genius, I'd have come up with a better strategy by now instead of the following endless charade. Keep Dad sober. Keep Dad alive. Keep myself alive. Go to school and learn about pointless shit like potato batteries and long division instead of important things like the above-mentioned points. Repeat. The thing is, he wasn't always like this. Once upon a time, we were a picture-perfect family living that idyllic, rural lifestyle in southeastern Tennessee. We had bonfires. We swam in lakes and washed dirt off our skin under waterfalls after endless afternoons of hiking and exploring. We fished. We laughed. We roasted hot dogs on tree branches over fire pits, and we ate s'mores until our bellies ached. Then, the accident happened. 7 years ago, my father worked as a machine operator at a local factory and was responsible for operating heavy industrial equipment. On that shitty, fateful day, Dad was maneuvering a large hydraulic press used for shaping metal components, and, due to a misjudgment in timing, the press came down unexpectedly, resulting in a severe crush injury. Despite the emergency stop being activated, the damage was done. The force exerted by the press caused significant trauma to his spine, resulting in a spinal cord injury that nearly paralyzed him from the waist down. He used a wheelchair for the better part of a year, while he took to the bottle to ease his pain and self-loathing. Mom couldn't deal, so she had an affair with a coworker named Rick. Then she left. She left all of us with nothing but a note that said, "I'm sorry." We haven't heard from her since, and that's fine by me. I want nothing to do with a woman who was so quick to walk out on her family, leaving 2 young boys behind. McKay took Mom's abandonment the hardest, leaving me to step up to the plate. At 12 years old, I became a caregiver, the head of the household. And, to be fair, Dad isn't always like this. Some days, I see glimmers of the man who raised me right for 12 golden years, who showed me how to build and fix things, who took me camping under the stars, and who taught me that the most important thing in the world is family. For better or for worse, always. Dad is my for worse. My father is not a bad person. He's a flawed person who needs somebody willing to put in the effort to bring him back to his former self. He's a rundown house with peeling paint, cracked tiles, and faulty appliances, where the inspector tells you that it needs some work, but at least the bones are good. When another crashing sound rattles the walls, McKay finally pops up from the couch with an exasperated sigh and sweeps past me, beelining toward our father's bedroom. I follow. We both enter the room, but it's me who Dad looks at, his chest heaving, shoulders sagged and hunched over. He stares at me with drunk glazed eyes, hobbling in place, a look of absolute defeat etched all over his face. "She left me," he murmurs, bottom lip quivering. "And I miss her so much." McKay is not at all moved. She left all of us. Not just you, he states firmly. Dad's gaze is still locked on me. Something tortured gleams within the shadows and desaturated blue, a shade of blue that was once ocean strong, and it breaks my fucking heart. It's okay, Dad. Even though McKay shoots me a deadly look that screams, "It's not okay, you dipshit," I step forward and lead my father toward the bed. Let's clean up this mess and get you to bed. I want to talk, Dad slurs, stumbling along and holding onto my arm. We've got that barbecue tonight. Jefferson'll be here soon. Gotta make my brisket. Jefferson was an old coworker. Haven't seen the guy in years. I've got the brisket covered. Don't worry about it. I help Dad slide into bed and pick up a pile of wadded up blankets from the floor, draping them over my father's shivering, weakened body. He curls his knees to his chest and latches on to a downy pillow like it's his only lifeline. I'm about to turn away when he stops me. "Maxwell," he murmurs, face partially buried in the pillow. I glance down at him. "Yeah? You're a wonderful son." His eyes close, and he's passed out within seconds. There's a ball of brimstone in my throat when I lift my eyes to McKay. My brother remains silent, his stance rigid as he ignores the inadvertent dismissal and focuses on a blue jay perched on a tree branch outside the window. Then he pivots and stomps away, heading back to the living room. I flick both hands through my damp hair, still slick from a water bottle cooldown while mowing the lawn. When I exit the bedroom, McKay is plucking his earbuds off the living room floor and returning to his can't-be-bothered position on the couch. He collapses with a long breath. "You should go to the bonfire tomorrow night," he tells me, avoiding the prior exchange like a skilled tactician sidestepping a minefield. "You're still young and stupid. You should do what I do and enjoy life while you can." "What, and watch other people get drunk and belligerent?" I counter, crossing my arms over a sleeveless heather gray tee. "I had my fill, thanks. Bring a girl and get your dick wet. It's a great distraction." He smirks at me. "Libby would climb you like a tree if you'd let her. Or what about that redhead across the street you used to hang out with when we were kids?" Collapsing onto a sofa cushion, he spreads his arms across the back of the couch. "She got hot, I'll give her that. Weird but hot. Great tits." "I don't give a shit about her tits. That's your problem. You have no hobbies, no interests, no sex life. Your entire existence is holed up in this cesspit with a depressed alcoholic who doesn't appreciate a single thing you do for him." My teeth grind together, but I don't acknowledge the barb. Our father isn't the only one who doesn't appreciate me.
McKay has no fucking concept of the fact that I'm doing all of this so he can live the life he wants me to live. He doesn't realize that we both can't have that life. One of us has to hold down the fort. One of us has to sacrifice so all three of us can survive. And that person just so happens to be me. I brush off the bonfire invitation and slip into my beat-up running shoes. "I'll think about it," I mutter, catching the shrug he sends me before lying back down and closing his eyes. I take a moment to savor the silence. Dad is quiet, McKay is quiet, but my mind is still restless, so I do what I always do when I need to find true peace. I run. It's mid-September and the weather is a scorching 90 degrees. The lemony fragrance of bloodroot wafts underneath my nose, while a shaft of sunlight breaks through the cloud cover. It's the perfect Friday afternoon for being anywhere but there. Sticks and branches crunch underneath my shoes as I make my way down the wooded trail toward Tellico Lake. I'm eager to be in the water, to erase the decay off my skin. McKay used to come with me, back when we were younger. We'd race to the lake together after Dad worked himself up into a whiskey-induced meltdown, and we'd pretend we were plotting our grand escape out of this town. For a few hours, we'd hide underneath the lake's surface, counting those blissful seconds of freedom while we held our breath. No sound, no sight, no stale taste of agony and broken dreams on our tongues. It was just quiet, peaceful. I'm not sure when McKay stopped coming with me. I can't pinpoint the exact year or date, but eventually he found other outlets to keep him sane. Schoolwork, basketball, girls. Bryn has been the best thing that's ever happened to him, and I'm thankful for that. But for me, a relationship just isn't in the cards. Girls, friendships, connections, they all take up too much emotional capacity, and I don't have room for the added burdens. Besides, how could I ever invite a girl over?
Our house is small, hardly 900 square feet, and my father's demons are vast. My responsibilities are widespread. Bryn has never even come by, and while McKay is content with the arrangement, I wouldn't be. A relationship is not feasible. My fists clench as my speed kicks up, and I leave a cloud of dirt and dust in my wake. The lake water sparkles on the other side of the tree line, calling to me, serving as one of the only things in life I can actually count on. Nature soothes me. I have a secret spot in a clearing a few yards from the water's edge, tucked within a canopy of moss-covered branches that embrace each other like old friends. It's where I go to relax, to decompress, to get away from it all. After stripping down to my boxers, I take a dunk in the lake, floating on my back for a few minutes and staring up at the pillowy clouds. It's not long before I'm restless again. I need a cigarette. The legal age to buy tobacco in Tennessee is 21, so my neighbor, Chevy, scores me a pack every now and then when he has the extra cash. Sometimes I'll find them tucked inside a bag of groceries he'll leave on our front stoop. It's not even an actual patio, just a block of cement, kind of like our house is barely a house. It's an unfinished product of a washed-away dream. Pulling my jeans back on, I fish out a cigarette and light up, watching as the sun dips lower in the sky and sets the treetops aglow. I'm inhaling a long drag when a flash of orange catches my attention in my peripheral. Glancing up, I spot a girl in a carrot-colored romper leaning over the bridge, her arms folded on the rail as she stares down into the water. Auburn hair, long and thick, pale skin, sad, jade eyes. Ella Sunbury. Ropes of red-brown hair dance across her face while she hangs over the edge, unaware of my presence. Her attention is on the water as it flows downstream. She leans over farther, then farther, and my heart skips, wondering if she's contemplating climbing over and jumping in. Maybe she wants to wash her entire life away. For a beat, I find her painfully relatable as I watch her hair float and undulate amid the early autumn breeze. I've stood on that exact bridge before, in that same position, transfixed by the rutting river water, and praying it would take pity on me and haul me away from here. She lifts up then, shoving the hair out of her face. The breeze goes still, and so do I. Her head tilts towards me, and our eyes meet across the embankment. Recognition flickers to life. Ella straightens and stiffens, her fingers curling around the railing. She doesn't smile, and neither do I. I don't wave, and neither does she. We just stare at each other as the sun lights her up and causes her hair to shimmer like a vibrant flame. Memories burst to life. Golden, long-ago memories of watching her smile at me in the schoolyard on the first day of first grade with a Winnie the Pooh storybook splayed in her lap, and thinking with my whole heart that she'd be mine one day. Stupid, silly, stupid childhood fantasies. I swallow, my throat tightening as smoke curls around me and drifts skyward. My breath stalls. I wonder why I'm staring at her, and I wonder why I can't seem to pull away. But I don't have to wonder for long. She blinks, glancing back down at the water and breaking the palpable tether, as dishwater gray clouds roll in, blotting out the sunshine. Another beat passes before she sends me a final, sharp glance across the ridge with an expression that screams, "Fuck you, Dr. Pepper." And then she walks away. I toss the still smoking cigarette to the ground, stomping it out with the toe of my shoe as I watch her saunter away in a cloud of volatile orange. I smile. Chapter 5, Ella. September rolls by, and I'm grateful the heat wave has passed as I trudge through dry dirt and crisp leaves, making my way to a little clearing partially hidden from the walkable trails. A canopy of sun-kissed branches and greenery blocks out most of the sunlight, providing an added sense of seclusion to the small hideaway I remember discovering with Max years ago. I toss my backpack into a pile of brushwood and take a seat on a rustic-looking bench. It appears to be hand-carved, which causes my heart to skip. I remember him telling me on that final day that he wanted to build us a bench. No, highly doubtful. I was gone by sunset, and he never saw me again. With my luck, this is probably the meeting place for some weird cult where they do rituals involving baby goats and virgin blood. I sift through my book bag and pull out a spiral-bound notebook and a black pen. Mom went to work today. She scored a job as a receptionist at Dolores Hair Salon and will be working 5 days a week until something better comes along. The owner's name is actually Anne, so I'm still scratching my head at the business moniker. Regardless, Anne seems nice and I can appreciate a good mystery. Lifting my ankles to a cross-legged position on the bench, I flip open my notebook and land on a blank page. My ballpoint pen glides across the lined paper in little swoops as I begin to write. Dear Jonah, I hate you. I draw a line through the first sentence and try again, lowering my pen underneath those 3 words and starting over. Sorry, that was a bleak opening, even though it's true sometimes. There are days I hate you, and there are days I love you. Then there are days when I feel both of those things at the same time. Those are the hardest days. Those are the days I scream into my pillow until my vocal cords are swollen and raw, and I lash out at Mom, and I refuse to eat because eating makes my stomach hurt even more than it normally does. Anyway, this is depressing, so I'll stop writing now. I just wanted you to know that I really do love you. I love you so much. Ella, this is beyond emo. I rip out the page and crumple it into a tight ball, stuffing it into my open book bag. Maybe I should try again. I can lie this time.
I can tell him that life is going really well and we're doing okay without him. People like liars. People enjoy fairy tales because they always end with a satisfying conclusion, tied up in a little pink bow with a happily ever after. I'm not sure why the bow is pink, but pink is a happy color. Seems fitting. I forgo my black pen and exchange it for a hot pink pen. This is better. I will lie to him with pink ink and fairy tale words. I'm about to start another letter when I hear footsteps approaching from the bordering trail. Branches crunch under swiftly moving feet, sticks and loose leaves rustle as the footfalls inch closer. I hold my breath. A vision of a cloaked figure with a dagger glinting in the sunlight flashes across my mind. The dagger has the word virgin etched into the blade, and a helpless goat bleats in the far-off distance. This is it. I'm a goner. The sunshade of green foliage is pulled back, revealing the intruder. I freeze. I blink up at the familiar face as he blinks down at me. We stare at each other. Nobody moves. Nobody speaks. Max Manning towers before me in faded blue jeans and a damp t-shirt stuck to his chest. His hair is a slow-drying mess of dark waves over his eyes, and his white sneakers are worn and smudged with dirt. More importantly, he looks furious. My existence has provoked him. Sighing, I glance back down at my barren note page and pretend he's not there. If I avoid things long enough, they tend to go away. This worked against me that one time Mom bought me a betta fish, but generally, the results are favorable. What are you doing here? He demands, stepping farther into the clearing. It doesn't seem to be working this time. Taking a bath. I start doodling at the top of the page, drawing a dubious picture of a sun. Silence infects the space between us, but his presence is loud and commanding. I can almost see the flare of his nostrils and the twitch of his eye, even though my gaze is fixed on the sun design that has somehow morphed into a flower. I turn the sun rays into petals and add a long stem. Finally, he says, "This is my spot. I don't see your name written anywhere." "You're sitting on it." Frowning, I inch my butt off the bench and peer down at the mahogany wood, narrowing my eyes at the jagged little letters carved on the top. Manning, 2013. Well then, resituating on the bench, I fill my cheeks with air and let out a breath. Sorry, I didn't think to check for ownership. Do you have the official deed? I'm serious. I come here when I want to be alone. You can still be alone. I spare him a glance, noting the way he folds his arms across his chest as a strand of brown hair curls over his left eyebrow like a corkscrew. His cheeks are flushed from the Saturday's sun, adding more color to his already bronzed skin, and his arms are well-defined, the muscles twitching with suppressed wrath. They're nice arms. If I had a thing for arms, I'd consider his top tier. And I understand why girls fall all over themselves when he sweeps through the hallways, leaving them in a cloud of mint, pine, and shunned infatuation. I have 20/20 vision. Max Manning is good-looking, a 10 across the board. If I ran purely on hormones, I could become bewitched.
Thankfully, I run on trauma, black coffee, and sarcasm, so his compelling man body and enigmatic blue eyes are wasted on me. Max's gaze flits around the scenic space before settling back on me. I can't be alone if you're here. I'm sure there are plenty of other places you can mope. Feigning outrage, I let out a huff and hold up 3 fingers. First of all, you can absolutely be alone. We can be alone together. Loneliness is nothing but a state of mind. I lower my index finger. Secondly, I wasn't moping. I was brooding. I lower my ring finger, leaving only my middle finger pointed toward the cloudless sky. I don't verbalize the third point because I'm already making it. Slanting his eyes at me, Max rolls his jaw, scratches the back of his neck, then proceeds to plop down against a thickly trunked tree. Fine. This surprises me. I definitely expected him to scram. He draws his knees up to his chest and drops the crown of his head to the deep brown bark. Our eyes snag for a split second before I clear my throat and avert my attention back to the blank pages of my notebook. I chew on the end of the pen, brainstorming my letter of lies. Perhaps I should tell Jonah I found a boyfriend here in Juniper Falls, a boy who lives in the forest and swings from vines, who eats fresh berries from fertile bushes and drinks water from streams. My brother was always eager for me to fall in love and to experience that soul-aching tug that happens when heartstrings tangle a knot. If he wanted anything for me, it would be love. Removing the pen from between my teeth, I begin to scribble down my fiction story. Dear Jonah, today, I fell in love with a boy who... Question for you. Max's voice tears through my myth in the making before I can fully develop the plot. Releasing a sigh, I flick my pen against the notepad. Sure. What's the difference between moping and brooding? Our eyes meet again. Brooding is dark and mysterious, where moping makes me think of Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, I explain, as if this is a tried and true fact. Nobody wants to be Eeyore. I watch his expression shift from curiosity to perplexity. In my experience, aversion usually follows, but if that's what he's feeling, he hides it well. All he does is nod, like he finds the answer acceptable. This is the part where I should go back to conjuring up silly daydreams for Jonah, but for some reason, the silence is feeling heavier than normal. It's making me itchy, so I keep the conversation going. You know, my mother has encouraged me to make friends, I announce, observing the way his head tilts and his foot taps at the tall grass. Wanna be friends again? No. I am unfazed by his rejection. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. I return my attention to the notebook. I'll tell her I tried. He doesn't say anything, but I sense his eyes on me for a solid minute, so I eventually glance back up as I smear a glob of ink into the pad of my thumb. What? You didn't try very hard. He's not smiling per se, but his tone of voice has my own lips twitching as if they want to. I don't, though. Nope. Slapping the notebook shut, I purse my lips together to keep them from doing something unreasonable. Did you want me to try harder? He shrugs as he drags the sole of his sneaker along a patch of loose dirt. I'll admit, a challenge. I can't back down now. Blinking slowly, I study him sitting propped up against the mature basswood tree across from me. He breaks eye contact to stare out at the lake while the sun glimmers down on the water and lights it up like diamonds. I guess I could fill you in on all of my good qualities, I tell him. There aren't many, but there might be enough to lure you into some kind of makeshift friendship. Oh yeah? He's still focused on the glittery water. Maybe. With a dramatic clear of my throat, I attempt to enchant him. I have very few hobbies, so I'm readily available for friendship dates. I'm also excellent at arm wrestling, for whenever boredom strikes. When I was 6, I planted my orange crayons in the garden, thinking they'd grow into carrots. That's not a quality, by the way, just a random fact you didn't ask for. I slide my tongue along my bottom lip as his attention falls back to me, his brows pinched together with what looks like concern. Oh, and I'm shockingly good at catching things. All things, especially when their trajectory is abrupt and terrifying. It comes in handy if you're ever about to drop your casserole dish or if you're in need of a goalkeeper. He blinks at me with a deadpan expression as a symphony of crickets serenades us from the shrubs. Then it happens, so fast. His hand flies up and hurls a small stone in my direction before another meaningless word can pass through my lips. Just as quickly, my own hand raises with the suddenness of a trapdoor spider lunging for its prey. I catch the stone with a thwack, my palm encompassing the rock. It's pure instinct. Max isn't slow clapping, but he might as well be. Nice reflexes, he says, his eyes appearing 2 shades darker when the sun sneaks behind the clouds. I'm impressed. Shit, I sigh. I took it too far. Now you're in love. A beat, a breath, and then his lips curl up, revealing a pair of deep-set dimples I haven't seen in 10 years. Oh my God, he's actually smiling, and it feels contagious. I really did take it too far. I promptly look away and start rummaging through my backpack to find the orange I brought along. It's better if I keep my mouth distracted before any smiling lines are crossed. After discarding the smooth white stone, I peel back the skin of my fruit and pluck off a pulpy piece, tossing it into my mouth. What? I inquire as I chew, still feeling his stare. You're wearing orange, your backpack is orange, and you're eating an orange, he notes. Congratulations! You have eyes. I just mean, it's a happy color, sunny and warm, like you used to be. Thoughtful consideration twinkles in his gaze as he gives me an additional once-over. I feel like black fits your personality better these days. Juice dribbles down my chin, and I swipe it away with the back of my hand. That's fair. That doesn't offend you? Nope. Being offended by something somebody says implies you care about what that person thinks of you, which I don't. Clearing my throat, I add, no offense. We blink at each other. Max Manning still watches me, even after another long silence stretches and my face reverts back to its typical state of scowling. I reopen the notebook. The words on the page muddle together, and my legs feel like I've come down with a spontaneous case of restless leg syndrome. I uncross them, letting them dangle over the side of the bench, and then cross them again. My pen taps repetitively against the paper. I sigh a few times for no reason. I think it's because I'm aware of him. On a regular day, I take shutting out other people to a professional level. It's a blissful skill to possess. In fact, I should have mentioned it to him. I guess I'm realizing that I don't feel lonely right now, and I don't know why. This makes me scowl harder. Are you going to that bonfire tonight? Max pulls to a stand, swiping dirt and grass blades off his blue jeans as he towers over me. No, I reply, lifting only my eyes. Lifting my entire head makes it seem like I care more than I do. Are you? Now it definitely seems like I care. Damn it. No, he says. Cool. We stare at each other. No one moves. No one speaks. Eventually, he sends me a quick nod and retreats from the little hideaway without another word, leaving a lingering cloud of pine needles and mint behind. My heart is beating faster than usual. It's not a gallop, more like a traipse, but it's a noticeable quickening. I rub at my chest. And for some preposterous reason, the echo of our unspoken words reaches my ears as I watch him disappear into the woods. See you there. Chapter 6. Ella. I have no good reason for being here, aside from the fact that Mom had an emotional breakdown over dinner tonight. She made a chicken casserole. It was semi-burnt and tasted like sawdust, so I thought I understood why she was crying. My eyes were watering too, if I'm being honest. But then she sobbed into her napkin and blurted out, "This was the last meal I cooked for him." My fork clattered to the kitchen table. My hands trembled. The overcooked chunks of chicken settled in the pit of my stomach like acidic bricks. I had to get out of there. Around 7 p.m., I text the phone number Bryn scribbled on my arm, having added it into my contacts before I showered the night before. Me. Hey, it's Ella. I'm thinking about going to that bonfire tonight, but I'm still on the fence. Convince me with 3 words. Bryn. I'll be there. Me. Sold. My social skills need work. Just a fair warning. Bryn. That's what beer is for. Need a ride? Me. I'm not far. I'll walk. See you soon. Bryn. Can't wait. She's an exclamation point girl. I edit her name in my phone to Bryn before throwing a hoodie over my tank top and stepping into a pair of dark wash jeans. I study my reflection in the mirror. My hair is freshly blow-dried, falling in long, thick waves over my shoulders, and my eyes don't look as tired and tortured as they usually do.
After applying a coat of black mascara, a layer of lip gloss, and pinching my cheeks that are already stained pink with a touch of nerves, I call out a goodbye to my mother, who managed to collect herself and is watching Grey's Anatomy reruns in the living room. She waves at me from the couch, her voice still hoarse. "Don't stay out too late. I'm going to wait up for you." "Please don't. I can't sleep anyway, and I worry about you." I'm not sure I buy that last part, but all I do is shuffle to the front door, snagging my purse off the wall hook. Okay, bye. 20 minutes later, I'm stalking down the grassy hill toward the bluffs where firelight flickers in the distance and laughter drowns out my anxious heartbeats. The temperature has fallen to a crisp 58 degrees, so I'm grateful I grabbed my hoodie. But as I get closer to the gathering, I notice that all the other girls are wearing crop tops, spaghetti straps, and cute dresses. The intoxicated whoops and cheers of fellow classmates have me wanting to disintegrate into the grass blades, or at the very least walk back in the opposite direction. But before I can debate my next move, Bryn is prancing over to me. It's a legitimate prance. She looks like a unicorn with her high ponytail and pink and white sundress swooping in to carry me away to her storybook world of wonders. Also known as this shitty bonfire with a bunch of idiots I don't like. Ella! I freeze in place. I'm the deer in headlights to her majestic unicorn. "Hey, you made it. I didn't think you'd show." She slides her arm through mine, infecting me with glitter and watermelon-scented body mist. "Come on, I'll introduce you to everyone." I allow her to pull me forward, my feet stumbling to keep up with her prancing. I'm pretty sure everyone knows who I am, and they'd rather they didn't. Don't be such a Debbie Downer. Okay, I try again. I'm a sparkling spitfire with an ungodly knack for adventure and fun. That's the spirit. We make our way to a circle of wooden benches around the fire pit, as tendrils of smoke obscure the horrified expressions I'm certain are staring back at me. The laughter dies down instantly. I murdered the fun. Bryn seems unbothered by the silence that washes over the group and proceeds to link our fingers together like we share an intimate bond, like she didn't give me her phone number a mere 24 hours ago. As she offers up an animated introduction, her palm squeezes mine and the kindness is appreciated. I force a smile and lift my unoccupied hand with a wave. Soot bites at my eyes, ashes at my throat. I'm so out of my comfort zone, I've forgotten what it feels like to be comfortable. Back in Nashville, I had friends. I had a social life. I wasn't a unicorn like Bryn, but I knew who I was, and I felt a sense of belonging and community. People smiled at me in the hallways and invited me to bonfires and boat rides out on Percy Priest Lake. Right now, even my own hoodie is trying to suffocate me. I scratch at my collarbone, shifting from one foot to the other. Hi. Pathetic. Nobody says anything, which I suppose is a tiny miracle considering the alternative. They simply go back to talking among themselves like I'm invisible. Bryn drags me around the back of a bench toward the waterline where two figures are silhouetted, conversing with each other. I can already tell that one of them is Max Manning by the stretch of his shoulders and the tussling of his hair as pale moonlight hugs him.
McKay stands beside him with a beer in hand, his profile strikingly similar to Max's, only with longer hair that teases his shoulders. "I want to introduce you to McKay, my boyfriend, Bryn," says to me, still dragging me along by the hand. "And his brother, Max. I think they live by you." "They do. Across the street," I confirm. "And I already know them. I lived here with my dad for a year, back when we were in first grade. We went to school together." Her eyes ping open as we trek forward. "Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't move here until I was in junior high. Well, definitely need to get together and watch a movie or something." She pauses, looking away. "At my house, anyway. I'm not allowed at McKay's house. I guess his dad is kind of a mess." "Oh, really?" I immediately sympathized with Mr. Manning since mess is almost always code for misunderstood. She shrugs. "I wouldn't know. McKay never talks about him." "How long have you two been dating?" 6 months. 6 months is a long time to have never met the parents. But then again, what do I know about dating? Nothing. I know nothing. Nodding, I follow beside her as she releases my palm. "I've seen you two in the hallways together," I say. "You really like him." She lights up like a moonbeam, flipping her long ponytail over her shoulder. "I think I love him, Ella.
Is that weird? Shaking her head, she waves a hand in the air as if to erase the question. Don't answer that. I already know you'll think it's weird. You have anti-love eyes. What? I do? I blink repeatedly like I'm trying to see my own eyes. I think people call that resting bitch face. Her nose scrunches up. That's just a classless term for girls who wear their pain in their eyes. I always hated that phrase. Then she grabs me by the shoulders and halts me in place before we reach the base of the hill. What do you see when you look at me? Glitter. Everywhere. Aside from that, we stand face to face as starlight reflects off the lake and illuminates her shimmery hazel gaze. I tilt my head and reply with the first thing that comes to mind. You're compassionate and fun-loving, a good friend to everybody, I tell her. You have Christopher Robin eyes. She squints, processing the response. Who? A character from Winnie the Pooh. Oh, those pretty, kind eyes twinkle as a bright smile follows. That sounds like a compliment. It is. Well, thank you. Hey, Bryn. McKay hollers from a few feet away. What's the holdup? Lowering her hands from my shoulders, she smooths out the baby hairs frizzing along her hairline, then picks up her pace, still grinning wide. Coming. Max turns toward us when we approach, his focus sliding over to me and holding tight. His lips twitch with the barest smile, and I'm not sure what to make of it. It appears he's not disappointed to see me, even though I was kind of a jerk to him earlier at the clearing. I don't say anything and duck my head, erasing his smile from my mind, because it shouldn't have been there in the first place. When I lift my eyes, it's gone. Perhaps I imagined it. Hello, lover, Bryn squeals, leaving my side to wrap her arms around McKay. I didn't realize you used to know Ella. She's my new friend. How easily the title has been bestowed upon us. No wariness, no indecision. Only, I think you're cool. Here's my number. Now we're friends. It's almost like Max and me when we were bright-eyed first graders, scoping out our future lifelong friendships on the first day of school. McKay gives me a once-over. His eyes are the hue of midnight against the nighttime backdrop, but I know from catching them in the school hallways that they are only a shade darker than Max's. Still blue, still piercing, but a little less light. Shaggy dark hair frames his face, landing at his broad shoulders. And while his bone structure is similar to Max's, McKay has a wider nose and zero trace of dimples. He smiles a lot more than Max, so I've noted their absence. Puckering his lips, he debates his next move. I'm certain he thinks I'm less compelling than his reheated leftovers from last week, but his girlfriend likes me. A conundrum. Yeah, hey, he opts for, extending a hand. I remember you. Cool, is my lame reply. I accept the handshake, but my attention pans over to Max, who is glaring at our clasped palms. Clearing my throat, I pull free. How's it going? I ask Max. Fine. I didn't think you'd show, he replies. Me neither. Mom got all emotional over a chicken casserole, so the bonfire suddenly became more appealing. I chuckle awkwardly, but no one else does. My knack for honesty is not at all charming and always misplaced. Chicken has that effect on me too, Bryn, eventually pipes up. That's why I'm a vegan. Did you know 8 billion chickens are slaughtered each year by the food industry? She visibly shudders. No thanks. I'll have no part of that. McKay nudges her with his elbow. Nobody is perfect, baby. Ugh, you're lucky you're adorable and well-muscled. They start making out until kissing sounds mingle with raucous laughter from the bonfire. Max glances at me again, his hands stuffed in the pockets of his jeans. I watch as he teeters on the heels of his worn-out sneakers, looking like he's about to say something. Curiosity dances in his eyes, swirling with intensity. I'm not sure why he's always looking at me like that, like he wants to know more, wants to learn more, wants to dig deeper than what I offer on the surface. Most people see right through me, but I'm pretty sure he just sees me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. McKay interrupts, drawing back from Bryn's watermelon kisses and swiping at the balm left behind. Max, help me grab the coolers from the truck. I need a beer, he says. Max blinks, tearing his attention from me with a hint of irritation. Yeah, fine. With a drawn-out sigh, he sifts through his pockets and pulls out a pack of cigarettes before shoving the box back in.
He follows McKay up the hill made of sand and dying grass, sneaking a final glance at me over his shoulder, then disappearing over the peak. Bryn trails behind them, her skips eager, hair bouncing. "Be right back," she calls out to me. I nod, tugging the sleeves of my hoodie down over my palms. "I'll be here," I whisper to the night. Lake water ripples and laps beneath the starlight, a picture of tranquility. It looks so peaceful, so unburdened. Envy spools and coils in my chest because I want that. I want that more than anything. Peace. Just one peaceful moment. Lots of people get thousands of peaceful moments, and all I want is one. Just one. As I exhale deeply, my hand instinctively slides into my back pocket, wrapping around a polished white stone. It's the same one Max tossed at me earlier today, the one that brought back memories of the small stone he handed me just before my father drove me over 200 miles away, leaving him behind on a sunny playground, expecting to see me the next day. I give it a squeeze before looking back out over the water as the moon offers a glimmer of contentment to the graphite sky. I'm not sure why I brought it. I'm not sure why I kept it in the first place. Flames crackle and glow as I sit by myself on one of the wooden benches with my hands folded in my lap. Bryn and McKay are snuggled up near the water, kissing and giggling by the light of the moon. Well, she is giggling. McKay is scrolling through his phone. Music blasts from someone's Spotify playlist, serenading us with the Arctic Monkeys' best song, Do I Wanna Know? I like the band, but prefer classics like Fleetwood Mac and the Eagles because they remind me of blissful family road trips before Dad cheated on Mom with my first-grade teacher and Jonah committed 2 counts of murder in the first degree. I knock my knees together and fold in my lips, feeling antsy, out of place. Max wandered over to the bonfire a few minutes ago and is seated on the bench across from me, his face going in and out of focus as fire spits and smoke billows. I've caught him staring at me a few times, and I wonder what he sees right now.
What he feels when he looks at me? Disenchantment would be my guess, with pity taking second place. Andy is seated beside him, chugging down his 5th beer and acting loud and moronic. He's living up to the football player's stereotype just as effortlessly as I've been embracing my title of tragic outcast, so I can't really judge him. I watch as Max reaches into the cooler beside him before I pull my eyes away and redirect my attention to my hands fisted tightly in my lap. I circle my thumbs, zeroing in on my still chipped nail polish. One of these days, I'll feel motivated enough to repaint them. I'm so immersed in my fingernails that I failed to notice Max has left Andy's side and is now taking a seat to my left. It's a small bench, so our shoulders brush. Warmth seeps through the thick sleeve of my hoodie as his scent wafts around me, something like burnt wood and peppermint gum. I glance up just as a dewy can of Dr. Pepper is tossed at me. I catch it one-handed. And then my heart does a weird loop-de-loop thing, partly because I'm not expecting it, but mostly because I'm shocked that he remembers the kind of soda I like and that I wield superhuman reflexes. People have a knack for being oblivious to trivial details. They often miss the essence of what others are saying or doing because they're too preoccupied with their own bullshit. Your favorite things only matter to them if they genuinely care enough to listen and see you for who you are. Max was paying attention to my bullshit. I curl my fingers around the ice-cold beverage. "Thanks," I say, blinking over at him. He's clasping a red plastic cup that's likely filled with flat beer. "That was nice of you. We're friends again, aren't we?" He takes a sip from his cup, eyes pinned on me over the rim. Friends do nice things. I watch his throat bob as he swallows, then swing my gaze back up. "You rejected my attempt to rekindle our long-lost friendship. You seemed repulsed by the very prospect. That was before you won me over with promises of an arm wrestling competition." A laugh falls out of me unexpectedly, untethered and unplanned. It's like he poked a tiny pinhole in my balloon of sorrow and some of the sadness leaked out. "That was what sold you, huh?" "Yes, your arms look small and breakable, so my curiosity was piqued. Still is." I glance at one of my arms. Once upon a time, I was more filled out, athletic and defined.
I was even sporting a little tummy from laughter-lit nights of pigging out on pizza bagels with Jonah or shoveling popcorn and sweet snacks in my mouth with friends during giggle-infused sleepovers. I miss my tummy. It meant I was living. It meant I was enjoying life and all of the highly caloric wonders that came with it. Now I'm feeble and petite, withered. My breasts are full and my hips are wide, childbearing hips, according to Grandma Shirley, but my arms are gangly, my belly sunken in. To be honest, I'm not sure how I'd perform in an arm wrestling match these days. Max may be supremely let down. Not wanting to disappoint him prematurely, I lift my arm and pump my fist, flexing with conviction. We can give it a go if you'd like. He shakes his head at the offer. You mentioned it's for when boredom strikes. Twirling the red cup between both hands, he chews on his bottom lip for a beat before glancing up at me, his blue eyes reflecting the orange flames. I'm not bored. The look he sends me has me squirming for unknown reasons. He's not bored because he's at a bonfire with his friends. It has nothing to do with me, obviously. I scratch at the back of my hand as my legs start to bob up and down, toes digging into the sandpit. My undiagnosed case of restless leg syndrome is acting up again. That's fine. I shrug and sip my soda. I didn't want to hold your hand anyway. Why? I have nice hands. I peer over at them. He's right. They're really nice hands. Just as nice as his arms, which do not affect me. They're okay, I lie. What are you doing here anyway? Taking a bath. My mouth snaps shut when his answer sinks in. That was my line. Max looks blasé as he sips from his red cup and stares into the blaze of firelight. He's managed to render me speechless, which is rare and unprecedented. I don't think I like it. Swallowing, I fumble for something smart and witty to say, but come up as empty as my cold black heart. I pop open the tab on my can of Dr. Pepper and start to chug. It fizzes on my tongue, bringing it back to life. So, are you actually friends with these guys? I flick my hand up and wave it around, referencing Andy and his cringy followers. Before Max can respond, Andy interrupts with a roar of laughter as he slaps a buddy on the back with a thwap. Dude, you're so hard up for a lay, you were playing Bloody Mary in the bathroom, hoping that bitch would show up so you could get some. Shut the fuck up, some blonde guy says while putting my scowling abilities to shame. I groan inwardly. If Max says yes, any friendship potential will shrivel on the spot. Nope, Max mutters, shifting on the bench until his denim-clad thigh kisses mine. I only have one friend, and she's still in the preliminary stage. Preliminary? He nods, squinting into the fire. I need to make up for my knee-jerk rejection that had nothing to do with her and everything to do with my own isolated tendencies. Something tells me he's serious. He wants to be friends. I have no idea what to say, so I say nothing. I see Max staring at me in my periphery, waiting for a response, for a confirmation or a handshake, a friendship bracelet, maybe a binding blood oath. All I offer is a weird noise. Ohm. Awesome. My brain couldn't decide between O and I fill my cheeks with air and blow out a slow breath, tapping my feet in opposite time and becoming supremely interested in a tiny insect crawling along the toe of my faux suede boot. He's still staring, and it's making me fidgety. I spare him a glance and watch as a smile stretches on his lips, his eyes twinkling against the flames. Why is he smiling at me? Why is he twinkling? I'm feeling hot all of a sudden, from the fire. I curl my fingers around the hem of my hoodie and pull it over my head with both arms. I smooth my hair back down and readjust the straps of my navy tank top, catching the way Max's eyes flick to my chest for half a second before he looks away and takes another sip from his cup. When I peer across the fire pit, I spot Andy leering at me. His gaze rolls down my body and hovers on my cleavage. He doesn't break away like Max did, and instead licks a dollop of beer or drool off his bottom lip before capturing it with his teeth and making a hissing sound. Then he makes a derogatory comment, to nobody's surprise. I didn't think you had any redeeming qualities, Sunbury, but you're making quite the case for yourself with those titties. Max flies up from the bench and hurls his drink in Andy's face. The fuck, Manning? Have some respect, you piece of shit.
Max returns to his place beside me, tossing the empty cup in the fire as the plastic curls and chars. My cheeks burn. My heart teeters. I sit there stunned, my hands raised, palms forward, as my chest heaves with a quick burst of adrenaline. That was unexpected. Andy rumbles with laughter as he shakes the moisture out of his t-shirt and slides his tongue along his chin to taste the stray droplets. Water, he mocks. Fucking pussy. Max stands again, glancing down at my wide-eyed expression. Wanna go for a walk? No. What? Okay, I ramble through the mood whiplash. I squeeze my can of soda and pull up from the bench, then start walking hurriedly in front of him toward the water's edge. I hear his footsteps following, a whoosh of kicked-up sand and rustling grass blades, as I toss the Dr. Pepper into a recycling can. So, why are we walking? I'm walking, he says. You're sprinting. I slow my gait and watch as he sidles up beside me, with his hands tucked in his pockets. Biceps lined in blue veins tick and stretch under the moon's glow.
He's not wearing a sweatshirt or hoodie, and his sleeves are cut off at the shoulders. You're sizing me up for that arm wrestling match, aren't you? He caught me staring at his arms. My face burns hotter, so I decide to pivot. What was that back there? He shrugs with nonchalance. Andy Sandwell made a disrespectful comment toward you, and I reacted accordingly. You didn't have to do that. I don't need someone to rescue me. He's silent for a beat as we traipse toward the lake. Moonlight paints a shimmering path across the water like a mirror speckled with stardust. Nobody ever really needs rescuing, he says, our footsteps slowing, but it feels nice sometimes. I glance around, wondering where Bryn and McKay ran off to. I let his response roll off me, not knowing how to process it or what to say. Max keeps doing that. He keeps tying my tongue into knots and zapping my words to ash. I'm not used to it. Why did you want to take a walk with me? I ask again, picking at the frayed hem of my tank top. According to everyone ever, I'm pretty off-putting. There's another long pause as the breeze coasts off the water and causes my hair to whip around my face. Then Max says softly, "Remove the term off-putting and I'll agree with you there." My brain rewinds and I almost choke. A heavy lump lodges in the center of my throat as I flit my gaze over to his. You think I'm pretty? We come to a stop at the edge of the lake where soggy sand meets water. Yeah, sure. He acts like the admission is no big deal. I gape at him, mouth unhinged. Are you flirting with me? You tell me. I've never flirted with anyone before, so I wouldn't know. The lump swells, threatening to overtake my response, but I manage to croak out, "Sounded like you were flirting." Then, I guess I was. Does that bother you? Yes. I mean, not really. I shake my head, blinking rapidly. But yes. A smirk spreads, carving out those signature dimples. Every time they appear, it feels as though a little secret has been shared, turning an ordinary moment into something more intimate, more personal. Which is it, he wonders? Am I allowed to flirt with you or not? I swallow hard, swiping my clammy palms down my thighs. I don't do intimate. I don't do personal. Max watches me, eager for my reply, his starry eyes scanning my face for a reaction. Something inside me melts a little. I think it's my heart. Goopy pieces start to drip, making a slow slide down my chest and depositing in my belly with a warm plunk. This is probably the part where I'm supposed to smile back at him, or say something flirty, or ask what he's doing tomorrow so we can make plans. But in true Ella fashion, I ditch him like a coward. Backing away, I stutter through a goodbye and offer a quick wave. Sorry, but I gotta go. Curfew. Mom will be worried. Bye. I catch the way he blinks with confusion, his brows furrowing in disappointment, before I spin around and sprint from the bluffs. I run the whole way home. Chapter 7. Max. Every day over the next few weeks, Ella walks 3 miles into town after school, clad in a black beanie and her orange backpack, only to return hours later looking exhausted, defeated, and burned out. She's hardly spoken a word to me since the bonfire, but I heard from McKay, who heard from Bryn, that she's been picking up resumes and applying for jobs. Today, I've attempted to make her trek into town somewhat more palatable. Why? Still undetermined. Maybe I'm reminiscing about the little girl I used to know and wondering if she's still in there somewhere. Or maybe I've faced so many challenges in life that I've become prone to seeking them out. Ella is a puzzle. She's a jigsaw with missing pieces. And the more time I spend with her, the more I feel like I'm finding new fragments. Is she still that girl with the megawatt smile and infectious laugh who found joy in books and butterflies? Or have life's hardships snuffed out her light? I've gotten glimmers, and that leads me to believe the old Ella hasn't faded entirely. I'm pulling weeds from the vegetable garden in the front yard when I catch her stepping out her screen door and onto the cedar porch. The porch takes up the whole length of the house, which is made up of plain taupe siding and dark shutters. It's a ranch-style home like mine, only it's in much better shape. Our house is half-built, partially finished, and full of angry ghosts. Ella's sneakers clap along the wooden planks as she jogs down the 4 steps that lead to a patchy front lawn. I pretend to be absorbed in weed pulling and dirt sifting, but my chin lifts as my gaze trails her from underneath my grizzly's ball cap. She doesn't notice anything at first, too focused on the clouds hovering in a meltwater blue sky as both hands grip the straps of her book bag. Then she falters, doing a double take. She comes to an abrupt stop, her head canting right, and she just stands there, still as a pillar, her back to me. The moment she swivels around, I duck my head and return my attention to the garden bed. My heartbeat kicks up when I hear gravel crunch beneath the soles of her shoes that are now headed in my direction. Max? I feign indifference, not bothering to glance up. Hey, Ella, do you know who put that bicycle on my property? I hide my smile, swiping the back of my forearm across my mouth to erase the beads of sweat as I fall back on my haunches. No, probably Chevy. Ella turns to stare across the way at Chevy's property, strewn with mechanical chaos. Old cars, in varying stages of disrepair, are scattered across the lot, the bodies faded and weather-beaten. Engines are disemboweled with tires stacked in leaning towers, and tables are cluttered with tools and grease stains. She frowns thoughtfully before panning her gaze back to me. I stare up at her, wiping my hands down the front of my dirt-dappled cargo pants. She murmurs. That was really nice of him. He's a good guy, I say, nodding my agreement. Not everyone in this town is out to make your life miserable. We hold our stare, and I hope she catches my hidden meaning. I'll admit, her abrupt departure from the bonfire left me feeling a bit stung. I thought I had high walls, but if I have walls, Ella has concrete fortresses, complete with a drawbridge and a moat teeming with metaphorical monsters to keep people at bay. And that's oddly compelling. She clears her throat, tugging her beanie farther down her forehead. Her fingernails are painted a sun-kissed orange, contrasting with her rain cloud personality. Yeah, I guess. Kicking at some loose stones, she begins to back away. Well, tell him I said thank you if you see him before I do. Sure, will do. She turns toward her yard, where the bicycle is leaning against the wood railing of her front porch. It's ruby red, freshly cleaned, with air-filled tires and perfectly functional. It's been buried in our one-car garage for years, so I figured someone could get some use out of it. As she trudges back toward the house with a slew of book bag keychains shimmying behind her, I draw to a stand and call out to her. Ella. She pauses, peering at me over her shoulder. Yeah? We could, I scratch the back of my neck, unsure of what I even want to say, but I want to say something. We could catch a movie tomorrow if you want. Her stare is blank and unblinking, almost as if she has no idea what movies are. At the movie theater. You know, that establishment off Richter Avenue that has the giant projectors and smells like buttered popcorn. I know what movies are. She looks completely unamused. I'm busy. Sorry, maybe another time. I'm busy forever. 2 jade green eyes narrow at me, her head tilting with suspicion. Wait, are you flirting with me again? I sniff, folding my arms. Definitely not. Okay. The word is drawn out, and her eyes are squinty and searching. But you still want to be friends? Sure, why not? Her eyebrows arc up. I could make a list. Do you like lists? I love lists. Go for it. I'm intrigued. My arms flex, and I don't miss the way her focus flicks to my muscles for a beat before she blinks back to my face. Smirking, I add, While you're at it, add an evaluation of my biceps to that list. I'd love to know how they rate. Color stains her pretty pale cheeks as her eyes flare. Then she whips around, hair flying with her from underneath the beanie, and storms away. Goodbye, Max. See ya. I send a two-finger salute to her back before returning to my position beside the garden. Ella flies by on her new bike moments later, just as the rickety screen door snaps shut behind me. When I turn, I spot my father leaning forward on his cane with two sun-spotted hands as he stares at the cloud of dust Ella's tires left behind. Hey, Dad. He looks better today, sober, moving around. Relief sweeps through me as I take in his two big corduroy pants and half-tucked flannel. My father is no less gaunt and frail, but his eyes hold a semblance of a spark as he glances my way. It's a good day. I live for these good days. She seems like a nice girl, he notes, tipping his head toward the gravel road, his thin hair fluttering when a breeze rolls through. Nice isn't the word I'd use, more like moody, unapproachable, obnoxiously intriguing. Huh. Dad takes a wobbly step forward, then peers up at the sky of blue and patchy white. Your mother, she was a slippery one too. Hard to catch, harder to hold. I stiffen at the reference to my mother. I'm not interested in Ella like that. I'm not. Sure, maybe I was trying to get a rise out of her at the bonfire last weekend, and yeah, of course I think she's pretty. She is. She's that piece of fine china perched on the top shelf, out of reach for display only. Dusty and shadowed, breakable. People stare at it, curious and admiring, but they don't dare touch it. But I'm not interested in her, not like that. Romance is out of the question for me. And, considering her reaction to my harmless flirting, she's very much on the same page. Works out. I never see you with any girls, Maxwell, Dad says to me, expression clouding. Your brother has a girlfriend. You're just as good-looking and likable. I want that for you. I'm fine. I stay busy. Readjusting my baseball cap, I wave a hand through the air, showcasing the fruits of my labor. My father takes another slow step forward and glances at the vegetable garden thriving with snap beans, turnips, and kale. The tiny spark in his eyes evaporates. Glancing around, he blinks a few times as he fully takes in the glowing green grass, well-manicured chrysanthemums, and de-weeded flower beds, like he's seeing it all for the first time. Max, emotion has his throat bobbing, his balance teetering. This is too much, son. He almost chokes. I feel like I've failed you? I frown, pulling off my cap and swiping the disheveled hair off my forehead. You haven't. I enjoy doing this. You should be enjoying your youth. Nights out with friends, boat rides on the lake, camping, girls. That's McKay's scene. I'm good. His head swings back and forth as he zones out and stares dazedly at the front of the house with a weary sigh. We never finished, he says softly. It's one of my greatest regrets. My teeth clench, my molars grinding together as I follow his gaze. Years ago, shortly before the accident and Mom's subsequent abandonment without a backward glance, me, Dad, and McKay started building this house from the ground up. It was supposed to be our family project, a labor of love. We'd spend weekends working on it, sawing, hammering, and laughing under the warm sun. The foundation was laid with bricks and mortar, but also with hopes, dreams, and visions of a picturesque future. The idea was to create not just a house, but a home. Now, the half-built structure is nothing more than a shell of what it was meant to be, much like our family. Each beam, each unfinished room holds a fractured dream, a sad memory. While the house stands unfinished, it isn't entirely unlivable. We managed to get the roof up before everything fell apart, and the walls, although unpainted and raw, provide a solid barrier against the elements. A layer of sturdy plastic sheeting tacked up on the inside of the frames doubles as both insulation and a way to keep out wind and rain. The house's bones are solid. The floorboards may creak underfoot, and the plumbing might groan in protest, but the lights come on and the water runs hot and cold. Chevy and I rigged up. My arms flex, and I don't miss the way her focus flicks to my muscles for a beat before she blinks back to my face. Smirking, I add, "While you're at it, add an evaluation of my biceps to that list. I'd love to know how they rate." Color stains her pretty, pale cheeks as her eyes flare. Then she whips around, hair flying with her from underneath the beanie, and storms away. "Goodbye, Max. See ya." I send a two-finger salute to her back before returning to my position beside the garden. Ella flies by on her new bike moments later, just as the rickety screen door snaps shut behind me. When I turn, I spot my father leaning forward on his cane with two sun-spotted hands as he stares at the cloud of dust Ella's tires left behind. "Hey, Dad." He looks better today, sober, moving around. Relief sweeps through me as I take in his two big corduroy pants and half-tucked flannel. My father is no less gaunt and frail, but his eyes hold a semblance of a spark as he glances my way. "It's a good day. I live for these good days." "She seems like a nice girl," he notes, tipping his head toward the gravel road, his thin hair fluttering when a breeze rolls through. Nice isn't the word I'd use. More like moody, unapproachable, obnoxiously intriguing. Huh. Dad takes a wobbly step forward, then peers up at the sky of blue and patchy white. "Your mother, she was a slippery one too. Hard to catch, harder to hold." I stiffen at the reference to my mother. I'm not interested in Ella like that. I'm not. Sure, maybe I was trying to get a rise out of her at the bonfire last weekend. And yeah, of course I think she's pretty. She is. She's that piece of fine china perched on the top shelf, out of reach for display only. Dusty and shadowed, breakable. People stare at it, curious and admiring, but they don't dare touch it. But I'm not interested in her. Not like that. Romance is out of the question for me, and considering her reaction to my harmless flirting, she's very much on the same page. Works out. "I never see you with any girls, Maxwell," Dad says to me, expression clouding. "Your brother has a girlfriend. You're just as good-looking and likable. I want that for you." I'm fine. I stay busy. Readjusting my baseball cap, I wave a hand through the air, showcasing the fruits of my labor. My father takes another slow step forward and glances at the vegetable garden thriving with snap beans, turnips, and kale. The tiny spark in his eyes evaporates. Glancing around, he blinks a few times as he fully takes in the glowing green grass, well-manicured chrysanthemums, and de-weeded flower beds, like he's seeing it all for the first time. "Max?" Emotion has his throat bobbing, his balance teetering. "This is too much, son. I feel..." He almost chokes. "I feel like I failed you." I frown, pulling off my cap and swiping the disheveled hair off my forehead. "You haven't. I enjoy doing this. You should be enjoying your youth. Nights out with friends, boat rides on the lake, camping, girls. That's McKay's scene. I'm good." His head swings back and forth as he zones out and stares dazedly at the front of the house with a weary sigh. "We never finished," he says softly. "It's one of my greatest regrets." My teeth clench, my molars grinding together as I follow his gaze. Years ago, shortly before the accident and Mom's subsequent abandonment without a backward glance, me, Dad, and McKay started building this house from the ground up. It was supposed to be our family project, a labor of love. We'd spend weekends working on it, sawing, hammering, and laughing under the warm sun. The foundation was laid with bricks and mortar, but also with hopes, dreams, and visions of a picturesque future. The idea was to create not just a house, but a home. Now, the half-built structure is nothing more than a shell of what it was meant to be, much like our family. Each beam, each unfinished room holds a fractured dream, a sad memory. While the house stands unfinished, it isn't entirely unlivable. We managed to get the roof up before everything fell apart, And the walls, although unpainted and raw, provide a solid barrier against the elements. A layer of sturdy plastic sheeting tacked up on the inside of the frames doubles as both insulation and a way to keep out wind and rain. The house's bones are solid. The floorboards may creak underfoot, and the plumbing might groan in protest, but the lights come on and the water runs hot and cold. Chevy and I rigged up a wood-burning stove that not only suffices for cooking, but also throws out enough heat to keep the chill at bay during the colder months. The unglazed windows were temporarily patched up with clear, durable plastic that let in light and kept out the weather. We've made it habitable with quick fixes, a Band-Aid on a wound that runs deep. I cast a sideways glance at Dad, his face etched with lines of burden and regret. I feel his sorrow. As I reach for my all, my cell phone vibrates from atop the desk, and a familiar name pops up. Bryn. Good morning. McKay and I are ditching school today to go tubing at Big Bear. Wanna come? I consider it. The sun is extra bright today, the sky clear and cloudless. It's going to be a perfect 70-degree day, and I'm confident my classes will be bleak and stormy. On the other hand, my mother doesn't need the added anxiety of her daughter ditching school. She's barely holding it together. Another casserole meltdown sounds as enticing as a root canal performed by a blindfolded dentist using a rusty spoon. I text her back. Me. Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. Maybe next weekend. Bryn. No worries. See you tomorrow. The message is followed up by 11 emojis of happy suns, pink hearts, and a bento box filled with sushi. A finger slip, I'm assuming. After I spend another half hour on a little scrapbook, I take a quick shower, blow dry my hair, and apply a coat of mascara before slipping into a pair of jeans and a faded sweatshirt. When I hear the guttural roar of a truck revving to life outside my window, I traipse across the bedroom and push back my peach drapes. Max is smoking beside his truck. He's leaning against the bed with a ball cap concealing his eyes, and his feet are crossed at the ankles, his muscular arms bronzed with a post-summer glow. Stupid arms. It's his fault I'm always noticing them, considering he's prone to wearing sleeveless tops. Winter can't come soon enough. Out of sight, out of mind. I crack my window halfway and lean out over the ledge, inhaling the early morning breeze filled with dew-kissed grass and earthy soil. I've been trying to avoid Max since the bonfire, which is kind of a dick move, I realize. I also realize it was me who broached the friendship topic in the first place, so I can't blame him for making an effort. But then he called me pretty. He flirted, and my anti-romance instincts flared like a well-shaken can of Dr. Pepper on a hot day. Unpredictable and abrupt, leaving a messy aftermath that no one really wants to clean up. Dramatic, I suppose, but my defenses are nothing if not stubborn and thorough. Max pops his head up then, spotting me dangling out my half-open window. He pulls the cap off his head and runs his fingers through his hair, taming the coffee-brown locks. I don't move away when our eyes meet across both yards. I don't smile or wave either, but I don't want to be too much of an asshole. Max stares at me for a few beats before glancing down and kicking at the loose gravel in his driveway. And when he lifts his eyes one more time, a small smile shines back at me. At first, I want to slam the window shut and run away. I want to glare at him for no reason just because it's easier that way. But then the bonfire flashes through my mind, the Dr. Pepper he brought for me, the way he defended my honor when Andy acted like a cretin, the way his blue eyes shimmered with fire and moonlight as he looked at me with something other than disgust. It was nice to feel like my existence mattered to him in some way. I wasn't a burden or a waste of space. I wasn't an outsider. He saw that same little girl on a playground from long ago. Most of all, he saw me as something other than Jonah Sunbury's sister. So I smile back, hesitantly, softly. It's not a full-fledged grin, but it's a real smile. It's effort. It counts. Then I inch away from the window and finish getting ready for school, doing my best to ignore the tickle in my chest. I'm mid-chew when I hear it, the grating, awful sound of my own voice, sobbing, begging, choking through a waterfall of love-drenched tears.
He's not a bad person, I swear. He's good. It was a misunderstanding. Please, please, believe him. He's my big brother. You have to believe he's innocent." The cornbread turns to rocks in my mouth, dry, hard, bitter lumps. Crumbs flutter from my parted lips as my stomach drops out of me like a boulder. I feel sick. I might actually puke. "Look at this loser defending a monster," a voice sneers from the adjacent table, belonging to some no-name girl. Students swarm to watch the video, and the cafeteria morphs into a prison cell. Bars close me in. Guards pace back and forth, eyeing me with revulsion. Guilty. For a few seconds, I pretend to ignore the commotion going on beside me. Pretend I'm blissfully unaware of my pain being laid out on display and mocked by my senior class. Sitting alone like I always do, I attempt to chew the cornbread gravel in my mouth and swallow it, hoping it doesn't sever anything vital as it slogs down my throat. "Hey, Sunbury!" I pull my beanie down over my ears. Maybe everyone will think I have earbuds in and they'll give up. There's no fun in tormenting someone if the victim is oblivious. The act is up sooner than I'd like. My beanie is yanked off my head and tossed to the dirty linoleum. "Hey!" I jump up from the bench. "Don't touch me, you pig!" One of Andy's football buddies, Heath, stares back at me. Under the brassy cafeteria lights, his hair looks like the sickly shade of a jaundiced sun on a smoggy day, and his eyes are one shade darker than vile. He shoves his cell phone in my face, flaunting the media footage of my desperate appeal. I realize sticking up for a murderer on national television was a grave error on my part, but it's hard to apologize for grief. Grief does what it wants when it wants to. I was hardly 16 years old, a devastated, confused child whose life was just blown apart by a semi-automatic shotgun. I shove Heath's arm out of my face and storm past him and the gaggle of sniveling girls beside him. He grabs me by the back of the shirt. My eyes bulge with shock that he had the nerve to put his hands on me. "What the hell?" I said. "Don't touch me." Heath sniffs, letting me go. "You don't belong in our school. I'm surprised they even enrolled you here, considering how you've sided yourself with the devil himself." "He's my brother," I spit out through clenched teeth. I was scared and grieving. "Leave me alone." "Look at you in your fancy clothes, crying tears of sympathy for that murderer." The no-name girl points at the video. Heath rewinds the footage. With my jaw clenched tight and more tears burning, I glance at the phone screen. I'm all dressed up in a $900 pantsuit, my hair teased and curled, my lips slicked in bright pink gloss. My eyes are bloodshot, lips quivering with loss. Mom stands beside me, holding on to me with one arm, her face buried in my shoulder as she breaks apart on camera. Nausea coils in my gut. Bile crawls at my throat. I won't cry. I won't cry. "I've suffered enough," I croak out, looking around at the assortment of hateful eyes on me, at the cliques and snickering groups of classmates, my judges and jurors. My brother is serving his sentence, and so am I. "What about that girl he slaughtered, and the guy she was fucking?" someone from the crowd blares. "They're in the ground and you're walking free. I didn't do anything. You're breathing my air and I don't fucking like it." Heath steps toward the table behind us and snatches my backpack from the bench. Shoving at me, he taunts, "Don't forget your doodle bag." My cheeks are burning with the fire of a trillion suns, and my oxygen is compromised with an edging panic attack. Everyone around me snickers and points. Heath smirks before flitting his hand in the air as if to shoo me away. I spin around and book it from the cafeteria, from the school, from everything. My legs carry me through the main doors and out into the balmy air. Sunshine beats down on me, doing little to brighten my spirits. I should have gone tubing. I've hardly made it across the field when I hear footsteps coming up behind me. It's probably Heath or Andy or no-name girl here to put me out of my misery. And a hopeless, jaded part of me might just let them. I wonder if I'd even fight back. "Ella, wait up!" My stomach pitches. It's Max. For some reason, the sound of his voice angers me.
He's chasing after me instead of running me out, and that doesn't make any sense. I whip around to face him, tears streaking down my cheeks despite my valiant effort to keep them contained. What? I seethe at him. I sound furious, rageful, unhinged. He doesn't deserve my wrath, but I didn't deserve to lose everything days before my 16th birthday. Nothing is fair, because there is no fair in this world. It's an illusion. We're sold the belief that there's an order, a balance, but life has shown me time and time again that it doesn't work that way. Max stops just short of me, looking wounded. Whoa, what happened? I narrow my eyes. I didn't think there was room for interpretation. I was coming out of the library and saw you running down the hallway. Well, sorry to hear you missed the entertainment. I'm sure you'll get the recap soon. In fact, I'm confident someone documented it, and you'll get to see it firsthand, probably on a billboard somewhere. He shakes his head. Did someone hurt you? I swallow, then turn around to stalk away. Doesn't matter. I gotta go. Ella, leave me alone, Max. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want you to rescue me. Just stay away from me before I taint your precious reputation. He's blocking my escape before I make it 3 steps. You think I give a shit about my reputation? I shrug. Don't know. Don't care. I don't want to know anything about you, to be honest. I just want to be left alone. My chest tightens. I'm not sure I actually mean that, but it's better this way. Max is a decent person, and he doesn't need to be associated with the school's waste. Max stiffens in front of me, shoving his hands in his pockets. He glances down at his shoes for a beat before lifting his eyes to mine. You don't deserve whatever happened back there. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, and your pity isn't going to change anything. It's not pity, he says. I'm just trying to be your friend again. Should I stop trying? I take a moment to study his face. His icy blue eyes that somehow look warm. His tousle of brown hair that looks as soft as the expression he wears. I blink. Max sounds genuine, and the concept is foreign to me. Bryn wants to be my friend too, but I wonder if she means it. I wonder if she could handle everything that comes along with being associated with me. I bet she'd cower under the pressure, the gossip, the sneers and side eyes. I bet Max would too. I look away, sniffling as I swipe at the traitorous tear stains dampening my cheeks. You know that brother I used to tell you about? The one who wrote me letters? I ask him. That's Jonah Sunbury, as in the convicted murderer sitting on death row? I know, Max replies. I saw parts of the trial on TV. Curling my fingers into fists, I meet his eyes again. I'm sure you did, but let me tell you about it from my perspective, from his grieving little sister's point of view. He goes quiet, licks his lips, and answers with a small nod. Jonah fell in love with a beautiful girl named Erin. She was outgoing and bubbly, always kind to me, treated me like a sibling because she was an only child. She was the daughter of that famous actor, Peter Kingston. I'm sure you've seen his action movies. Erin was his prized possession, a budding actress herself, bound for stardom. Their family had fame, fortune, everything you could ever wish for. I swallow, catching my breath. We had money too. My mother owned an equestrian ranch on the outskirts of Nashville called Sunbury Farms. Erin took up horseback riding lessons, and that's how she met Jonah. It was love at first sight, as they say. Bitterness drenches my words. I hate that phrase. It's utter bullshit. Anyway, I'll spare you all the gooey details, but their whirlwind romance turned tragic one day when, supposedly, Jonah caught her cheating on him with one of her co-stars in some made-for-TV movie. Tyler Mack. Sounds like a movie all in itself, huh? His throat works as he stares at me, hanging on to every word. Ella. They say he killed them in cold blood, Max. According to the evidence, my sweet, loving brother fucking snapped. And it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment snap. It was a week-long lethal breakage. Premeditated, they called it. He took a shotgun from our mother's safe, stalked her for a few days, and then he broke down the door of her high-rise condominium and shot her in the face. He shot Tyler in the back of the head as Tyler was trying to give CPR to what was left of her mouth. Then he shot them both again, just to be sure they were dead. Finally, I snap my mouth shut, not wanting to say any more. He gets the picture. I've painted it well enough.
And truthfully, there is no palette, no color spectrum, no tools or canvases that could ever fully depict the world I live in and out. Do you think he did it? He asks softly. More tears leak out as my stomach lurches with a new wave of nausea. I didn't. He was my big brother, my greatest protector. But I saw him covered in their blood. He said he was trying to help them, but the evidence... I fold both arms across my abdomen to keep myself from heaving on the spot and finish with, yes, I think he did it. Max ducks his head and nods, letting out a long breath. And yes, I think you should stop trying to be my friend again. When I try to move past him, still swiping at my treacherous wet eyes with the sleeve of my sweatshirt, Max stops me one more time. I made you a list. I freeze. My throat rolls as his words register, and I slowly turn around to face him. A list? Yeah, you said you love lists, so I made one for you. I'm staring blankly at him as he reaches into the back pocket of his tapered jeans and pulls out a folded-up piece of notebook paper. He hands it to me. I pluck it from between his fingers. Then I watch his mouth flicker with the saddest smile before he turns and walks away. More tears pool to the surface because I wasn't expecting the gesture. I'm never expecting anything from anybody, and Max continues to surprise me. Swallowing hard, I unfold the white-lined paper and read over his words, scribbled in black ink. Why we should be friends. 1. I want to be. 2. I have a hunch you secretly want that too. Max. P.S. Shouldn't everything in life be that simple? Holding back some kind of cry-laugh sound caught in my throat, I sniff, rubbing away mascara streaks from my cheeks as Max saunters back into the school, never once looking back. Then I tuck the note inside my front pocket, right beside the smooth white stone. Chapter 9. Max McKay is running with me today. It's rare that I'm able to pull him away from Bryn or his busy social commitments, so I savor the hour we share running down winding roads, alongside creeks, and through dense tree limes carved with walking paths. When we're breathless and parched, we take a break and sit side by side on a gnarly-looking log and gaze out at the lake through leafy branches. McKay pulls a water bottle out of his backpack, then hands one to me. After chugging down the whole thing in a few swallows, he lets out a sigh and stares at the ground between his feet. This is nice, he says. It's been a while. Too long, I agree. Sorry, I've needed to do my own thing, you know? Nothing personal. It sure feels personal when you're on the receiving end of someone's cold shoulder. Still, I say flippantly, I get it. I know I've been distant lately. That shithole of a house is depressing, and spending time with you reminds me of... He blinks a few times, and his voice trails off. My jaw ticks as my eyes remain firmly fixed on the gleaming lake. I remind you that Mom didn't love us enough to stay, Dad has more issues than People magazine's entire publication history, and our dream house is one strong wind away from becoming a pile of kindling. Glad that's clarified. I didn't mean it like that. You did. I gulp a few sips of water, and they burn on the way down. It's fine. Max, come on. You've always been the golden child. Even when Mom... He blows out a breath and ruffles his shaggy hair. Mom and Dad always preferred you.
Preferred me? Yeah. Mom would take you to run all the errands and go on happy, wholesome lunch dates. Dad would take you fishing because I didn't know how to swim until I was 9. You were the one he sat down with and talked construction and building code crap. I'm the odd one out, always have been, and you know it. That's bullshit. It was an even playing field growing up. Ask Dad, he shoots back. I dare you. Ask him in confidence which son he likes better, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Anger filters through me, hot like the sun on my skin. Well, you only have yourself to blame for that now. I'm the one keeping him safe and sober. I'm the one cleaning up his puke and piss when he drinks himself nearly to death. I'm the one who keeps the place clean, cooks, and does your fucking laundry. Don't try to act like the helpless victim, McKay. His eyes radiate fury for a heartbeat before he blinks it away. Sighing, he shakes his head and kicks at a jagged rock. Fine, you're right. I know I'm right. I glance at him. Besides, your life isn't that bad. You have an awesome girlfriend. Bryn loves the shit out of you. Your grades are good, basketball keeps you busy, and you're less than a year away from graduating and getting out of this town. His lips thin. I guess. Am I wrong? I mean, grades don't matter in the long run. Basketball can only take me so far, and I have no real plans after graduation. I don't know what I want to do with my life, he says bleakly. Bryn is a nice distraction, but she's going to Florida State. I frown. She got in already? She will. She's smart as hell, and she wants to pursue criminal justice. Nodding, I swallow down the rest of my water and squeeze the empty bottle in my hand. Good for her. You could follow her. An indifferent shrug is his reply. I'm not sure what I was expecting out of this impromptu bonding session, but I was hopeful it wasn't going to turn into this. I miss the relationship we used to have. I miss my twin brother, who always had my back, who followed me around like I was king, and who never once looked at me with bitter, resentful eyes. I hate what we've become. Swiping my palms down my shorts, I turn to him, taking in his slumped shoulders and hollow expression. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have the option of leaving after graduation. As long as Dad's alive, I'll be here. A hint of sympathy glimmers back at me. It doesn't have to be like that. We could get out of here together, travel, start up a business, get an apartment, lay roots in a big city with bright lights and excitement on every corner. Hope seeps into his words. We could do anything, Max. See the whole fucking world if we want to, just like we used to talk about. I swallow. And Dad? Dad's made his bed. He was nearly paralyzed in a freak accident, and then he turned to booze instead of his family to help him through it, McKay counters. There's assisted living housing, programs that could— No, I cut him off. There's no fucking way can we afford that. The hope fades, tinting his eyes to that familiar bitter gray. He stuffs his empty water bottle into his backpack. Can't say I didn't try. Before he stands from the log, he falters, his attention snagging on something above us and slightly to the left. Is that Ella? I follow his stare. Sure enough, Ella is perched on the bridge again, her long hair glowing an electrifying shade of red beneath the sunlight. It matches the bike I gave her, the one currently leaning against the guardrail. I'm glad she's getting use out of it. For a moment, I empathize with her. She has a brother too, one who's changed, one she can no longer reach. I can see the weight of that burden in her eyes, the same heavy burden that I carry for McKay. It's a different kind of struggle, but I can't help but relate to it anyway. Ella is staring down at the water with 2 sticks in her hands. I gaze at her for a few seconds, watching the way she aligns the sticks side by side, hesitates, then lets them go. They splash into the water, and she moves to the other side of the railing, her back to us. Yeah, that's her, I say. Bryn heard from Maddie what happened yesterday at lunch, so she snitched to Principal Walker. Heath has detention all week. Good, he's a prick. I heard a rumor that Caulfield is also catching heat for some comment she made to Ella in class. McKay pauses. You see that video? When Ella was crying to the reporters? My defenses flare. Her brother had just murdered 2 people. I'd be crying too. He doesn't say anything. Part of me wonders if McKay is team everyone else and thinks Ella is no better than her brother. And that's shit. The poor girl hardly stood a chance after her name was smeared by the media, and that video of her at her lowest moment of life was made a mockery of all across the internet. Only 17 years old, and she's already a villain who committed no crime other than harboring undying love for someone who did a really bad thing. Kids our age are fucking sheep. Society is a cesspit. The human race is on a downward spiral, and I'll be damned if I contribute to the charade with a pitchfork mentality. If we're all heading for the same cliff edge, I'd rather take the scenic route. McKay pops up from the log, pulling his backpack over one shoulder. He glances up at the bridge again as Ella reaches for more sticks piled near her feet. You got a thing for her? He wonders, nodding toward the bridge. Like you used to when we were little. I remember you were always saying stuff about getting married. My brows pull together. No, we were just kids. It was dumb. I saw you 2 acting all chummy at the bonfire. So, she's cool. She's funny and smart. I swallow, following his stare. Maybe she just needs a friend? He shakes his head. Leave the kumbaya shit to Bryn. She's good at that. Maybe I want to be her friend. It's true. I avoided Ella at first because there hadn't been any room in my life for new friendships or connections.
It's not that I cared about her media interview. I didn't care about her reputation, or mine. I just wanted to be left alone. But I don't think I want that anymore. McKay shoots me a baffled glance, blinking a few times before nodding slowly. All right then. Good luck with that. I'm going to head home and check on Dad. I scrape my teeth together as I watch him retreat. Check on Dad is code for sit on my ass and listen to podcasts until Max gets home to check on Dad. I mutter a goodbye he doesn't hear, then look back up at the bridge. Ella's back is to me again, and she's staring down into the water, half draped over the shoddy railing. Curiosity has me standing, and a burning fascination to get to know this girl again has me moving to join her. I make my way up the ravine until I'm within earshot. The bridge creaks beneath my weight, causing her to whip around with a look in her eyes that wages war. My hands fly up, palms forward. I come in peace. She relaxes a little when recognition settles in. Ella gives me a once-over, as if checking for hidden weapons, before lifting up from the railing. Peace, she murmurs. An unattainable concept, as elusive as a rainbow's end. Always within sight, yet perpetually out of reach. That's grim. That's life. Looking me over one more time, she stalks back over to the opposite side of the bridge and plucks 2 sticks from her stockpile. Are you here to give me another list? I stuff my hands in my pockets as I study her. I have no idea what she's doing, but she looks focused. Ella bends over the guardrail, carefully extends both arms, and drops the thin branches into the lake. Then she rushes over to watch them swim downstream. I can if you want me to. Sure, she answers, sounding uninterested. I fumble for something to change that. Okay, this list will be titled, Things We Should Do Together Now That We're Friends. Ella scoffs and shakes her head, attention still pinned on the running river water. 1. Skip stones across the lake. You've been throwing sticks, but I bet I can teach you to make stones skim the surface. I'm a pro. She glances over at me, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Progress. 2. Stargaze. There's an open field not too far from here that's perfect for a clear night. My dad used to take me there when I was a kid, and we'd try to count the stars. I hold up a 3rd finger. 3. Attend a local music festival. Tagline, unnecessary. I pause, searching her face for a reaction, and see a flash of consideration. Something has her interest piqued. And 4, I clear my throat and take a tentative step toward her. Go to the fall fling. Her expression sours quicker than milk left out on a hot summer's day. I should have stopped at 3. Fall fling, she echoes, her voice dripping with as much enthusiasm as a cat offered a bath. Somehow I've led you to believe that I enjoy dancing, social gatherings, and wearing dresses. I'm sorry for that. What do you enjoy these days? Do you still love books, butterflies, and orange popsicles? Nice try. She glances back down at the water, though her resolve seems shaken. And for the record, I never agreed to being friends. The fall fling was a stretch, I know. I had no intention of going either, but I also had no intention of going to that bonfire. She made it better. She made it fun. I continue to step forward until I'm close enough to get a whiff of citrus and honeysuckles. Ella looks up at me as I approach, her wide green eyes panning to my face. I offer a smile to soften her steel. I thought my list was effective. It wasn't as detailed as the bullet points you listed off back at the clearing the other day, but I felt good about it. She blinks up at me before letting out a breath that sounds like surrender. You're obnoxiously persistent, she mutters. Skipping stones, huh? Pro, I confirm. Jonah tried to teach me how to do that, but I could never get it. I didn't have the touch. Eventually, we started collecting sticks to toss over bridges. She holds up 2 knotty branches. Poo sticks. I make a face. Sounds gross. Her lips twitch, a prelude to the laugh I'm desperate to hear. Ella doesn't really laugh, and she hardly ever smiles. I've caught her smirking a few times, but never a full-fledged grin. There were no dimples, no sparkling flash of teeth, only a flicker of buried happiness clawing to the surface. And maybe it's silly, but I'm determined to be the cause of that dimpled, toothy grin. Real, genuine belly laughter would be a plus. It's from Winnie the Pooh, Ella explains. Each person drops a stick over the upstream side of a bridge, and the one whose stick first appears on the downstream side is the winner. My brother and I used to... Looking away, she swallows. I played it when I was a kid. I glance at the 2 sticks in her hand. But you're playing alone.
Yeah, I guess I am. That's no fun. Her head pops up, jade eyes narrowing. It doesn't need to be fun, she says. Fun is a privilege. Fun is the result of good, wholesome living. She pivots back to the bridge rail and stares down into the water, any trace of that would-be smile stolen by a sweet life gone sour. I'm just trying to survive at this point. Melancholy threatens the fragile moment, so I do my best to hang on to the levity still within reach. Extending a hand to her, I open my palm. Can I play with you? Her eyes fixate on my hand before her gaze travels up the length of my arm and settles on my face. My smile stretches, calling for hers. Okay, Ella doesn't smile, but she does hand me a stick. We need to align them just right, then drop them at the same time. Got it. I move in right beside her until our shoulders brush together. Her tangerine top is a form-fitting V-neck, and her shorts are faded denim. Our hips bump. I look down at her, at the way her throat works, and at the way she stiffens slightly but doesn't inch away from me. The sun still bathes her hair in a rosy glow, making it hard to concentrate on the simple task of releasing a stick. I clear my throat and lean over the guardrail, holding out my arm. All right, tell me when. She mimics my stance, nose to water. Okay now. We drop the sticks and watch them flutter to the stream below. The moment they break the surface with a small splash, Ella snatches my wrist and hauls me toward the opposite side of the bridge. Her fingers curl around me, and the feel of her dainty palm on my skin has me stumbling as I follow. We make it to the other side and peer over the rail, watching as both sticks emerge a few seconds later. They're neck and neck, side by side. I should probably keep watching to see which one prevails, but her hand is still loosely holding my wrist, so I look at her instead. Anticipation glitters in her eyes as she stares over the ledge. She squeezes me a little, and I don't think she even realizes it. I startle when she points down below with her free hand and announces, "I won." Enthusiasm laces her tone. Excitement skips across her face like a skillfully tossed stone across water. I don't bother to look at the competing sticks. I'm too transfixed on her face as a smile blooms. I'm enchanted by that sun on her hair and how it softens her, warms her, makes her look like she was made for it, just like I remembered thinking it did that afternoon in the park. I murmured gently, without thinking, "Nice job, Sunny." She blinks a few times, registering the name. Finally, she lets go of my wrist and glances up at me. "Sunny?" "Yeah." I scratch at my hair, wondering why the nickname spilled out of me, while also wondering why my internal thoughts have taken a sharp left turn onto Weird and Sappy Avenue. "Your last name is Sunbury," I explain, glancing up at the light-streaked sky. "Besides, the sun turns your hair this ruby shade of red. It's kind of pretty." Ella fidgets in place, seemingly allergic to compliments. Then she starts playing with her hair, letting the red-brown strands dance between her fingers. "I'm sure there are more fitting nicknames." She ponders them. "You could call me Monday. Nobody likes Mondays." I happen to like Mondays, but I'm a bit of a nonconformist. Another tiny smile flickers as she peers up at me through long, inky lashes. Relatable. I guess we have something in common after all. At first, I'm afraid she's going to shut down, run away, hop on her red bike, and leave me in the dust, turning this budding friendship into a mere shadow that fades in the light of her swift retreat. But all she says is, "Want to play another round?" My heart gallops with the prospect of spending more time with her, with knowing that she's letting me in, even in this small, inconsequential way. Because I know it's not nothing, not for Ella. She's programmed herself to keep people out. I recognize the signs because I'm well-trained in emotional evasion as well. Like two sides of the same coin, we've both mastered the art of keeping the world at arm's length, turning solitude into our shield. But her armor has slipped. Her shield is lowered. I've breached her. I make my way to the pile of sticks and pluck two more from the lessening mound. "All right, Sunny, best out of 10. If I win, you have to go to the fall fling with me." Then I add, just to be safe, "as friends." She purses her lips. "Not a chance." "Fine. Go to a music festival with me this fall. My favorite band is playing in Knoxville." Again, I add, "as friends." We can invite Bryn and McKay and make it a group thing. Contemplation twinkles in her eyes as she studies me, thinking on the terms. She relents with a sigh. Deal. I'm grinning ear to ear when I hand her a stick. We spend the afternoon dropping sticks off the bridge, racing back and forth from rail to rail, and watching as the water decides our fate. Each time we let go of our branches, Ella takes me by the wrist to pull me to the other side, almost like it's instinct, like I wouldn't know where to go without her hand to guide me. And every time, my skin tingles in the wake of her touch.
We play poo sticks until the sun dips lower and an hour has sailed by. It's silly, it's simple. I think it's just what we need. Ella manages to be the winner in every match, her sticks always edging out mine at the last second, prompting her arms to rise in victory as the sunshine blankets her in a new light. She wins. And yet, when I walk away from the bridge to go for a swim, with her easy smile ingrained in my mind, it feels like I've won it all. I didn't mean to fall asleep. My eyelids crack open, lashes fluttering with the telltale splashes of color from a setting sun. Pink, gold, orange. Orange. I immediately think of her. I pull up on my elbows and my gaze snaps up to the bridge above me. Her bike is still there, leaning against the distressed salt and pepper railing. At least 2 hours have gone by since we dropped sticks over the bridge, but her bike is still there. Problem is, I don't see Ella. Voices sneak their way into my sleep-glazed mind as I sit up fully and scrub both hands over my face. I passed out after my swim while staring up at the sky and counting the clouds. Sometimes I take cat naps by the lake since sleep is often compromised by my father's night terrors. But I slept too long today. Dad is going to be worried, assuming he's sober and coherent. McKay will come looking for me soon. And Ella's bike is still on the bridge. The voices carry over to me again when a breeze rolls through, bringing me back to reality. I glance around, left to right. The water's edge is lined with mature trees, but there's a short dock a few yards away where kids from school occasionally gather to drink and smoke joints. Reaching for my discarded t-shirt, I throw it over my head and wince when the fabric makes contact with a flush of sunburn. I'm an idiot for drifting off in direct sunlight, but the sunburn becomes the least of my worries when I hear a scream. I jump to my feet, glancing back up at the bridge, then at the abandoned bicycle. My heart fumbles, the beats erratic. Let go of me! I fly. Dirt and weeds kick up as I race through the brush, forcing branches and leaves out of my way. It's not a far run to the dock. The final trace of sunset highlights 4 figures wrestling at the ledge of the age-old pier. Andy and a few of his football buddies. And Ella. Ella. They're tormenting her, tossing her orange backpack back and forth to one another, over her head, just out of reach. "Give it back," she shouts, jumping up on her tiptoes to no avail. I cup both hands around my mouth. "Hey!" Heads twist in my direction. Andy sees me and laughs, sending me a hearty salute as I pick up my pace. 2 more classmates are hovering at the entrance to the dock, looking gleefully entertained. Fucking animals. I dart forward, slipping a few times as I make my way down the sharp incline, and the back of my calf scrapes along a patch of thorny undergrowth. I don't care. Andy hollers over to me as he watches me approach. "Come to enjoy the show, Manning?" "Leave her the hell alone," I growl back. Ella looks horrified. Tears stream down her sun-kissed cheeks, her hair in disarray. She spares me a glance before charging at Andy and clobbering him with both fists. "You asshole!" She pummels his back until he whirls around and picks her up, right underneath her rear. I make it to the bottom of the ravine when the 2 football douches stop me, blocking my rescue attempt. Heath grabs me by the arm and his friend, Lisbon, snatches my other, holding me back, keeping me restrained. Andy hauls Ella over his shoulder, her fists still pounding his lower back, her nails scratching, protests echoing through the stillness of dusk. Another bide chucks her book bag into the lake, with a resounding splash. Ella shrieks. Andy stomps toward the edge of the pier, Ella squirming and flailing atop his bulky shoulder. I try to fight my way out of the 2-man hold, but they grip me tighter, their fingernails gouging my biceps. Motherfuckers. I'll kill them for this. "Watch me take out the trash, Manning," Andy says, whistling as he stalks closer to the water. "This bitch doesn't belong here.
You see her media interview defending that sick fuck? She's no better than that scum. Good riddance. Then he tosses her into the lake like she's a rag doll, a sack of rice, a bag of trash. Her scream pierces the woodlands, strangles my heart. Andy swipes his hands together as if he's wiping them clean. Time to cleanse this town of all the waste. I'm snarling like a rabid dog, struggling against the two meatheads as I watch Ella break the surface and disappear into the murky lake. She'll pop back up any second, and these bastards will let me go so I can dry her off and take her home. Then I'll crucify them. Somehow, some way. Don't know what I plan to do, but it won't be good. They'll be fucking sorry they ever laid a hand on her. Ella, I call out as fat fingers bruise my skin. Everyone is laughing, except for me. Everyone watches the water ripple and bubble in the space where she sank. Everyone waits, and waits. I wait. The seconds turn into a minute, and fear stabs me like a pickaxe. Heath and Lisbon finally loosen their hold, their laughter fading when Ella doesn't resurface. Is she drowning? Can she not swim? Fuck. I rip myself free, catching Andy's wary expression as he stares blankly out at the too calm water. I didn't know she couldn't swim, he stutters. I just wanted to... Shit. I fly past him and his friends, my sneakers untied and pounding the rickety wooden planks as I race toward the lake. Yanking my shoes off, I inhale a lungful of air. And without a second thought, I lunge forward when I reach the edge and dive in, feet first. Cool water surrounds me, eating me up, swallowing me. Kicking my feet, I force my eyes open through the gray murk and search for Ella. The world shimmers above, distorted and dreamlike as a wash of stillness fills me. Everything is muted, quiet, familiar. I see her then, through the muddy wall of water, her hair floating around her in crimson-brown ribbons. She's a few feet away, so I swim, and she comes more into focus the closer I get. Her eyes are open. Her arms are extended at her sides, lazy and levitating. She's staring at me, the slight flare of her gaze telling me she's not drowning. She's not. She's choosing. I can't help but stare at her. It feels like an eternal moment frozen in time as I watch her and she watches me, and something raw and painfully tantamount passes in the watery space between us. A common thread. She looks peaceful, ethereal, done. My mind races to years past, remembering that I've been here before. McKay and I used to hold our breath and stare at each other beneath the lake's surface, just like this, a battle of Will's strong lungs, a competition of who could hold out the longest. I always wondered who would give up first, who would give in, who would submit to the dregs and sink away forever. We were cowards, though, just kids. We'd kick our feet when our oxygen verged on depletion, gliding back up to the fresh air and sunlight, and it never really felt like an accomplishment when we'd resurface. In a morbid way, it felt like there was no winner. We both lost. I'm snapped out of the reverie when Ella's eyes roll up, and I realize the moment is not eternal. It's not eternal, but it will be. Fuck, what am I doing staring at her when I should be saving her? My instincts snap back on, and I paddle forward, my chest aching, lungs stretched and bruised. She's running out of time, dying right before my eyes. She's giving in to the quiet moment, and I refuse to let that happen. I reach for her. I grab her by the front of her tangerine top and haul her skyward as my oxygen dwindles and I begin to see stars. She doesn't fight, doesn't swim. She's weightless and drifting, unconscious, somewhere else. I propel myself up and up as this sad shell of a girl dangles beside me, and I wonder if she'll hate me for this, if my saving her will feel like a tragic loss. We breach the surface, and I inhale. Big, deep, greedy breaths. Ella hangs against me, boneless, lifeless. She's not breathing. She's not drinking in the warm autumn air as sustenance like I am. No, no. Dragging her over the ledge of the dock, I haul myself up and situate her on her back, straightening her legs and tipping her head back. I fall to my knees beside her. Everyone else is gone.
They fled the scene. I slam both clasped palms to her chest and pump, terror sluicing me as my wet bangs bounce in front of my eyes. Breathe, breathe, breathe. I'm shaking, desperate, frantic. I keep pumping, keep trying, keep begging. Come on, Ella, come on. I bend down. I'm about to press my lips to hers, to give her fresh air and new life. But then she lurches up off the deck and gasps, her eyes pinging wide open. Lake water pours out of her. She rolls onto her side and retches, coughing up bile and mouthfuls of clear liquid. She coughs and coughs, choking and spluttering, before returning to her back and inhaling more wheezy breaths. I push strands of knotted hair out of her eyes, stroking her forehead with the pad of my thumb. It's an intimate gesture, but saving someone's life is an intimate event. It doesn't seem out of place. Ella draws in waterlogged breaths, her lungs purging, her body convulsing as it comes back to life. Her wet top clings to her curves as her hair fans out across the dock in soaked, dark tangles. I keep stroking her forehead, telling her she's okay, looming over her until her eyes glaze and pan over to mine. She blinks up at me, her chest still heaving, limbs quivering, her lips part, searching for something to say. I don't let her speak. I'm too afraid of what those words might be. I hate you. How dare you? You should have let me drown. Instead, I lean down and whisper softly in her ear, just as the sun disappears beyond the horizon and the sky's fire is snuffed out. Hey, Sonny. Chapter 10, Ella. I think I hear Christmas music. Johnny Mathis. He's croning about snow and mistletoe, and for a moment I'm stolen by a childhood reverie, a warm haven of nostalgia, snickerdoodle cookies, and those little pine tree air fresheners for the car. My parents would never purchase a real tree because Jonah was allergic to pine needles, so I'd improvise. I'd gather my allowance, ride my bike to the grocery store, and collect a respectable number of my favorite spruce-scented air fresheners. When I got home, I'd decorate the tree with them, dangling the strings from the plastic needles and inhaling the musty aroma of artificial pine. Close enough. Johnny Mathis used to serenade us throughout the month of December. Mom loved to play this shoddy, old VHS tape of Johnny aimlessly strolling through holiday backdrops with people in mortifying 90s Christmas sweaters. It was some kind of seasonal special that aired, and it was beyond hokey, but she loved it. We loved it because Mom loved it. And well, years later, I guess I love it too. It reminds me of a happier time, sweet moments trapped inside of a magical snow globe. My head starts to throb. There's a roaring in my ears, chasing away the memories. Images of sitting by the fireplace with Mom's homemade Chex Mix and Jonah's chocolate-covered marshmallows are replaced with a burning in my lungs. My chest hurts. And it's not the usual ache of sadness this time. It's a physical fullness, a heaviness. Hot pressure strangles my ribs and climbs up my lungs. Johnny Mathis' effortless vibrato is drowned out, and all of my senses soon follow. My eyes fly open. I lurch. I heave. I retch. I breathe. Water spurts out of my mouth with the violence of an angry tempest as I lift up off the dock and roll onto my side, my fingertips clawing the wooden planks, my throat on fire. I think I almost drowned. I think I wanted to. I think I meant to. Out of all the things to feel right now, I feel embarrassed. Someone is here with me. Someone saw me at my worst rock-bottom moment and plucked me off of the lake's floor. Not just someone, Max. I slump onto my back as the memory of him watching me drift away in the deep water with a soul-wrenching look in his eyes seeps into my psyche. My lids flutter open as my head pounds and my lungs continue to work overtime. I don't know what to say. He's a blur above me, a glowy haze. God, I was so stupid, so reckless. I should thank him, apologize. But he bends down before I can choke out words, his lips against my ear. Hey, Sonny. Emotion rushes through me. Tears sting my eyes. I almost died, but I don't think I actually want to die.
Not now, not yet. I'm not ready for such frightening permanence. I need to change my life. I need a second chance to be better, do better. I have to stay. Max hovers over me, sweeping back my dripping wet hair and brushing his thumb against my forehead as my breaths finally begin to placate. Stay, he says. Just a single word. I feel it more than I hear it. A calming light infiltrates the black cloud swallowing my soul. The roaring in my ears dulls to a peaceful hum until Johnny Mathis is a distant echo once again, reminding me I'm still alive. There are more Christmases to be had. I fade out, but I'm not gone. I slip away, but I'm still here. He carries me the whole way home, 2 miles. One arm linked underneath my knees, the other cradled around his back, and my sopping orange book bag dangling off one shoulder. His breathing is labored, his footsteps heavy as they crunch along rocks and dirt. Cars zoom by, streetlights glimmer. My eyelids flutter, exhaustion stealing me away. He's warm, and I'm cold. He smells like lake water and earth and pine. Max squeezes me a little tighter as I press my temple to his shoulder and close my eyes. He holds me. I let him. Chapter 11, Ella. Pneumonia. That's what I get for thinking it would be easier to float away than to fight my way back to the surface. Truly, that's what it came down to. It's not that I actively wanted to die. It just felt easier somehow. It was less work to allow the universe to have its way with me. We'll call it laziness. Now I'm suffering the consequences, bedridden at home after a 3-day hospital visit where I was poked and prodded by a woman in scrubs who smelled like uncooked rice and wore her hair in a lopsided beehive. The good news is I'm out of school for 2 weeks. I'll take the win where I can. Mom doesn't know all the gory details of my near-death experience, nor will she ever know. After Max carried me the 2-mile trek home that evening, he stayed with me until my mother returned from work 20 minutes later. He told her I went swimming in the lake and my shoelaces tangled in the underwater vegetation. Luckily, she was too blindsided with worry to question why I was wearing shoes while swimming. A small oversight. Everything inside of me yearned to call out Andy Sandwell and his meathead cronies, but the only thing I yearned for more was peace. And peace would never come if I began an uproar in Juniper Falls. I'm done with battles, done with unproductive wars that can't be won. Besides, Andy didn't intend to drown me. He's not a murderer like Jonah. It was my choice to lay down my sword. I surrendered. He won. That's that. Now I'm lying in bed 5 days into my at-home recovery when Bryn breezes into my bedroom with bouncing pigtail braids and the brightest smile I've ever seen. It's too bright. It hurts my eyes. I pull the covers up over my face and hide. Ella, I groan into my blanket cocoon. My lungs are filled with mucus. My body feels like I was on the losing side of a UFC match. My brain is as responsive as an AOL dial-up connection. I wheeze a little. I smell like feet. AOL? That's what Mom always says when I complain about the Wi-Fi connection. The covers are whipped off me, revealing my lowly state. Bryn winces when she drinks me in, but recovers well. These are from me and my dad's. Dad's, I wonder, blinking slowly. Yep, I have 2. Lucky, I don't even have 1. My gaze trails over to a platter of chocolate-dipped fruit made up of pineapple stars and strawberries turned into heart-eyed emojis. This is super sweet. Thanks. You're welcome. She sets the plate down on my cluttered nightstand, strewn with used tissues, antibiotics, and 50,000 water bottles, and plops down beside my legs. I'd ask how you are, but you already gave me a detailed rundown. I'm sorry, I smell like feet. She sniffs me. You don't. You actually smell like orange peels and sweat. It's not a terrible combination. I was eating an orange when my fever broke, I tell her. Finding my strength, I inch up to a sitting position and lean back against the wooden headboard with a sigh. Air-dried tangles of hair fall across my face from my latest showering attempt, and I flick them aside to look at the beaming ball of sunshine perched next to me. Her posture is impeccable. Her hair is like mulberry silk. Her teeth are whiter than freshly fallen snow. She can't be human. Thanks for visiting me. You didn't have to. I wanted to.
I tried to come by yesterday, but your mom said you weren't ready for visitors yet. True enough. Mom is using her vacation time to stay home with me while I recover. She's been adamant about me getting enough sleep, staying hydrated, and making sure I take my antibiotics at exactly the precise time to avoid a relapse. I'm grateful that our state medical insurance kicked in last month while we get back on our feet, so my hospital bills were fully covered. I have no idea what we would have done otherwise. Guilt gnaws at me because I'm responsible. If only I had pushed my way to the surface, none of this would have happened. Mom has been a nervous wreck, thinking I'll croak in my sleep. I force a weak smile. How is school? Not that I care, but it's the one thing we share in common. It's good. McKay officially asked me to the fall fling today, she beams. Do you think you'll be well enough to go? Probably. Yay. Doesn't mean I'm going. Her nose scrunches up. Oh, you should. You can ride with us in McKay's truck. Technically, it's the family's truck, but it's so vintage. One of those classic models from the 60s, a Chevy, I think. She notices my eyes have closed, so she taps me on the shoulder. We can get ready together. I still need to pick out my dress. Pass, I mumble groggily. Come on, you should go with Max. Last year, he went with a girl named Libby, but she was boring and had a weird fascination with pickling things. Onions, cucumbers, beets, even pig's feet. You're a lot more fun. That's arguable. She sighs. Max is really worried about you, by the way. My eyes ping back open, one at a time. He is? Yup. There's a rumor going around that he's saved your life, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Hesitating, she nibbles on her rosebud bottom lip and lifts her hazel eyes to me. Is it true? Did he save you? I close my eyes again and flash back to the lake. The quiet lull, the stillness, the warped twinkling of orange and yellow sunlight rippling above the surface. Max. I think about the way he stared at me underwater, his brown hair floating around him like a halo of autumn leaves. Something told me he'd been there before, just like me. He knew what it was like to want to sink. And then he carried me all the way home without a single complaint. The warmth of his strong arms, enough to extinguish the cold lake water threatening to freeze my bones. Hey, Sonny, stay. I won't deny that he saved me. Max Manning deserves full credit for bringing me back from the dead. Yeah, it's true, I confess. He saved me. Tears glitter in her eyes as she clasps both hands to her chest. Wow, that's something. Turning my head, I stare up at the ugly popcorn ceiling. I guess it is. Oh, that reminds me, she says, fishing through her romper pocket. He said his dad was having some kind of episode, so he couldn't come over here with me, but he wanted me to give this to you. He'll try to visit you tomorrow if your mom is okay with it. Bryn holds out a folded up piece of paper, and my heart jumps. My fingers tremble as I reach for the note. Thank you. No problem. I'll let you rest now. I just wanted to see how you were doing. She stands from the bed and gives her braids a tug. Enjoy the fruit tray. The pineapple is my favorite. I smile up at her, a real smile this time. Tell your dads I say thank you. Maybe I can meet them sometime. Yes, they've already invited you over for fondue and charades. It's a thing. Stepping away, she gives me an enthusiastic wave. Take care, Ella. Bye. After she skips out the door, leaving me in a cloud of candied sweetness, I shift on the bed and quickly open the note from Max. Familiar black ink stares back at me, and I bite down on my lip. 3 reasons you should always swim to the surface. 1. Swimming is good exercise. It's the reason my arms look so good. Don't deny it. I know you like my arms. 2. The sun is above the surface. The sun suits you. 3. I'd miss you. Max. I'm interrupted by my mother bounding into the bedroom with a mug of hot tea, her hair in curlers, eyes bloodshot. I stuff the note underneath my pillow and flash her a semi-maniacal smile. Hey, Mom, your fever broke. She approaches with a sigh of relief and sets the neon orange mug down beside my lava lamp. How's that cough? Phlegmy and grotesque. Pressing the back of her hand to my forehead, cased in cool sweat, she smiles softly. You look a little better, less flushed. Yep, my head drops to the headboard as I twist to face her. I'm back to my standard complexion of ghostly and pale. Your friend is lovely, by the way, Bryn. Mom takes a seat beside me. She dropped off some homework assignments for you to work on once you're over the hump.
Ugh, the anticipation is too much. You shouldn't overexcite me in my current state. Oh, Ella, sighing, she presses her palm to the blanket wad that houses my legs. You have no idea how thankful I am for Max. I can't imagine. She blinks away a wall of tears. The thought of you, I can't. Her voice cracks. She can't even get the words out. Guilt comes soaring back to the surface as gavels slam down all around me. I was so fucking selfish. I almost left her entirely alone, childless and bereaved. I don't reply. I'm too afraid I'll confess my horrible sin, and my sentence will be a slow death. Regrouping, she clears the anguish from her throat and forces a smile. Grandma Shirley sent you a nice card and a check for $50. I told her you were struggling to find a job and this infection is going to set you back. Grandma Shirley is one of those stingy old ladies who has spent her entire life putting her money away. She's loaded. She claims she's being responsible, but she's turning 80 this year. While she was helpful in our time of need, buying us a used car and purchasing us this little house after Mom went close to broke paying for Jonah's legal bills, she still gave us a lecture on how important it is to dig our way out of the hole on our own. I tug the bed covers up to my chin and make a humming noise. Cool, thanks. I'm headed back to the salon tomorrow, Mom continues. Will you be okay on your own? Should I wait a few more days? No, I'm fine. I think I'm through the worst of it. I look out the window when I hear some kind of crashing noise across the street. Nothing looks amiss at the Manning residence from the outside, but I know better than anyone that outward appearances can be deceiving. I blink back to my mother. I'll call you if I need anything. All right. She gives my thigh a squeeze and stands from the mattress, before hesitating briefly. Oh, and Ella. I glance at her. Yeah? Mom studies me for a beat, her eyes thinning with contemplation. Then she shakes her head full of pink curlers and asks through a frown, "Why on earth were you swimming with your shoes on?" A tapping sound wakes me from the dead. Tap, tap. My eyes fly open and I'm met with darkness. Scrambling for my cell phone charging beside me, I see that it's a little after 10 p.m.
I must have fallen asleep after my succulent feast of pea soup and year-old saltines. Yawning, I rub my eye sockets with the heels of both palms. Then I hear it again. Tap, tap, tap. I glance over at my cracked window. A light breeze shimmies through, causing my peach drapes to dance with foreboding. Goosebumps prickle my skin, even though I'm sure it's nothing but an active tree branch. I've always been that "it's just the wind" type of person, where Jonah was more prone to worry and alarm, especially when it came to me. I slither from my bed covers and climb off the mattress, reaching for my lava lamp as I yank the cord from the wall and stomp over to my window with bare feet and a bleary-eyed scowl. I'm tired and sweat-soaked, and I'm either about to concuss an intruder with a vintage lighting fixture, or I'm going to give an unsuspecting tree branch a very bad night. Either way, I'm swinging. Storming forward with little regard for self-preservation, I whip open the curtain and lift my arm to strike. Max peers back at me through the glass pane, arms crossed, stare amused, eyebrows arched, visible even through the black of night. What the hell? I bark at him, though I don't lower my arm. I haven't decided if I'm smacking him or not. He circles a figure in the air, signaling for me to open the window wider. No, I'm absolutely not doing that. Max, I whisper hiss, go home. The window is partway open because it's prone to sticking, so he crouches down so I can hear him better. Can I come in? Does it look like you can come in? I wave the lava lamp around with menace, adorned in my avocado onesie complete with a hood that features a stem and a leaf on top, which admittedly kind of cancels out the menace. I'm sick and probably dying. Please leave. Aren't you curious why I'm here? No. Bye. Are you going to turn me into guacamole? My eyes narrow with disdain. Do not mock my avocado pajamas or I'll cough on you. Pneumonia is not contagious, he counters. I glare at him because it's my only defense. I knew that. He doesn't look like he's preparing to leave, so I finally drop my arm, my shoulders slumping with defeat. Fine, I guess I'm a little curious why he's here. Setting down the nightlight, I bend over and widen the screenless window enough for him to climb through. He grins victoriously as one long leg slides in, followed by the other. This is weird. There's a boy crawling through my window in the middle of the night while I reek of fever sweat and pea soup. However, he did save my life, so I school my face into something less scathing. There are doors for knocking. There are phones for calling and texting. With both black-booted feet firmly planted on my beige carpet, Max straightens in front of me, his lips still stretched into a smirk. There are also windows for climbing through when it's too late to knock and when I don't have your phone number for calling or texting. He crosses his arms and tilts his head, expression softening. How are you feeling? He's standing far too close. He's tall and smothering, and he smells clean and earthy, just like he did when he carried me home from the lake. Even my congested nostrils aren't immune to his appealing man smells. Swallowing, I dart my gaze away. I'm fine, doing better. He brought you something, he says. Circling an arm behind his back, he pulls an object out from the waistline of his jeans and hands it to me. Moonlight glimmers from the open window, spotlighting what looks to be a small pot. I figured you'd be getting a lot of flowers, so I tried to think outside the box. A get-well-soon gift. I refrain from glancing around the bedroom that's filled with an abundance of invisible flowers. Then I look back toward the item he's holding in the palm of his hand. It comes more into focus when I lean over and squint. Oh my God, it's an orange crayon sticking out of a pot of dirt. I blink 1,000 times before my eyes lift to his. What is this? One day, maybe, it'll grow into a carrot. I'm hopeful. My mouth snaps closed. My chest squeezes. I can't stop blinking repetitively in time with my erratic heartbeats. Do you remember every word that comes out of my mouth? Yes, he shrugs. I'm a good listener. My trembling hands are trying as I reach out to accept the tiny terracotta pot. It must be the fever, because emotion slams into me and inhabits my eyes. I'm forced to keep blinking so he doesn't spot the evidence. Thanks. This is nice. It's really nice. It's thoughtful. Absurdly ridiculous, but thoughtful. So you climbed through my window at 10 o'clock at night to give me a potted crayon? Smiling, Max steps away from me and begins to look around my bedroom. Sure, he replies. I reach for the lava lamp and race over to my nightstand, plugging it back in and turning it on. A muted fuchsia glow fills the room as I set down the pot, then swivel around to face him. What if I slept naked? Unlikely. You're way too guarded. He paces the room, perusing the poster-lined walls and bookshelves stuffed with novels and trinkets. However, I do sleep naked if you were curious. I'll keep my window unlocked. Gross. Pivoting, he throws me a grin. I also wanted to check on you, make sure you were okay. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for the list, by the way. Of course. He nods, his blue eyes trailing me from toes to top. I wanted to come by during the day, but my dad, he was having some issues. I recall Bryn mentioning that at the bonfire. My posture softens some more, and I take a step toward him. What's wrong with your dad? Clearing his throat, Max palms the back of his neck, looking like the subject makes him uncomfortable. That's relatable, so I won't pry. You don't have to answer. He's an alcoholic, he says. He suffered a debilitating injury years back and turned to booze to help him cope. Whiskey, mostly. He's a good person, but he needs a constant caregiver, especially when he gets his hands on liquor. Max sighs, looking as bone-weary as I feel. Anyway, I like Stevie too. My brows furrow with confusion. What? Stevie Nicks. He waves a hand at my posters. She's a legend. Oh, yeah, she's awesome. I didn't peg you as more of a death metal mosh pit enthusiast. You're kind of dark and broody. He smirks at me, eyes glittering almost violet in the dim fuchsia lighting. But not mopey, right? No. I shake my head and chew on my lip. Not mopey. What's your favorite song by them? He wonders, inching closer to me as I fidget near the edge of my bed. Thrown down. I don't know that one. It's on a later album called Say You Will. 2003, I explain. I'll check it out. My cheeks feel warmer the closer he gets. I wonder if my fever is creeping in again. Max stops a few feet away from my bed. His gaze is fixed on my face. Something familiar flickers in his stare. For a moment, we're in the water again, an earnestness passing through the murky space between us. A bind, a common thread. I swallow again, my threat tight. I don't think I ever thanked you properly for saving my life, I tell him, and for going back for my book bag and bike. I'm not prone to being vulnerable, and Max knows that. I don't think he's expecting the sincerity that bleeds into my words. There is no bite this time, no clipped tone or chewed off edges. I mean it. I'm so thankful. He inhales a tapered breath. You're welcome, Sonny. My chest feels achy. I've come to loathe nicknames, aside from the ones Jonah used to call me, Piglet mostly, and I'd call him Pooh Bear or Pooh Stain when he was acting like a dweeb. But lately, the nicknames that have been bestowed upon me have all been cruel and hurtful. Princess, accomplice, scum, waste, garbage. Even my last name sounds like an insult these days. But Sonny isn't so bad. In fact, nothing feels all that bad when Max is around. And I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a cause for concern. Before I can reply, Max's gaze pans right and settles on what appears to be my nightstand. I watch his eyes narrow as he focuses on something. He blinks a few times before a small smile pulls, and then he glances back at me. I turn to face my nightstand, trying to find his source of interest. Wads and used tissues take up most of the space, along with fever reducer, water bottles, and the nasty bowl of half-eaten soup. It's dark green and crusty. Embarrassing. Sorry about the mess, I wince. You can judge all you want. His smile only blooms. You kept that stone I tossed at you. From the clearing. When his words register, my eyes pop and my cheeks flame. Oh, no, I didn't. I infected you with fever and now you're hallucinating. I race toward the nightstand and snatch up the stone left in plain sight, trying to hide what he's already discovered. But it slips from my fingers and bounces off the table. And in my frantic attempt to fetch it, my shoulder bumps the lava lamp, and that too tips over, clattering against the wooden bedstand. Crap. Footsteps approach from the adjacent room. My mother. Shit. Boy in my bedroom? Shit. Panic rips through me, and I rush at Max with my eyes bugged out and arms flailing. Hide, I hiss through my teeth. He's still smiling. I grab him by the upper arms, spin him around, and walk him backward toward my closet. Then I whip the door open and shove him inside, as his eyes twinkle with amusement. For a moment, I'm keenly aware of my hands curled around his bare arms. Warm skin, hard muscle, broad chest inches from mine, dark closet. Mom knocks. Ella, everything okay in there? I jump back and slam the closet shut before jogging over to deal with my mother. I'm so flustered I forget how doors work, so I push instead of pull twice before successfully yanking it open. Hi, Mom. Whoa, it's late. I yawn with exaggeration. Good night. She catches the door before I close it. Are you okay? I thought I heard a crashing sound. I was exercising. Ella, it's 10:30 at night. There's never a bad time to make your cardiovascular health a priority. Doubt glints in her gaze. She crosses her arms over a periwinkle nightgown. You must be feeling better. I feel great. I stretch out my arms, then twist one behind my back like I'm preparing for a midnight run. I slept all day, so now I'm awake. Sorry I knocked over my lava lamp while doing jumping jacks. She glances at my chaotic nightstand and scrubs both hands over her face. All right, well, try to get some rest. I have melatonin if you need it. I smile and nod. Yep, great, night. When she backs away, I close the door and lock it, pressing my forehead to the wood and blowing out a breath. Rustling noises have me trudging over to the closet and swinging it back open. Max arcs an eyebrow. You hid me in here like I'm your dirty little secret? Yeah, well, the last thing I want right now is my mother's "the birds and the bees" spiel after she discovers a boy in my bedroom. He plucks one of my old stuffed animals, which happens to be Tweety Bird, from an open box. Fair enough. I wouldn't want to summon a parental lecture on avian and apian relationships. Max tosses Tweety at me, and I catch it with ease. You should probably go now, I tell him, holding back a smile. Can I come by tomorrow? He steps out of the closet and shuffles past me to the window. Why? To see you. I look like death that has been put through a blender, microwaved, and then left out in the sun to rot. Before he slips through the open window, he turns to face me. His eyes soften in the magenta haze. "You don't look like death, Sonny," he says. "You look like the opposite." Glancing at my nightstand that houses the potted crayon and a little white stone, Max sends me a farewell nod, then draws a leg up and climbs out the window, leaving me alone in my quiet room. I swallow, staring at the way the drapes flutter and sway in the night breeze as his figure disappears into the dark. His presence lingers. I can still feel his arms around me as he carried me home from the lake. Shivering, I drink in a shaky breath and rub at my arms before stalking back to my bed. I pluck the stone from my bedside table and curl up under the blankets. When the sun rises the next morning, it's still there, tucked inside my palm. Chapter 12. Ella Andy Sandwell glares at me across the classroom with 2 bruised black eyes. I click the end of my ballpoint pen with my thumb, maintaining eye contact. I don't surrender this time. I won't give up. I have too much to live for. Homemade guacamole, good books, legal adulthood right around the corner, the sweet victory of peeling an orange in one go, and Max's lists. I realize that now. I'm not sure why Andy has 2 black eyes, but I wouldn't be surprised if he accidentally ran into a brick wall. Flashing him a smile, I scribble something onto a blank notebook page and discreetly tilt it toward him. I'd love a tutorial on that sexy smoky eye. Are you practicing for the dance? He flips me off and I throw him a wink. Beside me, a new student sits quietly, a boy who recently moved here from the Philippines while I was home fighting off a pesky lung infection. His name is Kai, a name as short and crisp as the black hair that hangs over his eyes like a veil. His locker is 2 down from mine. He's shy and reserved, but when he catches my note to Andy, he snorts a soft laugh. A potential ally. Sweet. Our algebra teacher paces the front of the classroom, rambling on about the thrill of factoring. He's waving his arms like a conductor in an orchestra. His chalk-dusted hands create a cloud of academic enthusiasm that has failed to reach the majority of the class, who are either doodling on their textbooks or participating in undercover texting. I flip to a blank page in my notebook and scrawl another note, then twist it in Kai's direction. Mr. Barker's zest for parabolas and roots is bordering on manic. He grins at me and scribbles something back. I read it with a side eye. Nonsense. His excitement is contagious. Spoiler, I'm regretfully immune. Holding back a chuckle, we continue the notebook conversation for a few more minutes until the bell rings and students scatter. Kai stops me in the hallway, pushing his jet black bangs out of his face. "Hey," he says, holding out his hand. "I'm Kai." "Ella," I greet back, accepting the handshake. This is probably the part where I should welcome you to Jupiter High with shining hope and optimism, but I'm no liar. I hate it here. Have you lived here long? Luckily, no. We just moved back to town a few months ago. I readjust my backpack, which took days to fully dry out on my front porch. Some of the doodles and designs are now nothing but droopy ink and smears of color. Are Andy and his dumb friends giving you trouble? He shrugs. Not really. They haven't acknowledged my existence. There's a really nice girl in my art class, though, Bryn Fisher. His honeyed cheeks pinken. Have you met her? Yep, she's cool. She was the only person who really gave me the time of day, aside from Sunny. The rich baritone voice of Max Manning has me pivoting around in a full circle until our eyes meet. He's leaning against a wall of blue lockers with irises 3 shades lighter, and his arms are not visible today due to the faded black hoodie he's wearing. The hood is drawn up, also concealing the majority of his pecan brown hair, save for a few stray locks that spill over his forehead in a casual sort of disarray. Shoulder pressed to the locker, he flicks his attention to Kai and then me. "Hey," I say, my voice still hoarse from bouts of dry coughing. "This is Kai. He just moved here." Max gives him the smallest nod before returning his attention to me. "Meet me in the clearing after school today. You know the one." "Oh." I fiddle with my backpack straps. I was going to head into town after school. There's a coffee shop off Walnut Street. He nods again. "I can drive you." "Drive me?" "Yeah, in my truck with wheels." I blink, then shake my head. "Right, sure. I guess I should refrain from biking until this cough clears up." On cue, my throat tickles and I start to cough.
Also on cue, some guy sweeps past me and smacks me on the back. Lay off the deep throating, Sunbury. You sound rough. Max looks like he's about to fly at him, but the student scampers away like a frightened mouse as a barricade of football buddies and cheerleaders bursts out laughing and surrounds him on each side. Embarrassment warms my cheeks while I watch them disappear around the corner. I'm not sure why. These idiots don't get under my skin. Nobody does, really. But for whatever reason, I don't like the implication that I'm a floozy when Max is within earshot. My gaze trails to Max, who has one taut hand pressed to the locker. His face is full of hard lines and edges, and his blue eyes gleam with fire when he looks at me. It's then I notice his split bottom lip, the wound looking a few days old. I frown. I'm about to ask him about it when Bryn skips into my line of sight, dragging McKay behind her by the shirt sleeve. "Hey guys," she beams, dressed in a sun-yellow dress with white polka dots, a light denim jacket, and canvas sneakers. Her hair is braided and tied with pink ribbon, and it shimmers like a golden summer under the recessed lights. She's the Barbie to my Monster High doll. I almost forget Kai is hovering beside me when he inches forward and taps me on the shoulder. "Hey, it was nice officially meeting you. See you around." I swivel to face him and note the smitten glow in his brown eyes as he peers at Bryn through long black lashes. Somebody has a crush. As he moves to retreat, I snatch him by a backpack strap. "Hold up. Let me formally introduce you to my sort of friends, Bryn, McKay, and Max." He gulps. Bryn lights up, bobbing her head. "Hey, you're in one of my classes. Art, I think?" "Yeah," he replies, hands stuffed in his pockets. Max interrupts. "Sort of friends?" he parrots, leveling me with an arched brow of mock outrage. I give him a one-shoulder shrug, but step forward and link my arm with his. "I suppose you've earned an upgrade. The crayon plant won me over." Everyone goes quiet when our arms loosely hitch. Why did I do that? Now I'm entirely aware of how good he smells. I don't know why I'm touching him. McKay clearly doesn't know why either, as his gaze locks on our joined arms. Max senses my pullback and tugs me closer by the elbow. "Is it a carrot yet?" he asks, gazing down at my red face and pop-eyed expression. I think he's teasing me, but his mouth doesn't lift, and his eyes look heated and intense instead of playful. "The metamorphosis," I croak out. "It'll be ready for stew in no time." Bryn looks completely confused, but she goes with it. "I love stew." Kai is lost. "I'm going to head to lunch now. Bye." He makes a hasty retreat without another word, and I immediately feel a kinship toward him. With an overdramatic throat clear, I slide my arm from Max's and take a sizable step backward, almost bumping into another student. McKay is still eyeing me, and I can't really read him, so everything is awkward. "So," I mutter, drawing out the word, "lunchtime, my favorite. I'm going to go find a quiet bathroom stall to dine in." Not waiting for a response, I whip around and book it in the opposite direction, paralleling Ty's escape. It's not long before footsteps race to catch up. "You're not eating in the bathroom," Max says, walking beside me. I like reading the graffiti on the stalls while I eat. It's therapeutic. Did you know someone turned the second stall into a makeshift Dear Abby column? They're giving advice on everything from forbidden love to biology homework. It's like a live-action anonymous Reddit thread. "Ella, I never see you eating in the cafeteria, so you can't judge me." It's true, I've never once seen him there. Bryn and McKay are usually in their own little love bubble, and I'm not one to intrude. She's invited me to sit with them a few times, but there's only so many kissing noises I can take while I'm trying to eat a turkey sandwich. "I usually eat outside by the willow tree or hang out in the library," Max says. "Come join me." I spare him a glance as my feet keep sprinting forward. "Just the two of us?" "Sure, because we're friends." "Yes." The arm link sealed it. My face heats again. "Sorry, that was weird and intrusive." "More or less than when I snuck through your bedroom window 3 times. My lips curl into a small smile, and I bite down to repress it. Following Max's evening visit, he stopped over 2 more times after school last week. Mom was at work and kept the front door locked, so he claimed the window was more convenient since I didn't need to get out of bed and walk down a short hallway to the foyer. Thoughtful, I guess. And some foreign part of me kind of enjoyed the little secret we shared. The visits were fairly uneventful, but we listened to Fleetwood Mac playlists, talked about autumn plans, and I showed him some of the bookbinding work I'd been doing. We kept the conversations light, no talk of what happened at the lake, or of Jonah, or of his father and his tumultuous family situation. I appreciated the reprieve from my usual dark cloud of woe. During the last visit, I had just battled through my final brush with fever and passed out on the bed while Max flipped through The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. It was a copy I'd created my own cover for, and the leather-bound novel was decorated with a fig tree made of felt and fabric scraps, some of the figs ripe and vibrant, while some were rotting and shriveled. When I awoke hours later, Max was gone, but the book was left open on my desk, to a specific page. An orange post-it note was stuck underneath the sentence, underlining the quote. I felt my lungs inflate with the onrush of scenery, air, mountains, trees, people. I thought, this is what it is to be happy. The gesture made me smile. It also made me wonder how long it took him to find a quote he found worthy enough to highlight and leave out for me. It had to have taken some time. It had to have taken effort. Max waltzes beside me now, his posture looser, arms swinging at his sides as he glances at me every few seconds, while we wind in and out of distracted students. The little smile still pulls at my lips like my favorite bookmark, saving my place in a chapter I'm eager to get back to. I didn't mind the visits, I admit. Thanks for keeping me company. He nods. You can return the favor by keeping me company out by the willow tree. The stubborn loner inside me itches to turn him down, run away, lock myself in a restaurant stall, and force down my dry turkey sandwich while I wait for the bell to ring. It's comfortable and safe. The notion is like a knobby finger poking at my side, over and over, until all I can feel, run. But then Max slides his arm through mine, linking them together and tugging me closer as we move through the hallway. He looks down at me, his expression soft, eyes warm, and suddenly, that becomes all I can feel. I'm catching up on reading Monster while I wait for Max at the clearing after school. There's a passage toward the beginning of the book that has stayed with me. You need to predict without predicting. It was in reference to the ending of a film. If you write your movie too predictably, the viewers will make up their minds before it's even over. In a way, our lives are like a movie, and the viewers are the people we surround ourselves with. Something tells me my movie is pretty damn predictable. Sad girl is sad. Sad girl moves to a new town where everyone hates her. Sad girl succumbs to the torment and leads a sad, unremarkable life. The end. Perhaps my surrender when Andy threw me in the lake was a reckless attempt at a plot twist. Everyone predicted that I'd pop back up from the water and make my way to the dock with a heaving chest and balled-up fists, and my miserable existence would carry on accordingly. But I didn't do any of that. I sank. I surprised everybody by letting myself drown. Take that, predictability.
After all, predictability is nothing but a thief of thrill. As I pull my feet up onto the hand-carved bench, I watch the sun splash stripes of pale light across the clearing, while tree branches create dancing shadows along the patches of grass and dirt. Footsteps rustle from a few feet away, the sound of boots against crunchy sticks pulling my chin up. Max appears at the opening seconds later, and I curse my heart for whatever the hell it just did. Some kind of weird leaping thing. Maybe I need to make an EKG appointment. I snap the book closed and sit up straight. Here I am, appeasing your ominous request to meet you at the clearing after school. He's still wearing his hoodie, the sleeves rolled up. Sorry it sounded ominous. Don't be. That's what sold me. His lips twitch. Come on, I want to show you something. Ooh, also ominous. I jump from the bench, ready and eager. Sign me up. A full-blown smile emerges, and he ducks his head like he's trying to hide it. Damn, it's kind of cute, especially when he pairs it with a hair ruffle while lifting only his eyes to me. I swallow, banishing the thoughts.
Then I break away, bending to retrieve my backpack and stuffing the book inside before zipping the bag shut. A chilled breeze kisses my skin as a few sun-wrinkled leaves flutter down around us like autumn's version of snowflakes. Max stares at me for a beat while I situate my book bag over my shoulder. "What?" I probe. He takes a tentative stride forward and extends a hand, plucking a golden-green leaf from my tangled mane of hair. He falters a little, his fingers falling away in slow motion. "Follow me," he says, turning around and walking away. Instinct has me combing my own fingers through the hair he just touched before I jog after him. Where are we going? Mexico. I love chilaquiles. I look up at him as we move in tandem, taking in his pulled-back hood and dark sleeves pushed up past his elbows. Slate-gray jeans, worn and faded, encase two long legs, and his shoes are scuffed and mud-smeared as they kick up gravel beside me. It's newly November, and the weather has cooled. Tennessee offers a wide range of temperatures in the fall, from hot and humid to cool and crisp. Today is in the mid-50s, which I think is perfect. My pale skin is unforgiving in the scorching sun, and my preference for sweatshirts and cozy sweaters has always been inconvenient while living in this state. To be honest, I probably wouldn't love Mexico. Beaches are dirty and full of sweaty people, and sand is nature's cruel version of glitter. My dream is to move to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan one day, where summers are tame, winters are cold, and snow sparkles like diamonds. When we approach the waterline of Tellico Lake, I already know what he brought me here for. We're skipping stones, aren't we? Did you bring the stone from your nightstand? Yes, it's in my back pocket. No, that's fine. We'll find plenty. He veers toward the lake's edge and combs the ground for stones to skip. You said your brother tried to teach you? My heart skitters. He brought up the topic of my brother so easily, like it wasn't a giant, unhinged elephant in the room charging toward us. Fidgeting in place, I nod. He did try. He said it was like dancing, all about the rhythm and the glide. I shrug. I'm a terrible dancer, so the outcome wasn't surprising. They all belly flopped. Crouched down, Max glances up at me for a split second. Tell me about him. What? I blink. My brother? Yeah. Smoothing back my hair that's capering in a cool breeze, I keep shifting from foot to foot, unsure how to respond. I told you what happened. He seems unfazed. That's not what I want to know, he says, plucking a gray tan stone from a patch of gravel and stroking it with the pad of his thumb. Tell me about him before. Before. Nobody ever wants to know about the before. Nobody cares. They only want to know about the after, about the monster, not the man. Monsters are interesting. Men are ordinary. The man is the predictable narrative in the story, but the monster is the thrilling plot twist that keeps you turning the pages. Inhaling a breath of earthy air tinged with the distant smoke of bonfires, I crouch down beside Max and collect a few stones in my palm. Jonah was my best friend, I confess. He loved me so much. There was a time when I was convinced he'd do anything for me, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I peer over at Max, my voice softening. All I ever wanted was to keep him by my side forever. And now, I'm not even allowed to touch him. Max studies me, passing his stones from hand to hand as he listens. I continue. He was 4 years older than me, but that never put a damper on our bond. I think it made it stronger. He was wiser than me. He taught me things. He loved playing the guitar and reading really tedious literature that he'd try to explain to me. He enjoyed camping in the Smoky Mountains. Oh, and he liked cooking the most complicated recipes in existence just to say he did it. I chuckle a little, the memories bursting to life like fireflies at dusk. Jonas said that love conquered all, and to always remember that he loved me when life got hard. Nothing else should matter when you have love like that. It was a stupid thing to say, and all it made me do was resent love. It turns hearts into stone, men into monsters, and dreams into ash. It's not a fairy tale, it's a tall tale, shoved down our throats to keep us whimsical and yearning. But when the love goes rotten, so do we. People never stop to think about that. They don't consider who they might become in the wake of bad love, or how that poison will affect the ones who love them. The words spill out of me, and I'm forced to stop to catch my breath. Emotion seizes my chest, holding tight. I gaze out at the lake as my dreary words hover around us like sad little rain clouds. When I brave a glance at Max, he's staring at me with a wrinkle between his brows. His expression is pinched and thoughtful. Worried? Maybe. Worried that my sanity is hanging by a cobwebby thread. It is. Anyway, I mutter, exhaling a breath and drawing to a stand. I swipe the dirt and grit from my blue jeans, feeling silly for the depressing word vomit. Sorry I got carried away. That's not what you asked. It's what I wanted to know. Max slowly rises to his feet, both fists filled with round, multicolored stones for skipping. Come on, the water is perfect. I shuffle behind him, my throat still stinging with leftover bitterness. Swallowing it down, I move in next to him as he looks out at the unburdened lake. Your brother was right about treating it like a dance, Max tells me, setting the collection of stones near his feet, save for one. The surface of the stone is grayish-white, weathered smooth by rain and time. It's all in the rhythm. I have 2 left feet, I grumble, and, apparently, 2 left hands. Max weighs the small stone in his palm, popping it up and down a few times before situating it between his thumb and forefinger. Watch this. His arm draws back, elbow bent, hand held just above shoulder level. Effortlessly, he steps forward and swings his arm in a low arc, releasing the stone with a flick of his wrist. The stone leaves his hand and races over the water. It touches the surface, skips once, twice, 3 times and beyond, each hop leaving a succession of tiny ripples before it sinks, with the inevitable pull of gravity. I glance up at Max, my eyes wide and impressed. There's a big smile on my face. I can feel it. It blossomed as fluidly as Max's stone skipped. He turns toward me, his gaze dipping to my mouth, to my smile, to the authentic joy painting my lips, a rare, rare thing. When his attention returns to my eyes, his own smile draws up to match mine. We stare at each other, smiling at the simple, basic concept of a stone dancing across water on a crisp autumn day. There's a tightness between my ribs, so I press the heel of my palm to my rust-colored hoodie, rub at my chest, and look away. Can I try? Of course.
Max sifts through more pebbles and plucks one from the pile. I'll help you. I refuse to look at him as he comes up behind me. I don't move, don't breathe, when the front of his chest presses to my spine and he wraps both arms around me like a gentle backward hug. My heart is doing more than leaping now. It's vaulting, somersaults and cartwheels, gymnast shit. Like this, he says, his chin hovering above my shoulder, warm breath ghosting over my ear. His hand slides down my arm with a feather-light touch as he tucks a small stone in the center of my palm. His fingertips are calloused yet soft, delicate as they graze against mine. The scent of pine needles, clean soap, and a trace of cigarette smoke curls around me, a compelling elixir. With our arms overlapped, he guides them both upward to mimic the throw, his wrist flicking out at the end. Feel the rhythm, Sonny. We practice the motion a few times. I try to focus. I try to concentrate on my breaths and the instructions he gave me, all while he's pressed against my back, his body heat seeping through my hoodie. Eventually, Max pulls away and gives me space to toss the stone. I feel his eyes on me, watching, waiting. I heave in a shaky breath, square my shoulders, and haul my arm back like he showed me. I let go of the stone and watch with anticipation as it glides through the air and immediately plops into the water like a boulder. Epic fail. I shake out my arms, groaning with self-deprecation. I'm a natural. Max chuckles and finds me another stone. Not bad, you'll get it. Your unwavering belief in me will be your downfall. There are worse ways to go.
He hands me a smooth pebble, slightly smaller than the last one. Try again. I do try again, and again, and again. Plop, plop, plop. I'm not even mad about it. My inefficiency at stone skipping is truly hilarious. I keep tossing stones until every splash of defeat has laughter stirring in my chest, bubbling to the surface. Max skips them beside me with elegance and finesse, while I double over with giggles and give up trying altogether. Now I'm just chucking rocks at the water to see how far I can throw them. The buoyancy in the air is contagious, and Max laughs too, until nearly an hour has passed us by and my arm starts to hurt from dozens of unproductive swings. Eventually, our collection of stones reaches its end, and Max turns to me as the sun dips lower in the sky. Ready to head into town? He asks. Luck is clearly on your side today. I jab him in the ribs with my elbow, but my smile sticks. There's a happy glow shimmering around my heart, and I feel brighter, lighter, a little less buried. I don't skip a single stone that afternoon. Predictable. But I realize as I traipse alongside Max to his truck, the sunset staining the sky apricot orange, that wasn't the point. The point was that with every stone that left my hand and plunked into the water, the whole world fell away. And that was something I did not predict. Chapter 13. Max. The sound of spoons clanking against ceramic bowls fills the tiny kitchen as McKay and I slurp down soup with week-old bread and tumblers filled with sink water. Dad is passed out on the couch behind us, one arm hanging over the edge, while his hair sticks up in all directions and makes him look like a mad scientist who had an explosive day at the lab. McKay glances up from his bowl every now and then, unsaid words dangling between each spoonful. When our eyes finally meet, he clears his throat, swiping at a drop of broth dribbling down his chin. I invited Libby to the fall fling with us. My spoon freezes midair, and an uncooked carrot lodges in my throat. I frown at him. Why? He shrugs. She's a babe, and you don't have a date. If I wanted to go with Libby, I would have asked her. Are you going with Ella? The carrot slogs down my throat like a piece of driftwood in a syrupy sea. No, I sniff. She turned me down. Nodding, McKay continues to sip his soup. We're swinging by Libby's after we pick up Bryn. I left some condoms on your nightstand. What the fuck, McKay? Fine, slide in bare then. Bryn and I stopped using condoms last month. She's on the pill. It's a game changer. I push myself away from the table, the screeching chair legs enough to stir Dad awake, long enough to mumble something about mustard. I'm going for a run. The lone bare light bulb swings overhead from the force of my escape, while pink insulation pokes out from the unfinished wooden walls, taunting me as I move to the front of the house. It's not exactly the color pop one might find suggested on an interior design blog, and it only serves to make me move faster. I'll go with you. McKay stands and curves around the table to follow me. No, yes, I'd rather go alone. He huffs behind me as I stalk to the foyer where I left my shoes. I glance over at Dad, who was now sprawled out on his stomach, face smashed into a couch cushion. Fuck you, by the way. What? McKay scoffs, offended. I think you mean you're welcome. No, I mean fuck you. I'm not going to the dance with Libby, and I'm not having sex with Libby. Stay out of my business. She wants you, man, and she's cute as hell. Maybe if you got yourself a little action, you wouldn't be so edgy lately. McKay slips into his own sneakers and trails me out the front door. I run ahead of him, my gaze skating briefly to Ella's ranch house across the street. She's sitting cross-legged on her front porch with a giant book in her lap and a spool of thread between her teeth. The image has me slowing my pace and hesitating at the edge of the driveway. Our eyes meet across the dirt road, and I lift my hand with a wave. She one-ups my wave, spits out the spindle, woven with white, and cups both hands around her mouth. Hey, Max. I'm grinning like a doofus when McKay comes up behind me and bumps my shoulder with his. Are we running? He asks, sounding impatient. I don't reply, and instead jog across the street to Ella's front yard. Hey, I say back to her. Bookbinding? Yep. I bought a copy of that book we're reading in English class. I'm enjoying it. Her eyes pan to my left. McKay is standing beside me, towing a mound of dirt. Hey, Sunbury? Hi. Max and I were just discussing fall fling next week. I invited Libby. If you need a ride, we'd be happy to take you. There's space in the truck if you don't mind squishing in with the girls. My blood boils. Every muscle locks as I roll my jaw and close my eyes. When I open them slowly, releasing a calming breath, the glimmer of that smile Ella was wearing has vanished. Her eyes dim, but she recovers well. I'm not going, but thanks for offering. Have fun. She returns to her bookbinding process like we're not even there. I'm not sure what to say. I've always hated going to the dumb dances, but McKay drags me along every year. Last fall fling was a total bust. I went with Libby, who was sweet but clingy, and she smelled like pickles. I had no intention of going this year until the idea of going with Ella actually sparked an interest. The sound of her laughter at the lake the other day hasn't left my mind since it spilled out of her, all bare-boned joy and raw feeling. The echo of it lingers, inciting a yearning to be the one who makes her laugh like that again. In a friendly way, of course, because I'm pretty sure we're friends now. Real friends. And it's been a damn long time since I've had one of those. I scrub a hand through my hair and watch as she tinkers with the thread and hums something under her breath. Are you sure you don't want to go? McKay invited Libby. I'm not going with her. Something nags at me to clarify that. Could be fun. Could be, she answers dismissively. When her head pops up, the smile is back. It doesn't reach her eyes, but it's there.
If one were to enjoy exaggerated balloon arches, a gymnasium that reeks of pit stains, and the dubious honor of sharing the dance floor with sweaty teenagers gyrating to overplayed 80s music, while parent chaperones eyeball us like they're undercover agents waiting to make their move, it could certainly be fun. So damn dramatic. The corner of my mouth quirks up and I cross my arms. Well, make it fun. She hesitates. She knows we will. Still, Ella wrinkles her nose and lowers her eyes. I'm good. I have a crap ton of homework to catch up on from my brush with death. Let me know how it goes. Disappointment filters through me. I'd do some pretty shady shit to see this girl dancing, head thrown back laughing, and all dolled up in a pretty dress, having the time of her life. Alas, I'll only sound like I'm begging at this point, so I retreat with dignity. All right, Sunny, see ya tomorrow. See ya. She doesn't glance up. Sunny? McKay questions, parroting the nickname like it's something foul as he follows me out of Ella's front yard. She's not into you, bro. My teeth clench. Thanks for your insight. Just telling you how I see it. It's not like that with Ella, I clip in, breaking into a lazy jog. We're just friends. Yeah, because she's not into you. I pick up my pace, hopeful my brother will find something better to do so I can run in peace. Normally, I enjoy the rare bonding moments we share, running and hiking, swimming or camping, but lately, his presence has only served as a dull thorn in my side. Not sharp enough to draw blood, but irritating nonetheless. I just worry about you, man, McKay carries on as we curve onto a busier street before heading toward the trails. I don't want to see you get bogged down with that girl's drama. I don't reply. Ella isn't an added weight, she's a reprieve. Skipping stones with her at the lake felt just as soul-curing as drinking in the fresh Tennessee air. Her laughter was a remedy, not a hindrance. Her smile made me feel like I was flying high, just like how I feel when I'm running through lofty trees and bluebell shrubs, trying to get away from it all. But I don't know how to tell him that without more questions, and I definitely don't have answers to those questions. Oh, and don't forget, McKay adds, sprinting toward the opening of a running path, condoms are on your nightstand. Shaking my head, I ignore the comment, and we spend the rest of the run in silence, only listening to the slap of our soles against earth and the winded rhythm of our breaths. I toss the condoms in the trash the second I get home. Crash. I shoot out of bed, my heart in a tailspin. Throwing my legs over the mattress, I attempt to hop into a pair of yesterday's jeans as Dad's agitated slurs reverberate through the small house. Belt hanging loose, I race out of my bedroom and turn the corner, bare-chested and blurry-eyed. My father is pacing around in aimless circles near his bed frame, swinging his head back and forth as he spouts off something unintelligible. This is nothing new. Dad often has night terrors, and it's the reason I don't sleep very well.
McKay goes to bed with earbuds in, blissfully ignorant. I've read up on night terrors, so I know that I need to approach with quiet caution. I do my best not to wake him. My tone is always soft and gentle, my words reassuring. Most of the time, I'm able to guide him back to bed without incident, and he falls asleep with no memory of it come sunrise. I don't smell liquor on his breath when I step forward, and that's a silver lining. Dad, it's okay, I say in a low voice. My father doesn't like the dark, so he sleeps with a table lamp on. Mom left him in the middle of the night when the sky was midnight blue and the moon was veiled by smog. He woke up alone, searching for her in the shadows to no avail. She was long gone, never to return. Now the dark is a trigger, a reminder of what he's lost. Let's get you back to bed, I tell him. You're fucking my wife, Rick, he blares at me, wild eyes settled just beyond my shoulder. I'll gut you with my fishing hook. My skin prickles with foreboding. Part of me wonders if I should leave him be, but one time he tried to bust through the window with a coffee mug, thinking the house was on fire, sliced his hand open in 3 places. He could get hurt. He could kill himself. Dad, it's fine. You're okay. It's me, Max. I don't expect what comes next. It happens too fast. As I take another step closer, my father snatches up the table lamp, leaps forward, and smashes the clay base against the side of my head. Before I can comprehend the strike, he's on me, tackling me to the bedroom floor with both hands wrapped around my neck like a thick-fingered noose. Pain explodes behind my left temple. Blood dribbles into my eye. The back of my head slams against raw planks of wood as my own father tries to choke the life out of me. I'm blindsided. My father is feeble. I could easily overpower him, but my mind is a blur, my instincts caught between survival and love. Unconsciousness teases me, threatening to swallow me whole. The room is dark now, and I can hardly see the glazed eyes above me as he snarls. You monster, Dad growls, squeezing harder. You ruined my goddamn life. A light flickers on from the hallway. Footsteps pound against wood. In my periphery, I see my brother appear in the doorway. Max, what the fuck? McKay charges forward, dropping to his knees beside us and reaching for Dad, yanking him up by the hair. Get off him! The hands release me. Hands belonging to my fucking father. He's not thinking clearly. He's dreaming. He doesn't know who I am. I collapse with strained breaths, drawing one knee up and massaging my throat. I'm vaguely aware of McKay dragging our father across the floor as a trace of light from the hallway illuminates my own personal hell. I pull myself up on my elbows as my head throbs, temple pulsing with agony. Dad jolts with awareness and starts scrambling to the far wall the moment McKay lets him go. What's happening? McKay is livid, a menacing shadow looming over a tormented man. You almost murdered your own son. That's what happened. No, I would never. Dad's eyes widen through the dimly lit shadows as he shakes his head, scrubbing both hands over his haggard, whiskered face. Maxwell, I'm shell-shocked. I can hardly catch my breath as blood continues to ooze down the side of my face. I swallow, my throat too bruised to form words. I can't be here. A piercing panic stabs me, and I need to get out. Run, flee, never look back. Maybe McKay has been right all along. Maybe our father is truly beyond hope. I should start looking into programs and resources. Not that we can afford anything, surviving solely on Dad's disability checks and supplemental security income. We have just enough to get by each month. I haven't gotten a job because I'm basically his full-time caregiver. With school and looking after him, I hardly have time for anything other than the small pockets of freedom I get while running or swimming. Necessities that keep me sane and clear-headed, allowing my responsibilities to remain manageable. Fuck. I force myself up off the floor, rising to shaky legs. McKay is still vibrating with tension as he watches me stumble from the room. Max, he calls after me, where the hell are you going? I don't answer him. He can deal with Dad for once. I can't be here. My balance is unsteady as I head to the foyer and look for my sneakers, my equilibrium teetering like a leaf clinging to a branch during a windstorm. I find a pair of shoes, someone's shoes, untied and one size too small. They manage to carry me out the door and into the cool night. I stagger across the front lawn with a bloody gash on my head, confused and heartbroken, shivering with no shirt. And 2 minutes later, I'm knocking on Ella's window. Chapter 14, Max. I don't know why I came here.
Ella is probably going to give me another head wound with her lava lamp when she spots me shirtless outside her window in the dead of night, looking like a lost, wounded animal. A few beats pass before I finally hear the creak of her footsteps approaching. I brace myself for impact as the curtains crack and Ella appears. She blinks, freezes in place. Clad only in a white tank and faded gray sleep shorts, she stares at me, registering my presence, processing the state I'm in. Her complexion goes ashen as she stands there, scanning me from head to toe through the dusty pane, her eyes glassed over like she sees a ghost. Maybe I am a ghost. It's possible my father killed me on his bedroom floor. Hell, if that's the case, she should feel honored I'm here. There aren't many people I would care enough about to haunt in the afterlife. Ella Sunbury made the cut. I stare right back at her, lost for words, unsure what to say or how to explain myself. Can ghosts talk? The window draws up and she leans out, fingers curled around the sill. Holy shit, what happened to you? My throat works through a painful swallow. I shake my head a little, and the slight motion causes a surge of pressure to swell behind my eyes. Dizziness claims me. I sway in place, almost tipping to the right, when Ella's hand snakes out, catching me by the wrist and squeezing. Worried green eyes flare and dark brows bend as her thumb dusts across my skin. Whoa, hey, come inside. She gives me the smallest tug forward. Come on, I'll wake up my mom and we'll take you to the hospital. No, Max, you're bleeding. No hospitals. I lift my free hand and touch 2 fingertips to my temple, to the slash near my hairline carved into me by my father's table lamp. My fingers come back sticky and wet. I'll be fine, I murmur. Can I stay the night? It's a dumb question, wildly inappropriate. We're still getting to know each other, and I'm asking if I can have a sleepover in her bedroom. My eyes close briefly as I attempt to backtrack. Sorry, I can just... Get inside, will you? There's no hesitation, no indecision lacing her tone. I don't have it in me to question anything, so I accept the invitation and step forward, her hand still curled around my wrist. Her bedroom window is at ground level, making it easy enough to climb through, even with a probable concussion. Ella helps me inside, her warm hands sliding up my bare arms, steadying my shoulders, and maintaining my footing while I place the soles of my mismatched shoes on her bedroom floor. We linger for a moment as my eyes adjust to the darkened room, her palms gliding down to my biceps and her concerned expression coming more into focus with every passing second. When she steps away, it's a careful, slow-motion pullback so I don't collapse at her feet. I keep myself upright and lean back against her wall. Thanks. Sorry, I know it's late. Ella moves around me and fetches her desk chair, dragging it over. Sit. She then rushes to the nightstand and flips on the lava lamp until the room is blanketed in a purple-pink hue. What the hell happened to you? Did you get into a fight? Taking a seat, I drop my head and link my fingers behind my neck. The gesture sends more pain rippling through me, but I shove it aside, fighting the waves. My dad, he had a night terror, thought I was somebody else, and tried to knock me out with a lamp. Oh my God. Ella rushes back toward me and immediately drops between my knees, resting her hands on both of my thighs, like it's nothing, like it's completely natural. You can stay here as long as you need. Mom will be fine. I'll explain everything. No, I just need a night. Don't say anything to her. I'll leave in the morning. I rush the words out, too aware of her small hands squeezing my upper thighs. My belt is still loose, but she doesn't seem to care. He's not a violent person. Something's not right. It's like he completely blacks out and doesn't even recognize me sometimes. Has he been to the doctor? I huff out what sounds like a laugh, though it's anything but. No, I can't ever get him to go.
McKay wants me to drop him off at some assisted living facility and never look back, but I can't do that. He's my family. She nods like she understands, and I think she does. Falling back on her haunches, she studies me, weighing her words. You should go to the hospital, get checked out. You probably have a concussion. Likely. But what am I supposed to say? I counter, lifting my head and steepling my fingers to my chin. My father assaulted me with a fucking table lamp? Hell, get arrested. Spend the night in a jail cell? I can't do that to him. Max, you need to. Did you go to the cops after Sandwell tossed you in the lake? I throw back at her. We both know that some battles aren't worth pursuing. The parallel registers in her eyes as she shakes her head. No, she whispers. Through the magenta haze, I watch her focus slip to my mouth, settling on the still healing cut on my lower lip, jagged and scabbing. She stares at it, putting two and two together. You gave Andy those black eyes, didn't you? I swallow. He deserved worse. Ella looks away, marinating in the implication before she glances back at me. Then her hand lifts to my face, tentative, trembling slightly. I stiffen with anticipation and hold my breath as her fingertips inch closer and graze along my bottom lip. So light, barely there. My eyelids flutter closed. I'm still holding my breath, my hands clenched to stones in my lap, when I feel her fingers travel upward and gently brush aside my blood-slick bangs. It feels intimate in a way. There's a tenderness there, something unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting and warm. Ella touches my temple, her careful fingers tracing the outline where my fresh wound pulses. I'll be right back. The sound of her voice jars me back to reality. When I open my eyes, she's already on her feet, moving across the carpet to her bedroom door and slipping out silently. She returns moments later with an armful of bandages and a small white first aid kit. The items clank against the quiet backdrop as she places them on the desk, revealing her haul of ointments, gauze, and a wet cloth. My eyes track her through the dim light while she sifts through the pile and returns to her position in front of me, settling on her knees between my spread legs. I'm far from a nurse, but I used to tend to the horses on our farm, she tells me, reaching out to cleanse the wound with the moistened rag. I wince at the contact, but hold back a hiss. There was one horse, Phoenix, who loved getting into trouble. He was feisty, full of energy. He had this habit of scraping his flank against the barn wall and ended up with a nasty gash one day. Ella is propped up on her knees, her porcelain face inches from mine. While her eyes are focused on the task, her mind is far away, lost in the memories of a Nashville horse ranch. My hands unclench as my body loosens, the warmth of her proximity melting my walls. Or maybe I have no walls. Not with her. She continues, her gaze flicking to me briefly, then returning to the cut. I spent hours cleaning the wound, dressing it. I put together this concoction of honey, fresh herbs, and bread to draw out any infection. A recipe Jonah gave me, she explains. Phoenix hated it at first. He didn't like people fussing over him. But eventually, he realized I was just trying to help. It's silly, but there was a time when that stubborn horse felt like my best friend. Soft melancholy infects her tone as she exchanges the burgundy rag for a tube of ointment. The horses were more than animals to me. They were my family. When every god-awful human in that town shunned me, tormented me, ridiculed me, the horses were there. Phoenix never looked at me like I was a monster. I was just Ella. I'm silent and unmoving as I drink in her words, her past, her torn-away dreams. She dabs the ointment to my temple, and the cream cools the sting of the wound, adding to the lift I feel at uncovering another piece of her. Swallowing, I keep my attention on her profile, memorizing the furrow of her brow as she concentrates, the bow of her lips as warm breaths beat against my skin. Comfort. That's what I'm feeling right now. Sitting on this hard wooden chair without a shirt, bruised and battered, relying on this broken girl to fix me, I feel remarkably at peace. As she fiddles with a butterfly bandage, I inhale a breath, and it's dangerously shaky on the way out. You must really miss the horses. She smiles. I miss a lot of things.
Do you think you'll ever ride again? I hope so, she murmurs, applying the adhesive wings of the bandage to my skin with 2 steady hands. Moving in closer, she pauses to assess the series of tiny bridges across the cut. I want to move to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan after graduation, save up for an RV and hit the road. I don't need much. I'll find a quiet place to lay roots, and eventually I'll purchase a horse of my own, maybe even my own horse farm. That would be my ultimate dream. When the butterfly bandage is secured, Ella covers it with a piece of gauze for protection, and then I'll ride again. Why Michigan, I wonder? I don't really know. I've just always wanted to live there, she says. It feels like the home I've never had. There's this nostalgia about it, like I'm imagining memories that don't exist. Strange, huh? Her eyes glimmer in the pink twinkle lights. I want to kayak in the summer and build snowmen in the winter, live off the land, ride horses and catch rainbow trout. And on the night of my 21st birthday, I want to go to Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park and try to see the northern lights. It's a big dream of mine, and that park is supposed to be one of the best places to view them in the whole United States. I wonder if she realizes she's smiling, a purely authentic tip to her lips as dreams and wishes unfurl behind her eyes. When's your birthday? I ask. November 20th. Ella leans back, surveying her handiwork with an air of triumph. There, all set. My fingers rise to skim along the bandaged wound. I feel my own smile lifting as that pocket of peace swells and simmers, creating something almost palpable between us, a friendship in motion, a dance, rhythm. Our gazes tangle as I touch along the edges of the gauze. Thanks. Of course. She clears her throat and stands, swiping her hands along her cotton shorts. You can take my bed. I'll sleep on the floor. No way. Don't go all lion-hearted on me. You have a hole in your head. Take the comfy mattress. As she moves toward her queen-sized bed and throws back the covers, she falters. Then she spins around to face me. Wait, you shouldn't go to sleep if you have a concussion. Damn. Exhaustion bubbles to the surface as I stare at her fluffy blankets and collection of 10,000 pillows. I'll be fine. No, I'll keep you awake. Her cheeks puff as she blows out a breath. Let me find a shirt for you to wear. I still have a box of Jonas clothes in my closet. I couldn't bear to part with some of his favorite t-shirts and hoodies. She turns to the closet. They probably smell like a moldy attic, so that should keep you from getting too comfortable. Unless, faltering, she swivels back around. Is it weird wearing his stuff? No, it's fine. This seems to appease her, and she steps into the closet. While Ella rummages through boxes, I pull myself up from the chair and assess my equilibrium. I don't feel quite as woozy, and I don't stagger sideways, so I take a few cautious steps over to the bed. Ella is bent over in the closet, her sleep shorts riding up her thighs. It's then I stagger a little. I tear my eyes away. How do you plan on keeping me awake? When I take a seat on the edge of her mattress, I wonder if that came across too suggestively. I'm sitting on her bed, half naked, trying not to ogle her curves like a pervert. Luckily, she's not privy to my intrusive thoughts, so she doesn't read into any innuendo as she lifts up and approaches me with a white t-shirt bunched in her hands. You underestimate how annoying I can be. A smile pulls. I take the shirt and glance down at the design across the front. Winnie the Pooh? Yeah, is all she says. Ella looks away, pivoting to fiddle with her loose hair, while I pull the shirt over my head. The shirt is a little tight around my biceps, but it'll do. The smell of musty cardboard box and a hint of sage fills my nose. As I scoot across the mattress to the headboard, the box spring creaking. Tentatively, Ella crawls in beside me. My mind goes blank. Cotton balls fill my mouth as I stretch out my legs and our hips bump together. I'm 18, so it's not hard to fixate on the fact that I'm lying in a pretty girl's bed, even though it's not like that with Ella. I feel like this is the part where awkward silence is about to fester between us. We're side by side, backs to the headboard, shoulders smashed together. But I should know her better than that by now. She immediately starts to sing, off-key and extra terrible. It's her own rendition of Fleetwood Mac's Rhiannon, and I think she's really trying to be annoying. Voice cracking, lyrics jumbled, Ella leans over, crooning right into my ear, giving me the performance of a lifetime. Goosebumps pucker my skin as her breath tickles my earlobe with every bum note. She snorts a laugh. Is it working? My head tilts, our faces inches apart. I memorize her smile because it's such a rare, fleeting thing. All I say is, I'm definitely awake. Good, I'm just getting started. When she forgets the rest of the lyrics, she moves on. Did you know there's a species of fungus known as Ophiocordyceps unilateralis that infects ants, takes over their bodies, and turns them into zombie ants? You should Google it. I shudder. No thanks. Google it, Max. The ant clamps onto plant foliage using its mandibles, and then it dies. The fungus erupts from the back of its head, growing into a stalk that releases spores to infect the other ants below. Jesus, I'm never Googling that. She does it for me, tapping away at her cell phone and shoving horrifying pictures in my face. What the hell, Ella? I'm trying to keep you awake. You'll never want to go to sleep again. Correct. You've made sure of that, I grumble, swatting at the phone still waving in front of my eyes. The irony is I'll be up every night with nothing to do, so I'll be forced to climb through your window, and in turn, I'll be keeping you awake. You know what else is ironic? She chirps. Hippopotamonstrosesquipedaliophobia means the fear of long words. I pinch the bridge of my nose and sigh, soaking up that revelation. Then a burst of laughter falls out of me and my head falls back to the headboard. I wince. Where do you learn these things? She shrugs. Never minimize the power of being a loner and a nerd. Well, no need to be a loner anymore. You have me. True. Oh, we could arm wrestle. I've been practicing with my left arm. I chuckle. Nah, I'm not bored. That's valid. You're far too annoyed to be bored right now. She does a little hand maneuver like a makeshift bow. I'll be here all night. My chest fills with gentle warmth as I inhale a deep breath, almost like I'm drinking in the air of a sun-kissed morning. I send her a sideways glance, my tone softening. I'm really grateful for that. I don't fall asleep that night, but Ella does. She drifts away, her head lolling onto my shoulder as the night presses on and the hours tick by. The only thing that moves is my heart. My muscles are stiff and tight, but my heartstrings are pliable, the beats skipping and alive. The sensation is as rare as her smile. When the sun crests, I slip away from her, carefully inching myself off the mattress. She doesn't rouse, doesn't wake. She looks like an angel as she sleeps, haloed by the rising sun. I climb back out the window the moment first blush spills into her bedroom, coloring her orange walls with splashes of gold. Before I turn to leave, I peer through the glass, glancing at her dream-stolen face as she lies propped up against the headboard, her head tilted slightly to one side where my shoulder once was. The smallest smile paints her lips, and I wonder where she is. Fishing on the Great Lakes and cooking pink salmon over a fire pit, watching a sunrise from the open fields of her very own horse farm, lying underneath the stars as the northern lights dance across the sky, riding her favorite horse. She's galloping free with the wind in her hair and the sun on her skin, that smile beaming, burdenless and bright. One day, maybe, we can ride together. Warmed by the thought, I traipse back home and sneak in through the patio door, feeling utterly restored. Chapter 15. Ella, you can try all you want, but I assure you, I'm not going to the fall fling. That was me yesterday, walking down the school hallway with Bryn, as she tried desperately to convince me that the fall fling was a necessary part of the high school experience and a rite of passage that would forever remain as an incomplete stain on my memory without my partaking. Famous last words, I suppose. Turns out, I'm going to the fall fling, but let it be known that I am going stag. There is no date, there is no romantic companionship of any kind. There's literally no one because I turned down the only person who asked me. I have Max to thank for giving me a change of heart, even though I'm not going with him. And that's fine. Hell, have fun with Libby and her pickled pig's feet. After all, pickling is an art. I bet Libby is full of fun facts about brine ratios and fermentation times. It will be a night to remember. Anyway, the reason I'm going now is because Max left another Post-it note in one of my books when he came by yesterday after school. It's become something of a tradition. A week has passed since he showed up at my window that night, bloodied and broken down, needing an escape. I still don't know why he came to me, but maybe he felt the same thing I felt that day at the lake. The day we skipped stones and the foreign sound of my own laughter fused with the breeze. That afternoon sure felt like an escape. So maybe I get it. The book he left open for me was a poetry compilation by T.S. Eliot called Four Quartets. The poem was titled Little Gidding, and the following passage was underlined. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from. The quote has little to do with senior year fall fling festivities, but something about it had me reconsidering. I even bought a dress. After classes let out today, I rode my bike into town. I strolled over to a nearby consignment shop and browsed the dress selections, armed with a devil-may-care attitude and my $50 from Grandma Shirley. I spotted it instantly, sandwiched between two black dresses on a cluttered clothes rack. A beacon of vivid orange, a fireball of adolescent dreams, a tangerine tube dress glowing bright amid a sea of drab neutrals. My fate was sealed. I was going to the dumb dance. I sprawl the new dress out across my bedspread, smoothing the wrinkles and grazing my fingertips down the bright orange front. It's a simple dress, sleeveless, with a straight-cut neckline. It cinches slightly at the waist, while the hem kisses just above my knees. As I hold it up in front of me and turn to face the mirror, my mother knocks on the door. Ella? Present? She enters, poking her head inside. When she spots me doing something other than sulking, she gasps and the door swings open wider. Honey, that's beautiful. You look terrific. I make a sour face. Terrific is such a weird word. It's okay, I reply with a shrug, even though a smile teases my lips. Is that for fall fling? No, it's for a funeral. I seem to have died and then reborn as a teenager who attends school dances. I tilt my head and pop a hip, assessing the dress from all angles. Dead me deserves a punchy send-off. Mom never appreciates my humor. She folds her arms and leans against the door jamb, her chestnut hair freshly colored as it waterfalls over her shoulders. Silver flecks were beginning to spawn, which almost sent her into a midlife crisis at 45 years old. I guess she's about due. Luckily, she works at a hair salon, so now all is right with the world. The crisis has been postponed. Are you going with Max? Mom wonders. Instinct has me glancing at my bed. The bed where I fell asleep against his shoulder last week like it was just a normal, everyday thing to do. Heat blossoms on my cheeks, so I swivel away from my mother's probing eyes to discard the dress. No, I'm going alone. Can you give me a ride tomorrow night? Of course. Why are you going alone? Because Max asked me, and I said no. Now he's going with Libby. There's no bite to my tone. There isn't. She hums in that mom way. He's handsome. My heart jumps a little. He's all right. What are your thoughts on molecular genetics? We're learning about that in biology. She sighs. My thoughts are that you picked up the gene of swift subject changes just like your father used to. Mom cuts herself short when my head whips toward her and tries to blink away the words. Sorry, I'd be a hypocrite if I gave her crap for the dad slip, considering the number of times Jonah's name has tumbled from my lips. It's funny how the two most important people in our lives have been reduced to instant conversation killers. It's fine. I actually have something for you. These came in the mail. Straightening from the doorframe, Mom pulls an item from the pocket of her black dress pants. Envelopes, folded in half. Here. At first, I think they're checks from Grandma Shirley, since she's the only person who sends me mail, and Lord knows she wouldn't miss another $50. But when I step closer and scan the letters scribbled on the front of one of them, the handwriting doesn't match. It doesn't match at all. My stomach lurches. Riverbend Maximum Security Institution, Nashville, Tennessee. Our eyes meet, mine widening, mine's misting with a gloss of tears. My hand trembles as it reaches for the envelopes, and I try to find my voice. Thanks. I didn't read them. I've hung on to them for a while. I was worried about how you'd react. All I do is nod. Ella, I've seen progress over the last couple of weeks. Swallowing, she lifts an arm and gives my shoulder a firm squeeze. You're smiling again. You seem like you're in a better place. I keep nodding, mindlessly. I'm nodding because if I don't do something to distract myself, I'll burst into tears and collapse at her feet. I don't want to burst into tears. I don't want to collapse. Crying is exhausting, and collapsing will skin my knees and make me bleed. I'm just so sick of hurting. I've been collecting fresh wounds as often as I collect new books. Mom swipes at her eyes and retreats slowly, monitoring my condition, my excessive nodding condition. I'm here if you need me, she says. I'll be in the kitchen. The moment the bedroom door closes, I race over to my bed and tear open one of the envelopes, revealing a hand-scrawled note inside. Jonah. Jonah, Jonah, Jonah. I cup a hand around my mouth and begin to read. Piglet, I had a dream about the 100-acre wood last night. I go there a lot when the days are long and the nights are longer, and that's where I find you. You're always waiting for me, like a home on two legs. Only last night was different. You weren't there. I stood on our favorite bridge with a stick in my hand and watched through the trees, waiting for you to come and join me. But the woods remained silent, and my stick slipped from my fingers into the river below, carried away by water. I haven't heard from you, and I understand why. You think I killed them. I saw it in your eyes that last day in court. You think I deserve to be sentenced to death for a crime constructed by thirsty prosecutors and media mongrels. You think I belong here, but in my dreams, I belong at home, with you and Mom.
I should be watching over my little sister, protecting her like I swore I always would. I go by a lot of names these days: monster, murderer, psychopath, sicko, inmate 829. But I hope that when you think of me, I'll forever be your Pooh Bear. Love always, Jonah. The letter flutters to my bed covers as a painful gasp is wrenched from my throat. I burst into tears and collapse. Jonah's letters are tucked inside my hobo bag like some kind of security blanket as we roll up to the dance at 7:30 the following evening. I don't know why I brought them. The words and sentiments sweep through my mind as I stare at the strobe-strewn glass of the gymnasium with my ass glued to the passenger seat. Piglet, can I still call you that? I hope so. A lot of things have changed, but I pray that'll never be one of them. I got into a fight with one of the guards, Olson. He's a no-good prick in a lot of ways, but want to know why I snapped? He disrespected my baby sister. He saw a picture of you that Mom sent me before telling me in detail what he wanted to do to you. So I showed him where that train of thought will take him. My cuffed hands were around his neck before he could take another useless breath. I kinda blacked out, but I guess I managed to get a good hit in before another guard tore me off him. They placed me in an isolation unit for a while, and I'm sure there will be more bullshit consequences. They say Olson will recover just fine, but I'm betting his shattered nose will be a reminder for him to watch his fucking tongue. Anyway, I'm still protecting you, even from hundreds of miles away, even on death row. Jonah. Mom glances at me as I try to shake off the gloom, the image of Jonah beating up a prison guard playing out in my mind over and over. When I was younger, I felt like Jonah's violent outbursts in my honor were respectable and brave. Now, it's just a chilling reminder of why he's sitting in a jail cell on death row. Are you okay? She asks. Fine. I'm lost in his letters, wondering how he held up in isolation, wondering if there were consequences, and wondering why I should even care. Stop caring, Ella. Life will be so much easier if you stop caring. There's a little white stone tucked inside my hand, growing sweatier by the second. I've stopped pondering why I carry it with me these days. I just do. For whatever reason, it brings me comfort. It centers me, acting as a calming tether to the girl I once was. The girl who curled her hair and who laughed more than she cried. I thought about curling my hair tonight, but didn't. It looks the same as it always does, blow-dried and loose, hanging over my shoulders in red-brown waves. I tried to cover up the evidence of my sleepless night with concealer and a few strokes of shimmery champagne eyeshadow. My lips are glossy, my dress fits nicely. Overall, I don't look nearly as terrible as I feel. My mother stares at me. I see her studying me in my periphery as the headlights across from us shine light on my nervous jitters. I squeeze the stone tighter. "You'll have fun tonight," she tells me, putting the car into park when I don't move. "And you look so pretty." Pretty. Max told me I was pretty while we stared out at the lake together and a bonfire roared with laughter behind us. It was the nicest thing anyone had said to me in years. I ran from the compliment, just like I ran from his proposal to go to the dance together. He said we'd make it fun, and I believed him. It's the only reason I'm here right now, looking pretty. "Thanks," I mutter, throwing Mom a weak smile. "I'll find a ride home later. I'll stay up. I have a lot of work to do anyway." "Text me if you need me to come get you." I have no idea what work she has to do, but I force a nod. She gives my bare knee a squeeze, her irises glimmering grayish-green. Mom looks happier than she used to. There's a flicker of real joy shining back at me. "Have a good time," she says before I hop out. I scoot from the seat and push open the passenger door, plopping the stone into my ratty old hobo bag. Not exactly a fancy dance accessory, but fancy doesn't suit me anymore. "See you later," I say. Then I shut the door and dally on the curb, awkward and alone, while the car pulls away and disappears into the night. I glance at the front of the building, picking at my thumbnail. A blur of colorful dresses and swinging hair moves in time to overproduced music while seizure-inducing lights filter through the double-glass doors. With a deep breath, I step forward in my worn-out high heels and enter the building. The DJ blasts me with a poppy rendition of "Take Me Home Tonight" by Eddie Money as I clutch the strap of my hobo bag and try not to trip and faceplant into a sea of glitter-filled balloons. Mercifully, a punch stand is set up in the corner of the gymnasium, so I beeline toward it as a source of distraction. I'm gulping down my second helping when someone from my art class slides up beside me. I think his name is Brandon. "Ella, right?" he says, reaching for a plastic cup of punch. "I'm Landon. We have art together." "Cool." I don't think it's very cool. He nods, his gaze assessing me in a lazy pull, from my apricot scuffed heels to the hint of cleavage peeking out from my neckline. "You look terrific," he says. I blink. Terrific? Terrific is one of those words that becomes less of a word the more you say it. I don't know why. It makes my nose scrunch up and my eyebrows crinkle every time I hear it, and then I proceed to repeat it over and over inside my head until it becomes an unword. I realize my face is doing the opposite of what it should be doing in the wake of a compliment, so I overcompensate with crazed eyes, a full-toothed grin, and a sluggish nod, making me look like that gif of Jack Nicholson nodding creepily from anger management. Landon backs away slowly. One down. I steal another cup of punch in hopes that my bladder will save me from this nightmare and I can hide out in the bathroom for a while. Shuffling over to the far wall that looks to be void of human contact, I lean back and twirl the cup between my fingers. The gym is alive with strobes and noise as my gaze floats from one gyrating Lottie to the next in search of someone familiar I can latch onto. Bryn, Kai, even Makai. Mostly I'm searching for Max. I straighten against the wall, my grip on the cup tightening when I spot him by one of the round tables. Bryn is a vision in flamingo pink as she whispers something in Makai's ear and they both grin.
while Libby stands beside Max in a silver sequin dress and a short blonde bob that's been partially pulled up with glit-studded pins. Her manicured hand is clamped around his bicep. She's leaning in toward him while he looks around the room, notably fidgety, possibly bored. Dressed in a modest white button-down tucked into dark slacks, he still manages to look striking. Hair lightly tossed with gel and sleeves rolled up past his elbows, Max scrubs the hams of Ryan's face and scratches at the shadow of stubble along his jaw. He keeps looking around, scanning, searching, just like I was. My instincts scream at me to bolt, to run, to flee the scene before he sees me. I shouldn't have come. Libby is clearly his date, and I'm the weird chick ogling him from across the room after turning down his multiple invitations. It's kind of pathetic if I'm being honest with myself, and I don't want to add that to my laundry list of flaws. But my feet remain firmly planted on the linoleum floor. My body doesn't move. Pathetic wins. I freeze further when I notice Max falter, then blink. He pivots toward me, almost like he felt me somehow. His attention is on the floor first, gaze aimed at my heels, before it travels up my legs in a languid slide until finally he lands on my face. Our eyes snag. We hold tight across the strobe-lit dance floor as my pulse revs and my heart skips. I watch a look cross over his face, something I can't describe. It's almost like a time-stopped beat of pure awe. Swallowing, I glance around me, thinking perhaps he's staring at one of the sexy cheerleaders in a slip dress shaking her ass to my left. But when my gaze pans back to him, I know that he's not. He's looking directly at me. And his expression hasn't wavered, hasn't dimmed or grayed. He sees me, and he's seeing something that brings him awe. Me with tired eyes and everyday hair that isn't curled. Me in a neon orange dress plucked from a thrift shop rack. Me staring back at him with the exact same look in my eyes. Chapter 16. Max. There's a feeling that comes over a person when they're waiting for someone to walk through a door and they finally do. At a party or a date, it's a moment of unrestrained elation, something almost indescribable, and yet we've all had that moment, waiting impatiently, anxious with nerves, wondering if maybe they might not walk through the door at all, maybe they won't come, maybe they change their mind. And then the door cracks open. You look up. Your eyes fixate on their feet first, eager to get a glimpse of that well-worn sneaker you bought for them or their favorite jeweled high heel. Your gaze trails upward, your stomach pitching with triumph, with awe, with thank fucking hell when you finally settle on the face you were waiting for. Ella stares back at me with a similar expression, then pops her shoulders a little, a self-deprecating shrug, as if to say, here I am. She came, she's actually here, and I can't bite back the slow stretching smile as our eyes continue to tangle from 20 feet away. Do you want to dance? I flinch, forgetting there's a hand pinching my arm. A high-pitched voice floats to my ear and severs the connection, and it's not the voice I'm longing to hear. The girl beside me smells like pickling jars and floral perfume, but I miss the scent of citrus and honeysuckles. Not really. I shrug her hand off my arm. I hadn't even noticed it was there because I was too busy looking for someone I was never expecting to find. I'm about to step forward when McKay tugs me back, his opposite arm slung around Bryn's shoulders. Check it out, man, he says, scrolling through his text messages. Party at Morrison's after the dance. He's got a keg. It's gonna be a blast. Bryn chimes in. Morrison's parents live right on the lake. They're setting off fireworks later. She clasps both hands over her heart and glances up at my brother with a dreamy expression. Think of how pretty the water will look painted in all those colors. How romantic. There aren't many things I'd rather do less. Great. Drop me off at home on your way over so I can avoid that. When my focus pulls back to Ella, she's already been cornered by one of McKay's basketball buddies, John. He's leaning forward, whispering something in her ear. One meaty hand lifts to her waistline as her knuckles go white around the punch cup in her fist. I'm on the move. Max! Libby calls after me. Where are you going? I ignore her. She's not my date, so I don't feel bad about it. In 3 seconds, I'm worming my way between Ella and the basketball douche. "Hey, John, I heard they're giving away free beer at the punch stand, all ages, tonight only." John's eyes widen. Sweet. He steps away, giving Ella a wink before he vanishes into the crowd. I remove the punch from Ella's hand, set it down, then take the opportunity to circle my arms around her waist and tug her flush against me. "Max," Ella's palms plant on my chest, though she doesn't push me away. "What are you doing? They never give out beer to minors. And he was just telling me about alley-oops." She feigns interest. "I'm being a good friend and saving you." Saving me from an innocent conversation? She glances up at me with only her eyes, long lashes fluttering thoughtfully. "You know me so well." A grin spreads as my hands dip to her hips, holding loosely while our feet begin to move. Ella blinks away from my gaze, but doesn't pull free. Her fingers splay against the front of my chest before she slowly glides them to my biceps and lets them rest there. I swallow. Her touch is soft and hesitant, like she knows exactly where to put her hands, but doesn't know if she should. "I didn't think you were coming tonight," I tell her, my voice hitching slightly. I'm impressed. We keep moving, keep swaying. The song changes to something slower, a sleepy country song. She glances across the dance floor toward my table. "I didn't mean to steal you from your date. She's not my date. I don't think she got that memo. I think she's got it now." Ella's eyes lift to mine again, tentative, unsure. Her hands are on my arms, and my hands are on her hips, and she smells like citrus trees in the springtime. There's a feeling in my chest. It's the same feeling I had when I was in her bedroom that night, when she knelt between my legs and brushed careful fingers across my face, patching more than just a head wound. On cue, her attention flicks to the butterfly bandage still taped to my temple. "How's your head?" "Healing." My heart feels like it's healing too, but I don't say that. "I'm wearing a dress." Ella scrunches up her nose like the notion is detestable, then chuckles under her breath. "I haven't worn a dress in years. I like it." Smiling, I take a step back, pluck one of her hands, and motion to spin her. She's caught off guard at first, stumbling in her peach heels, but she follows my lead and does a clunky pirouette before tumbling against my torso. When she pushes herself up, her cheeks are flushed and a sheepish smile pulls. "Sorry, I told you I can't dance." "It's all about the rhythm and the glide," I remind her. "Right, because that worked like a charm when it came to stone skipping." I twirl her again, and it's marginally more graceful. "You'll get the hang of it. Dancing or stone skipping, both." A slackening steals her shoulders, and a lightness overcomes the uncertainty in her eyes. She relaxes with a weighty exhale as my right hand laces with her left, and we find a mutual rhythm. Ella glances down at our feet before peering back up at me, still clinging to that smile. "I look like a giant carrot," she says. I like carrots. I spin her, and this time, it's effortless. "How's the crayon doing?" "Healthy and thriving." Spin. "Have you been watering it?" I ask. Twirl. "Yes, I even moved it to my desk for prime sunlight." The song changes again. The music picks up with a livelier beat as Gold by the Ivy spills from 2 giant speakers propped on the stage. Our feet move faster. I spin her a few more times and watch as a sheen of sweat glistens on her hairline and multicolored strobes sprinkle gemstones in her eyes. Her hands are curled around my biceps again, this time with conviction. She's looser, more comfortable. Our chests press together, and when our eyes meet through the flashing lights, I decide to dip her. My hand snakes around her back as I latch onto her hand to hold her upright, and when I dip her, she squeals. It's an organic burst of joy, her leg lifting, her hair coasting behind her in a mass of red ribbons. She squeezes my hand in a death-like grip before I swing her back up, and she spills forward, collapsing against me in a heap of laughter. I'm grinning like I'm drunk on something. My lips are stretched wide, teeth flashing, cheeks aching. Both of my arms wrap around her, and I hold her to me as we continue to dance. "I can't believe you didn't drop me," she says, hips swaying, legs in motion. "Really? I thought you had more faith in my arms." Ugh. She gouges her fingernails into said arms. "You're imagining things. Your arms are uninspiring at best." We'll see about that whenever we finally decide to arm wrestle. We can right now. Let's settle this once and for all. I shake my head. I'm not bored. After twirling her in another successful spin, I take my chances and dip her again. This time, her ankle gives out, not expecting the maneuver, and she clings to my biceps with a white-knuckled grip, her leg flying out to wrap around my thigh. I'm too busy catching her to fixate on our precariously tangled limbs. My heart stutters for a moment before I pull her into an upright position, ensuring her balance is restored. We both pause, breathless, faces mere inches apart. And then she smacks me on the chest. "What the hell, Max?" A big smile spreads, overriding the outrage in her voice. "You almost dropped me." "I would never drop you." Her leg slides down mine until her heel is planted back on the dance floor, and our pace slows to a steadier rhythm. I'm good at catching things too. It's not long before Bryn rushes toward us, pulling McKay with her as he continues to text on his phone one-handed. "Ella!" she shrills over the thundering music. "Oh my God, I'm so glad you're here." Reluctantly, I release Ella as Bryn slithers between us, a beam of hot pink. Ella's eyes flick to mine, her smile still gloriously intact, before her gaze pans to Bryn. "I'm here," she says, her hair knotted and dance-mussed. Bryn shoots me a sideways glance. "Do you mind if I steal your girl?" She follows it up with a wink. My hands slide in my pockets. "She's not my girl, Bryn. We were just dancing." "Guess you don't mind then." She grabs Ella by both hands and flails their arms around. Woo! I can't help but laugh, and Ella can't either. I watch the girls bop and sway, hair flying, sequins glittering with grins to match. McKay sidles up beside me and bumps my shoulder with his. "You looked like you were having fun." I was. We both glance over at Libby at the same time. She's dancing with John and another group of girls. I wait for McKay to say something scathing, to bust my balls or give me shit, but he surprises me. Glad to see it. We share a soft look, and I bump his shoulder right back. Another hour rolls by, filled with dancing, laughter, and tropical punch. McKay brought a flask to strengthen his drink, which worries me because of our father's history with substance abuse. I hate that he needs alcohol to have fun. I sure as hell don't need it. I'm already soaring, high on a natural buzz, watching Ella let go and set herself free in the school gymnasium, her hair damp with sweat, mascara running, and eyes more vibrant than I've ever seen them. As she gifts me with another smile, I zone in on a smattering of freckles along the bridge of her nose. I've never really noticed them before. They resemble a faint constellation, little stars that only come alive when you take the time to truly look. I frown. It's then I realize I might be in trouble because I shouldn't be noticing things like that. Legs? Sure. Tits? Of course. Nose freckles? Doomed. It's a short ride back to the house where we make a pit stop to drop me and Ella off before the kegger. I'm smushed in the backseat of the truck between Libby and Ella, while Bryn sits up front with McKay and details every second of the last few hours. She's driving since McKay was drinking, and also because it's been her biggest dream in life to finally drive our junky truck. The enthusiastic pitch of her voice fades out because I'm too aware of my body pressed to Ella's on my left. Arms flushed, thighs smashed together, her bare knee knocking with mine every time the tires skim over a pothole. Long hair tickling my shoulder, the scent of it overpowering the smell of stale cigarette smoke and old leather interior. Her hands are fisted tightly in her lap as her giant purse rests between her feet, and I catch the way she glances up at me every now and then in my periphery. The evening's adrenaline has dampened, turning her quiet, and it's been a valiant effort to keep my palms clasped around my kneecaps. All I want to do is reach for her hand and lace our fingers together, which is borderline concerning. I don't know why I want to do that. When we pull into the driveway, Ella shuffles out of the truck first, her heels crunching atop gravel. "Thanks for the ride," she says, already motioning to take off across the street. "See you guys on Monday." I slide out behind her, offering the group a hurried goodbye, then slam the door shut and chase after Ella, who is halfway to her house. "Hey, wait up." The Trump pulls out of the driveway and guns it down the quiet street until all I hear are high heels clapping along the pavement and singing cicadas. "Ella."
She falters, glancing over her shoulder at me. What's up? You're running away. I'm not running. I just thought. She slows her feet, glancing at my house across the road, then back at me. I thought the night was over. My eyes pan skyward. The moon hangs high, a silver glow in a stretch of black, and the stars are twinkling and bright. The dance might be over, but the night isn't. Let's go to the bluffs. This brings her to a full stop. Ella pivots to fully face me, the breeze stealing a few pieces of her hair and tossing them across her face. The bluffs. Yeah, I promised you stargazing, and it's the perfect night for it. She blinks. Stargazing? Why not? I'm squeezing the strap of her purse. She peers down at her dress in high heels. Well, look at me. I'd love nothing more for this dress to be stripped off of me and discarded on my bedroom floor. Her eyes pop. My throat works as a flickering of heat zips across my chest. Yikes! She forces out a laugh and looks away. That came out remarkably suggestive. And now I'm mortified. I school my brain to conjure up less indecent thoughts, because friends don't picture friends naked. That would be rude and inappropriate. When I don't respond because my brain is being rude and inappropriate despite my redirection attempts, Ella clears her throat and steps toward me. You know what? It's fine. We can be fancy for the stars tonight. This will be the only time I wear this dress, so I might as well make it last. Elation trickles through me. Yeah, sure, let's do it. A smile tugs at my lips when I think about spending more time with her. Just us, one-on-one. I can't even remember when I preferred the company of another person over my own solitude, but it's been years. McKay used to be that person. Great, I say, trying not to sound too eager. I'm going to check on my dad real quick and grab a blanket. Do you mind waiting out here? Her gaze drifts to my house across the street, settling on the side window where a yellowy light glows from behind the makeshift curtains. She looks at me, blinks. No problem, I'll change my shoes. I can tell she wants to join me, but that's out of the question. We're finally making progress in the friendship department, and the last thing I want to do is scare her away when she fully comprehends the disaster that lies on the other side of that piss-poor siding. Sending her a quick nod, I jog toward my house and slip in through the front door. My father took sleeping pills before the dance, so he's probably passed out cold. I grab an old quilt off the back of the sofa before calling out to him. Dad? To my surprise, he answers. In here, son. When I reach his bedroom, I spot him sitting up in bed with a book in his lap. Hey, I say, thought you were sleeping. I was. He stares off into nothing before glancing my way. His cloudy eyes defog as he gives me a brief once-over. You look handsome, Maxwell. Thanks. The fall fling dance was tonight. Did you take a pretty girl? I think of Ella dancing in my arms, looking stunning in her sunny orange dress, her eyes and smile just as bright. Yeah, I did. That makes your old man proud. I should get some pictures for the wall. Once upon a time, we had walls brimming with photographs, canvases, and mismatched frames. Memories lined the plaster. Fishing trips, camping adventures, and family barbecues were displayed in every hallway and love-filled room. Now, the hallways are empty, the rooms barren and cold. Even saying we have walls is a stretch. Before I can respond, my father sits up straighter and his attention snags on my butterfly bandage. What happened to your head? He asks, tone laced with alarm. Swallowing, I lift my hand to the covered wound. He doesn't remember that night. He has no recollection of smashing a lamp to the side of my head and tackling me to the floor in the exact spot I'm standing in. I fell down by the lake, I lie. I was running and tripped over some hedges. His face screws up with distress. I worry about you, Max. You're always running off alone, and I fear one day you'll never come back. A dark sadness rolls through me as I step backward out of the room. I'll always come back, Dad. Don't worry. What I want to add is, I have nowhere else to go. But I don't. You should give her flowers. I hesitate, stopping in place before making my exit. Flowers? For the girl you brought to the dance, he says. Girls like flowers. Your mother enjoyed white roses because they symbolized eternal loyalty. His silvery blue eyes glass over for a beat before he picks up the book in his lap and settles against the shoddy headboard with a sigh. I preferred to get her red roses. Maybe that's why she left me.
I stare at him for a few breaths before scratching at my hair and retreating from the room. Good night, Dad. Good night. Moments later, I'm in the middle of the street with an ivory quilt bunched underneath my arm. Ella fidgets near the side of the road, towing at a patch of grass, adorned in a fresh pair of sneakers. She's still wearing her dress. Sorry for the wait, I tell her. Ready? I watch her eyes pan to my house before she nods. Ready. We make it to the bluffs after walking in comfortable silence, and I lead Ella to a small clearing atop a grassy hill underneath a sky of stars. My heart fumbles at how romantic the scene feels, despite my original intent. Something has shifted between us, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's alarming, exciting, unanticipated. It's the last thing I ever wanted, and yet I seem to be chasing the feeling head-on, caught in a whirlwind of new emotions. I glance around at the little oasis as grass smashes beneath my feet, still damp from recent rainfall. The horizon blends dark earth with a deeper blue sky, and everything looks so magical. I've been here 100 times, and it never felt like anything more than nature splashed with starlight. The difference is I've never been here with her. My throat feels tight as I inch forward and mutter, "Come on, I'll lay the blanket out over here." Wait. Ella snatches my wrist, stopping me, her eyes filled with the ancient glow of the moon. Letting out a sigh, she straightens and lifts her chin. "I will stargaze with you in my orange dress, Max Manning, but only under one condition." "Okay, anything." She lets go of my wrist, glances up at the sky, then turns back to face me. "Promise me that this is not a date." A smile blooms. I untuck the quilt from under my arm, drape it out across the grass, and gesture for her to have a seat. "I promise you, Ella Sunbury," I lie through my teeth. "This is not a date." Chapter 17. Ella. This feels like a date. I lie sprawled out on the quilt beside Max, my eyes turned up to the Tennessee sky. The scent of dewy grass and damp earth hangs in the air as the dull hoot from a faraway owl serenades the darkness. Wrinkling my nose, I turn to Max to gauge his reaction. He doesn't seem to react. Maybe it is a date. What? No, you promised. I glare at him and his web of lies. I don't date. I don't do romance or kissing or any of that stuff. I'm going to die a virgin and possibly a nun. I haven't decided yet. Churches smell weird, but nuns are really nice, and Sister Act made it look appealing. Pros and cons, I guess. He stretches out his legs, and his dark slacks brush against my partially exposed thigh. What does virginity have to do with this? My cheeks grow warm. I don't know. It doesn't have to be a romantic date, he says, still staring skyward. We're just friends. Friends go out on platonic dates all the time. We dance together, and now we're stargazing. And losing your virginity is next on the list? Sounds logical. If this was a real list, then yeah, it would probably be 4th or 5th. Kissing is 3rd. Or maybe hand-holding. I consider the imaginary list and nod as the bullet points come together. Dancing, stargazing, hand-holding, then kissing. Virginity losing is definitely 5th. If this was Andy Sandlow's list, maybe you'd be right. No, Andy would never be caught stargazing. This gets a grin out of him. Max tilts his head toward me, his eyes flickering with twinkle lights. Well, my list is different. No kissing, no virginity losing. You're safe with me. There's a chilly bite to the air, but I don't feel cold. And I know our conversation is all in good fun, but the statement rumbles through me like he just wrapped me up in the warm quilt we're lying on. Tipping my head back to stare up at the star patterns, I release a small sigh. I do feel safe with you, I admit. You make me feel like... He's silent for a beat. Like what? There's a knot in my throat, a burning lump of feeling that I don't know whether to swallow down or purge. You make me feel like a regular girl. You are, he says softly. I'm not, but it's nice to feel like I am sometimes. When he doesn't respond right away, I fidget beside him as our shoulders graze and blades of grass tickle the back of my neck through a worn hole in the blanket. My thoughts take on a somber edge, and I blurt out, "Jonah sent me letters from prison." Max glances at me. "Do you usually send letters back and forth?" "No.
I've considered contacting him, but I haven't yet. The last time we had any correspondence, I was watching the guards lead him out of the courtroom in handcuffs, and that was nearly 2 years ago. That moment is seared in my brain like a nasty burn. The verdict was read, guilty on all counts. I remember every word, every whisper, every tense beat of silence as Judge McLaren drank in the verdict and gathered his thoughts. And then he read off Jonah's sentence to the packed courtroom. In all my years on the bench, rarely have I encountered a case that has affected me so deeply, both as a judge and as a fellow human being. The senseless loss of Aaron Kingston and Tyler Mack is a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can reside in humanity. This verdict, though aligned with the law, will never truly compensate for the void left in the wake of such a gruesome tragedy. My heart was in my throat. Between my teeth, it felt like I was chewing on it as blood sluiced across my tongue, but it was only the shredded inner lining of my cheeks that I'd been biting raw. My fingernails gouged into the heels of my palms. I was sweating, hardly able to breathe. Adjusting his silver spectacles, the judge took a deep breath and continued, tone stern and grave. Given the severity of the crime, the pain caused to the victims' families, and after considering all presented evidence and testimonies, it is the judgment of this court that the defendant shall be sentenced to death, as prescribed by the laws of this state. I screamed. My mother howled beside me as she collapsed. We were the only 2 people in that courtroom mourning, while everyone else stood, cheered, and cried completely different tears. Mom and I were also sentenced to death that day. Jonah stared over at us when he was hauled from the courtroom, his face a mask of pure pain. Our gazes caught from a few feet away, and he said loudly, tortured, with tears streaming down his cheeks from red-rimmed eyes, "I didn't do it. Please believe me." I hate that I don't believe him. I hate that I still love him, miss him, need him here beside me, giving me warmth on my darkest days. I think that's why I'm so broken down and damaged. Forgiveness without love is one thing, but love without forgiveness? That's like a tree without roots. It can't stand for long. It can never truly live. That's why I'm so resistant to the idea of falling in love. I can't go through it again. Bryn told me I have anti-love eyes, and I think it's because of all the horrible things they've seen in the name of it. I turn to Max and can hardly make out his expression through the blur of tears.
All I know is that he's staring at me. He doesn't pull his eyes away, even though a sky full of stars hangs over us. Sorry, I murmur. I'm getting all emotional. Don't be sorry. I know it's not the same, but in a way, I can relate. You can? He nods, maintaining eye contact. My mother walked out on us and never came back, he tells me. She's not dead, but she's not here. I can't put my arms around her or eat her blueberry waffles, but I also can't bring flowers to a gravestone or whisper words to the clouds and pretend she can hear me. Max's knuckles graze against my own. I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but I don't move away. I do the opposite by inching my hand closer to his until his feather-light touch evolves into willful brushstrokes. Rhythm. The sensation prompts my belly to clench and my skin to sizzle. There's no closure in something like that, he continues, the words breathy. That kind of grieving is an entirely different beast. Grieving someone still alive becomes choice instead of chance, and I've had a whole lot of experience with that. He swallows, dusting his thumb across the back of my hand. Sometimes I think it's the only thing in this world worse than death. I hear him, but his touch is louder. It feels like a song, an orchestra trumpeting through my bloodstream. My heart is a bass drum, and when his fingers slowly, delicately begin to lace with mine, the drum beats crescendo. For as good as I am at catching things, I can hardly catch my breath. It slips away from me, as does time. We stare at each other, our fingers gently tangling, our hands locking to parallel our gazes. Max's breathing is shaky, my limbs are quivering, and I've never been this close to anyone before. Not like this. The stars are overhead, but some may have fallen and crash-landed in my chest. At least a few. At least one. Max's eyes close for a beat, with a slow, lazy blink. And then he whispers, "Look at the sky, Sonny." His words register like thick molasses, and I can't seem to tear my eyes away from his. I think I'm in a trance, a spell-glazed stupor. He smiles at me, gives my hand a tender squeeze. Look up. Finally, I catch that breath. It filters through me, unlocking me, and as the strange haze dissipates, I blink myself back to the bluffs and let his words sink in. I look up. Above me, stars begin to emerge, one by one, as if someone is gradually lighting up a giant cosmic pinboard. My eyes adjust to the night as the darkness opens up, unveiling an extravagant show of constellations. Then, out of nowhere, a bright streak flashes across the sky. I turn to look at Max again. "What was that?" I choke out, the words all gasp and wonder. "The torrid meteor shower." My gaze pans back up and my heart jumps. The torrid meteor shower. The meteor is cutting across the night like a sharp, swift brush streak on an inky canvas. Then comes another, and another, each one more enchanting than the last. I can feel my pulse racing, matching the rhythm of each fleeting meteor. Every fiery trail feels like a hello, a postcard from the farthest reaches of space. Being under the open sky makes me feel tiny, insignificant, but there is also a strange sense of belonging as light beams slash through a backdrop of deep, deep blue. "Ella," Max whispers. Tears gather in my eyes as my chest fills with a smothering feeling. "Yeah?" I lied about something. I frown, tipping my head toward him. "You did?" "Yeah. I said you were a regular girl, but you're not." His tongue pokes out to wet his lips, and he turns to meet my eyes. "You're more." He doesn't elaborate. And within everything unsaid, that heavy feeling in my chest ruptures and those tears begin to leak from my eyes. I don't apologize this time. I don't tell him I'm sorry for letting my emotions spill out, for allowing this moment to make me feel something other than the comfortable wash of nothingness. I'm not sorry. I'm grateful. When teardrops gather at the corner of my lips, I lick away the salt and inhale a wobbly breath. "We're hand-holding," I say. "What comes next on your list?" "It can't be kissing. He said there would be no kissing." I don't want to know how soft his lips are or how rough his stubble would feel against the skin of my jaw. I have no desire to feel his tongue against mine. I don't wish for any of that. I don't. Max's gaze slips to my mouth and holds. "Nothing," he answers, a slow smile stretching before his eyes pan back up. This is where the list ends. When the words register, my own smile spreads and I give his palm a gentle squeeze. The quote from Little Gidding flashes through my mind as I stare at Max, his hand filled with mine and his eyes filled with stars. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from. I like this ending. How to Catch the Sun, Step 2. Embrace the golden hour. Seize the warmth before it fades. Chapter 18, Ella. My 18th birthday arrives 2 weeks later, and I wake up to a bouquet of orange roses on my front porch. The late November sun sets them ablaze like the embers of an autumn campfire, and I glance around the yard as if a secret admirer might be lurking in my hydrangea bushes. Mom already left for work, leaving my favorite breakfast spread out on the kitchen table, with a bundle of balloons, their ribbons tied to chair backs. I gulped down orange juice, then feasted on the meal of citrus cakes and scrambled eggs with candied bacon. A few months ago, I was dreading my birthday. I had no plans, no friends, nothing to celebrate but another year lost to sadness. But I woke up today feeling oddly renewed. My belly is full, it's a bright and shimmery Saturday morning, and there are orange roses on my doorstep. Bending over, I pluck them up by the stems and read over the attached note. My heart skips. Ella, happy birthday. I Googled the meaning of orange roses, and I guess they symbolize energy, new beginnings, and good fortune. I also found this. Orange flowers are a symbol of the sun and all things positive. I thought they were perfect because the sun suits you. Flowers do too. Max. P.S. Get your dancing shoes on. We're going to Knoxville. I smile. Guess I'm going to Knoxville. Following an overly ecstatic text message from Bryn, an hour later, I'm now standing in the middle of her kitschy living room, after snagging a ride over from Max and McKay. The walls are plum purple, the carpet is bright green, neon red furniture is littered throughout the space, electric art pieces stare back at me from all angles, and chairs, if I could turn back time, serenades us from a record player in the corner of the room. Ella! A man in a Halloween sweater, crochet with black bats and jack-o'-lanterns appears from the kitchen, his hair a shock of white blonde. Oh my God, it's another Bryn. A second man appears, his hair darker, his sweater brighter, and he pretends to sing into a spatula as he leans back and lets loose. Then he turns to me and grins wide. Ella! Oh my God, it's another Bryn. I can't help but return the smile because it's impossible not to. Hey. I give them a little wave that feels lame and listless compared to the greeting I've received. Then I frown with confusion. Halloween was last month. It's almost Thanksgiving. Halloween lasts until Christmas Eve around here, one man says. Hocus Pocus is always in season, adds the other. I blink slowly. Oh. Bryn skips between the two men and waves madly at me. Ella, she calls out, her enthusiasm on another level. You finally get to meet my dads. This is Daddy Matty, she says, pointing to the blonde man, and this is Papa Pete. I call them Daddy-O and Pops. Max and McKay are seated side by side on the red floral sofa. Max shoots me a small smile, his eyes sparkling. I blink back to Matty and Pete. It's so nice to finally meet you. Thank you for the fruit tray when I was sick. Sugar is the only thing that works for me when I have a lung infection, Pete says, sliding the spatula into his waistband. Feeling better? I am. It was the sugar. I grin.
Antibiotics are overrated, Bryn. Bryn trots forward in her knee-high cowboy boots and denim skirt, plopping down beside McKay on the couch. As soon as she sits, the doorbell rings and she jumps back to her feet. Oh, it's Kai. We've been bonding in art class, so I invited him. I hope that's okay. She glances at me before moving to the front door. I know it's your birthday. I hope I didn't infringe. Of course not. Kai is awesome. Kai trudges through the threshold, looking timid and supremely out of place. He glances between the five of us, brushing jet-black bangs out of his eyes and slamming his hands in his pockets. Hi. Hi. Both Fathers and Bryn announce at the same time, while Kai stands there like a cat at a dog show. 5 minutes later, our group shuffles out the door in preparation for our hour-plus drive to Knoxville. Maddie hollers from the porch step as we make our way to the slew of vehicles packed in the driveway. There will be treats aplenty when you get back. Spiderweb taco dip, hot dog mummies, graveyard cake, and my ultra-famous bat wings. Mwahaha! Pete quickly snags the spatula from his waistband and shoves it in Maddie's face. Redo that. Mwahaha! Maddie repeats into the spatula. A giggle falls out of me as we all wave goodbye, and I beeline to the back seat of Max's truck. You're riding shotgun with me, Max says. McKay grumbles. Hell no, I always ride shotgun. Ladies can do their girly gossip in the back. When Kai clears his throat, McKay adds, and Kai. Actually, let's take 2 cars, Max suggests. Bryn, are you cool driving? Sure, she chirps. Then we need 2 Dee-Dees, McKay snaps. A non-issue. You're the only one with whiskey in your Coke. We don't need 2 rides, Nax. Waste of gas. We can all fit. I want some alone time with Ella. Everyone goes silent. My ears burn underneath my beanie as my gaze ping-pongs from face to face. The memory of holding Max's hand beneath the torrid meteor shower flashes through my mind like a falling star zipping across the sky, and the heat from my ears travels to my cheeks. McKay sets his jaw and tosses Max the keys with more force than necessary. Fine, see you there. Bryn does a funny, hurried skip over to me while everyone else tromps to their respective vehicles. She snatches both of my wrists and shakes them up and down with a little squeal, her pigtails bobbing over her shoulders. Ella! She manages to both shout and whisper my name, which is impressive. There is an actual chance we could be sisters. The moment has escalated. Sisters?
If you marry Max and I marry McKay, we'll be sisters-in-law. That would be amazing. My cheeks never had a chance to cool before another wave of warmth permeates them. It's not that serious. We're just friends. The way he looks at you, though, and he wants to spend alone time with you. Her grip on my wrist strengthens. I saw the way you danced together at the fall fling. Max has never taken much interest in girls before. I thought he was gay. He could be. We're just friends, so I wouldn't know. Something tells me he's not. Max rolls down the passenger side window and leans over the console. Ready, Sonny? Bryn grins wider, her eyes bugging out. Sonny! Oh my gosh, text me updates during the car ride. Another squeal, and then an extra smooshy hug until we almost tip over. See you there. My beanie is lopsided and my hair is full of static when she finally releases me. I can't help but chuckle as I watch her flounce over to the black sedan beside the truck and hop inside. I fling open the door and nearly topple again from the weight of it. Ready, I mutter, studying my balance before tugging off my beanie and tossing it to the floor of the truck. That was quite the hug. It's almost like she never planned to see you again. The opposite, actually. I slam the door shut and yank the seat buckle across my chest. She wants to be sisters-in-law, bound together by our respective matrimony to the Manning twins. Max hesitates before sticking the key in the ignition. Interesting. The pressure is on for a proposal now, he says. At least I set the scene with the roses. Did you like them? When he twists around to glance out the back window while he reverses out of the driveway, I watch his biceps bulge and flex for a beat before slinking further in my seat and staring straight ahead. Then I study my fingernails as we pull out onto the road. Sure, they were beautiful. I thought so. What kind of rings do you like? I chuckle and bite my lip. The candy ones, orange specifically. Low maintenance. I can appreciate that. Thank you, by the way, for the flowers. Still gnawing on my lip, I peer over at him and catch the smile he's wearing. The last time someone gave me a flower, I was 7, I say pointedly, playground magic sprinkling across my memory. Then my dad came along and ruined everything. I still remember picking that flower for you. It was bright like the sun, and the sun was bright like you. Smiling softly, Max reaches for a pack of cigarettes on the dashboard, then falters. He leaves them there, untouched, and turns the dial up on the radio instead, as a crisp wind shimmies through the open window. Tell me about him. My dad? He left us all for good a few months after that, drove me back to Nashville to live with my mom because my teacher's tits were more appealing than taking care of his daughter. They'd agreed to split up the siblings for whatever stupid reason, and Dad didn't want to deal with Jonah's anger issues, so he chose me. Mom and Jonah became close during that year we were all apart. My teeth grind together as I stare out the window. Grudges are a burden on the heart, so I turned my heart into stone. Too bad there are cracks. It would be a lot easier to hate him if there wasn't. It would be easier to hate Jonah, too. Anyway, he's a bastard. Tell me about the before, Max prompts after a moment of silence. Before he left. I clasp my hands together in my lap and glance down. Memories, like water, always seem to find their way through even the smallest of fissures. I think about the times when love was effortless and trust wasn't so hard fought. I wish I could seal the cracks and remain watertight, but hearts, even stone ones, have a way of remembering what they once held dear. My father took me to a Stevie Nicks concert a week before he ditched me for my teacher, I tell Max, ignoring the stinging in my throat. He propped me up on his shoulders so I could see better. I was so young at the time, but I still felt the magic of that moment. Max sets his elbow on the console between us, his bare arm grazing the sleeve of my sweater. There's a heavy charge in the air, so he tamps it down by singing, "This magic moment." A smile breaks through my sorrow, and I throw him a look of gratitude for redirecting the mood. Then I purposefully avoid thinking about the lyrics that come next, the part about lips. I'm excited to see the bands tonight. You should play some of their songs for me. Open up my Spotify, he says, gesturing at his phone. I made you a playlist. Ooh, another list. But in song form? Yep. Sorry this old track doesn't have Bluetooth, but you can play it off my phone. Nodding, I reach for the cell phone and browse through his library that features a single playlist. It has a title, Sunny Songs. I blink over to him. He answers before I have time to question the discovery.
Those are some of my favorite bands, and a lot of the songs have lyrics about the sun. They make me think of you. He sweeps a hand through his tussle of hair and clears his throat. Two of those bands are playing tonight at the concert, Wildorado and Bear's Den. They're kind of, you have songs that make you think of me? I interrupt because that's all that registered. He hesitates, swallows. Yeah. When we stop at a red light, Max plucks the phone out of my hands and scrolls through the list, landing on a song. He presses play. Especially this one. It's called Surefire by Wildorado. Melodies burst to life as he turns the volume up. The song is upbeat.
Happy. I wonder why it makes him think of me. I'm constantly a dark cloud raining on him, and this song is so pure. It feels like living, real, authentic living. And suddenly, I'm angry. It happens so fast. My hands clench in my lap as the lyrics ring loud and hot pressure burns behind my eyes. I see Max turn to glance at me in my peripheral vision. What's wrong, he wonders, pulling off onto an open road as sunlight pours down on the infinite stretch before us. Rocks and pebbles light up, a tapestry of gold. Tree branches sway and shake. Nothing, I croak out, while my fingernails dig into the heels of my palms. He presses down on the accelerator, and the landscape becomes a blur of motion. If you're mad, let it out. You're safe with me. I shake my head. No. Let it out, Sonny. He rolls both windows down all the way. Let it go. I can't. Yes, you can. Anger blooms in my chest, searching for a way out. I try to keep it contained like I always do, but it teases me, pokes me, and then it starts to claw. Right between my ribs, a sharp talon, jagged and mean. My breathing escalates, morphing into steady pants. Fuck Jonah, I hiss through my teeth, emotion bawling in my throat. Fuck him for being on death row, for abandoning me. Fuck my father for leaving us behind without a backward glance. And fuck my first-grade teacher and her stupid tits. They deserved each other. Fuck them, Max agrees, his fingers bleaching white around the steering wheel. Fuck them all. Fuck them all, I repeat. And fuck the kids at school who look at me like I'm some kind of monster. The teachers, too. Mrs. Caulfield especially. Fuck her and her pointy head and cruel words. She's supposed to be a teacher, but all she's taught me is that people can be so horrible to one another. Fuck her. And fuck Andy Sandwell and Heath and all of their asshole friends. Fuck my mother, who worked so hard for her money and then worked so hard to lose it, hiring the best lawyers, thinking she could set Jonah free. I confess, feeling positively rageful. He wanted to take the plea deal, you know, a guilty plea for life without parole. Mom begged him to go to trial. She was certain he'd get off because she's convinced he didn't do it. Turns out, she was wrong. She sentenced him to death. Max remains silent, glancing at me every few seconds as we gun it down the vacant dirt road. I keep going. Fuck everyone who crucified me for that interview, who punished me for my sad, bleeding heart. It's not fair. It sucks. I hate being so mad. I'm near hysterics, so I turn to Max and ambush him with what's left of my pain. And fuck you, Max Manning. Fuck you for being kind to me, for making me feel safe and vulnerable when I know it's a mistake, for dancing with me, for holding my hand beneath the stars, and for making me laugh like there are still things worth laughing about. Fuck you for giving me flowers then and now, as if I really matter to you, and for making my birthday special, and for playing me this stupid song that I absolutely love because it makes me feel the same way you make me feel. I catch my breath and swallow hard, my voice softening to a hoarse whisper. Like, I have no reason to be mad anymore. A few tense beats roll by. He says nothing, his hands still curled around the wheel, his jaw tense. He's looking straight ahead, processing my tirade, probably thinking I've lost my mind. I have. I really have. My face burns with shame. My palms are close to bleeding from my angry nails, and my stomach coils into anxious knots.
I'm about to apologize, maybe tuck and roll from the car while we're going 70, broken neck be damned. I'm going to. I am. But then, fuck you, Dr. Pepper, Max finally says. I suck in a sharp breath. A laugh almost falls out, but I'm too stunned to laugh right now. He heard me that day at the vending machine. He heard me and he remembered. I stare at him and nod slowly, my heartbeats ricocheting. Fuck you, Dr. Pepper, I murmur. Say it louder. I straighten in my seat and tip my face to the truck ceiling. Fuck you, Dr. Pepper. Again. I'm breathing like I just ran a marathon. High jumps, long jumps, pole vaults. Lifting up, I lean out the open window as my loose hair obscures my vision, and the wind tries to choke me. And then I shout at the top of my lungs, fuck you, Dr. Pepper. No one is around us, not a single car on the road. Only Max can hear me. Only the wind feels my grief as I release it with wild abandon, my hands clinging to the passenger side door, my heart in my throat. I scream it again and again. I purge and shriek and bend and break. I laugh. I laugh with mania, with defiance, with soul-churning awareness. The song plays loud, volume up all the way, a forever soundtrack to this moment, this magic moment. When I flop back into the passenger seat, I'm breathless, boneless, and more alive than I've ever been before. It takes a second for me to notice the wetness trickling down my cheekbones, creating little pools along my lips and jaw. I stick out my tongue and taste the salt. Tears. I'm crying. I'm crying. I swipe at the teardrops with the sleeve of my sweater, another sob-drenched laugh spilling from my lips. I'm crying, but not because I'm sad. It's because I finally found what I've been searching for, what I've been desperately craving for years. Peace. Just one peaceful moment. I'm not broken. I'm not beyond hope. I'm worthy. I'm so worthy of this moment, of this precious pocket of peace. It's here. It's mine. I found it. I found it in this rusty old truck on an open road, the music loud, the sun blood orange. I found it with dust in my eyes and wind in my hair as Max reaches for my hand and links our fingers together with a tender squeeze. And I realize it's not the first time I found it. It's merely the first time I've let myself acknowledge it. I'm a mess of tears and joy when I look over at Max, our hands tightly locked together. He holds on to me. He's with me. He feels it too. The truth is, I've had many peaceful moments, and every single one of them has been with him. Chapter 19. Ella prances beside me as we wind through college kids and hand-in-hand lovers, music filling the air and spilling out from the crowded venue. I'm slurping down a blue raspberry slushie when she links our arms together. "What do you think of Kai?" she asks me. It's an odd question. Her perma-smile wavers my glance at her. He's really sweet, shy, introverted, surprisingly funny when he's comfortable with you. Why? No reason. There's always a reason. Elaborate. Well, McKay insists he has a crush on me, and he's pissed that I invited him today. He's wrong, right? Kai just needs some friends, and I love making friends. I agree with McKay. When Bryn whips her head toward me, she blanches a little. Honesty has never been difficult for me. Sorry, but Kai definitely has a crush on you. I don't blame McKay for mentioning it, but I don't blame you for making Kai feel included. Just tread carefully. She sighs, blowing out a long breath through pink, glossy lips. It's my Christopher Robin eyes. It takes a minute for the statement to process, and when it does, a burst of laughter falls out of me. Well, that's not a bad thing. I wish everyone had Christopher Robin eyes. No, it's a curse. And now McKay is mad, thinking I might cheat on him. He doesn't think that. He cornered me outside the car and said those exact words. He's been acting really jealous and angry lately, and it's stressing me out. My nose crinkles, and I can't help but think of Jonah. No, McKay isn't Jonah, he's just a high school kid. I banish the thought and try to ease her worries. He's intoxicated and being insecure. Christopher Robin is loyal. Which character are you? She asks. I pause. I'm about to say Piglet, but then I wonder, who is Piglet without Pooh Bear?
Swallowing the quickly forming knot in my throat, I shrug. I don't know anymore. Bryn sips her apple cider and smiles softly, still holding on to my arm as we weave through the masses. It's a chilly 50-degree evening, and everyone is bundled up and huddled together with friends and loved ones while dallying outside the venue. Considering we're heading into December, a lot of people are dressed up in holiday sweaters. I'm still stuck in Halloween with my all-black attire, bluish lips, and pale skin, so I probably look like Wednesday Addams. I bet Maddie and Pete were proud. The guys are dressed comfortably. Max snagged a hoodie from the back of his truck after we parked, and when I sneak a peek of him sauntering a few feet to my right, he pulls his hood up over his head to counter the chill in the air. Our eyes meet. Hopefully mine aren't rimmed red from the embarrassing waterworks show on the drive over. His are as soft and blue as they've ever been. McKay is on the other side of Max as Kai trails behind the group with his gaze on the ground. Bryn unlinks our arms and peers over at a line of food trucks boasting the best barbecue in Tennessee. Ooh, they have vegan kebabs. Pit stop? She eyes the group. I shake my head. I'm good. Kai immediately tags along, prompting a glare from McKay, while Max follows with a comment about smoky garlic pulled pork. That leaves me and McKay standing off to the side, dodging a group of drunken 20-somethings. He uncaps his Coke and takes a big swig, eyes narrowed at Bryn's billowing pigtails. He digs her, he mutters, swishing the soda concoction around in aimless circles. I mean, she's perfect. I don't blame the guy, but she acts flirty with him. McKay and I hardly speak, let alone about anything serious. In fact, I would have put money on him not liking me all that much. Clearing my throat, I toe a groove in the pavement and try to act cool. She acts the same way with me. She's a friendly person. It's different. She kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror on the drive over. That doesn't mean anything. I'm sure she was just making sure he was comfortable. Yeah, I guess. Are you guys going to the same college? I pivot. He sniffs. No, I have no grand plans after high school. Might see the world, might not. That's strangely relatable. I toss him a glance and a smile. The world is vast and intimidating. Maybe it's more about finding our place in it rather than seeing all of it. His mouth twitches when he looks at me. Nodding, McKay slips one hand in the pocket of his baggy jeans. His shoulder-length hair flies behind him when a breeze whips through, and for a moment he bears a striking resemblance to Max. The tiny smile, the stance, the eyes a similar shade of blue in the low-hanging sun. But there is no trace of dimples. I'm about to say something else when Max returns, tugging the hoodie over his head and handing it to me. Here, take this. You look freezing. But then you'll be freezing, I reply, frowning at the gesture while regarding his bare arms. I'm the idiot drinking a slushie on a cold day. I'll be fine. Take it, Ella. Reluctantly, I accept the offering with a look of gratitude. Thanks. The hoodie is warm, scented with earthy cologne and the faint aroma of cigarette smoke. The sleeves hang past my palms as I wrap myself in a one-person hug and inhale deeply. Max steps toward me, his gaze trailing me as his throat rolls. Looks good on you. It's comfy, I say with a smile. Ready for music? He doesn't wait for me to reply as he closes the gap between us and reaches for one of my concealed hands. I shake it through the sleeve hole and our fingers interlock. It feels effortless, like our hands were made for holding, and warmth spreads to every limb. I lift my eyes to his as he towers a foot above me. Ready, I say. I'd be ready for anything with his hand in mine. We commandeer a high-top table that overlooks a giant stage. Dazzling strobes splash an array of colors across the band as attendees wave their hands on the dance floor and music pulls everyone to their feet. Bear's Den is playing, one of Max's favorite bands. I recognize a few songs that played on the drive over. Kai sways back and forth to my right, so I nudge him with my elbow. Having fun? He glances beside him at Bryn before clearing his throat. Sure, the music is good, and the company is exceptional. The company is mostly exceptional. We share a glance, and I know McKay's passive-aggressive comments are what have tainted the exceptional company. When the band announces their next song, called Red Earth, Pouring Rain, Max leans into me on my left. His rich voice tickles my ear and sends a shiver up my spine. This one is my favorite. Oh yeah? I twist to look at him, and he's closer than I expect. I suck in a quick breath as our noses almost kiss. I can't wait to hear it. The crowd goes wild when the first chord rings out. The lights dim, and a lone spotlight shines on the lead singer, casting him in a white glow. As his voice croons into the microphone, harmonizing in perfect sync with the instruments, energy surges through the audience and causes bodies to undulate and arms to swing back and forth. There's a huge smile on my face as I watch, transfixed, my shoulder glued to Max's arm. When I pull my chin up to catch his expression, I drink in his closed eyes and soft smile. There's a dreamy, soulful wrinkle to his brow, and I find myself staring at him instead of at the band. He must feel my attention on him because a moment later, his arm is around me, tugging me closer. I melt into him. The song picks up, the crowd whistling and bopping, couples sway and slow dance as magic creeps beneath my skin and zaps my heart. I lean into Max with my whole weight, nestling in the crook of his arm, flush against his torso as he holds onto me like a treasure. Just as the singer belts out lyrics about pouring rain, a sprinkler system activates, dousing the crowd in a cool shower. I gasp. A laugh follows, and my head tilts back while a gentle stream of water mists my face. Max blinks down at me, a smile pulling at his lips, the moisture from overhead dampening his bangs until they're stuck to his forehead. Nothing else exists. Just this song, this boy, and this look between us. And then his bending over, ushering me behind him. "Climb on," he tells me, voice pitching loud over the guitar riff. I can't help but laugh. "What?" "Climb on my shoulders. I'll lift you up so you can see better." He's dead serious. I falter for a beat, but then my legs are moving, guiding me behind his back. Max hooks both arms underneath my knees and hauls me up like there's no weight at all. I'm soaring skyward until I'm propped up on his shoulders, my legs crisscrossing at his chest, and my hands flying to his hair for balance. A squeal shreds my throat. I teeter sideways, and Max locks his forearms up my thighs to keep me steady. If my life were a book, this would be that moment where everything shifts, a scene readers would tab, highlight, and revisit, where the protagonist isn't just observing the story, but is truly alive in it. Up here, the world feels different. I'm both a part of the crowd and above it, with Max as my anchor, grounding me through the lyrics, melodies, and makeshift rain. If this is what living in the moment feels like, I want every chapter to be just like this one. I fist his hair with one hand and throw my other toward the ceiling with a whoop of joy. Water droplets sparkle under the stage lights as the singer bends over and sings like the lyrics are so much more than words. In turn, I hold on to Max like he is so much more than a pair of sturdy shoulders. He feels like a tether, a lifeline, an escape. We are two sticks tossed over a bridge, swimming side by side, floating away from it all. When the song ends, Max slides me down his back and my boots hit the floor. My hands don't leave him right away. I want to press my cheek into the arc of his spine, but instead, I slowly trail my hands down his hips until my arms are dangling at my sides. A slower song begins to play next, and I settle beside Max again while Bryn plops down in McKay's lap in one of the tall chairs, and Kai stands off to the side sipping a soda. I steal a glance at Bryn, and the smile we share says 1,000 words. These are my people. I finally feel like I belong. "Come here." Max's voice startles me from the moment, and I glance at his arm extended out to me. "What?" I ask. "Come here, Sonny." My gaze travels down his lean body, then back up to his face. A small smile gleams back at me as his wet hair curls along his temples and forehead. My heartbeats tangle at the notion of being fully wrapped in his embrace, my back pressed to his chest as a slow, dreamy song serenades us from the stage, and those strong arms hold me tight. Butterflies swarm low in my belly with dizzied wings when I inch over to him, allowing both of his arms to curl around my middle. "Okay," I murmur, avoiding eye contact. I lean back, hesitant and careful, nervous and scared shitless. I'm not sure what I'm scared about, but my heart is accelerating at a lethal speed, and oxygen feels like a tangible knot in the back of my throat. Max leans forward a little. I feel his own heartbeat pulsing through the back of the hoodie, and it's gunning it at a similar pace. He squeezes me, taking a step forward so his legs are caging me in, and his pelvis is flush with my lower back.
Warm breath beats against the crown of my head in quick, steady puffs. His scent wafts around me, pine-steeped soap and woodsy cologne, fusing with the aroma in the air of fog machines and fried food. The song plays, echoing through the crowd. It's called Shadows. It's slower and kind of sad, and a few girls in front of us are crying, but miraculously, I can't relate. I'm not sad right now. I lean back further against Max's chest, prompting his head to drop forward until his lips are whispering along my ear. I can tell by his breathing that he isn't sad either. Melancholy dangles in the air, but we're in our own bubble, and all I feel is his body heat warming me, his shaky breaths kissing my ear, and his hand as it slides from my hip to my thigh and begins to graze up and down the damp denim. Tendrils of silken heat slither through me as my eyelids flutter closed. "Is this okay?" he asks softly. My hair flutters from his breath, and my heart flutters from his words. I have no idea if this is okay, but the reply spills out anyway. Yes, something inside me thinks it's okay. Sighing, Max presses into me, and then his other arm wraps around my middle and pulls me even closer. I make a sound. I don't mean to. It just falls out like air. His hand is on my thigh, and his arm is wrapped around me, and I've never felt anything like this before. I've never made that sound. He hears it and makes a similar sound in return, right next to my ear. A breathy groan that feels like a fireball to my heart, a blaze of detonation traveling south and causing a throbbing heat to unfurl between my legs. Oh God, what is this? What is happening? My limbs are paralyzed, but my insides are in motion, spinning and free-falling. I'm frozen, yet melting. Nothing makes sense. Everything makes sense. Max's hand trails up and down my thigh while the other splays across my abdomen, drifting and searching. His fingertips inch underneath the hem of the hoodie, just barely. A slower song begins to play next, and I settle beside Max again, while Bryn plops down in McKay's lap in one of the tall chairs, and Kai stands off to the side sipping a soda. I steal a glance at Bryn, and the smile we share says 1,000 words. These are my people. I finally feel like I belong. Come here. Max's voice startles me from the moment, and I glance at his arm extended out to me. What? I ask. Come here, Sonny. My gaze travels down his lean body, then back up to his face. A small smile gleams back at me as his wet hair curls along his temples and forehead. My heartbeats tangle at the notion of being fully wrapped in his embrace, my back pressed to his chest as a slow, dreamy song serenades us from the stage, and those strong arms hold me tight. Butterflies swarm low in my belly with dizzied wings when I inch over to him, allowing both of his arms to curl around my middle. "Okay," I murmur, avoiding eye contact. I lean back, hesitant and careful, nervous and scared shitless. I'm not sure what I'm scared about, but my heart is accelerating at a lethal speed, and oxygen feels like a tangible knot in the back of my throat. Max leans forward a little. I feel his own heartbeat pulsing through the back of the hoodie, and it's gunning it at a similar pace. He squeezes me, taking a step forward, so his legs are caging me in and his pelvis is flush with my lower back. Warm breath beats against the crown of my head in quick, steady puffs. His scent wafts around me, pine-steeped soap and woodsy cologne fusing with the aroma in the air of fog machines and fried food. The song plays, echoing through the crowd. It's called Shadows. It's slower and kind of sad, and a few girls in front of us are crying, but miraculously, I can't relate. I'm not sad right now. I lean back further against Max's chest, prompting his head to drop forward until his lips are whispering along my ear. I can tell by his breathing that he isn't sad either. Melancholy dangles in the air, but we're in our own bubble, and all I feel is his body heat warming me, his shaky breaths kissing my ear, and his hand as it slides from my hip to my thigh and begins to graze up and down the damp denim. Tendrils of silken heat slither through me as my eyelids flutter closed. "Is this okay?" he asks softly. My hair flutters from his breath, and my heart flutters from his words. I have no idea if this is okay, but the reply spills out anyway. Yes, something inside me thinks it's okay. Sighing, Max presses into me, and then his other arm wraps around my middle and pulls me even closer.
I make a sound. I don't mean to. It just falls out like air. His hand is on my thigh, and his arm is wrapped around me, and I've never felt anything like this before. I've never made that sound. He hears it and makes a similar sound in return, right next to my ear. A breathy groan that feels like a fireball to my heart, a blaze of detonation traveling south and causing a throbbing heat to unfurl between my legs. Oh God, what is this? What is happening? My limbs are paralyzed, but my insides are in motion, spinning and free-falling. I'm frozen, yet melting. Nothing makes sense. Everything makes sense. Max's hand trails up and down my thigh, while the other splays across my abdomen, drifting and searching. His fingertips inch underneath the hem of the hoodie, just barely. A weightless touch, one finger skims the waistband of my jeans, and his thumb brushes the skin of my stomach. It feels like dozens of flickering fireflies have breached me. Starlight infiltrates, sunshine leaks into my soul and thaws every patch of frost. And when he whispers my name against the curve of my neck, everything is golden. Ella. My skin comes alive with goosebumps, my heart is pounding, my core achy. A little voice inside my head yearns for him to dip his hand lower, to the space between my legs. No, 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 stop it, Ella. Terrified by the strange new thoughts, I tilt my head to the side and look at him. I'm not sure why I do that, but part of me needs to know what he's thinking and feeling. I need to see his eyes. Maybe to him, this is harmless, friendly, playful. Maybe my body is responding in all the wrong ways, and I can laugh it off and we can be normal again. But looking at him is a mistake. When his head tips up, his eyes are glinting with crystalline intensity, far from mirroring laughter or playfulness. His gaze is unwavering, heated, steadfast, and in that split second, I realize we're on the same page. Consumed with the same tension, the same pull. Normalcy feels miles away. He leans in closer. His lashes flutter, lips part. Our mouths are a centimeter from locking together. My instincts fire, and panic overthrows me. The light snuffs out as I scramble away from him. I think I need to go. Max inhales a breath and releases me like my leaking light just burned him. Go? I need some air. I move away on teetering legs, unable to look at him. He calls out to me again, but I'm already fleeing, running away like a coward. I shove my way through a mass of bodies, tripping over chair legs, earning glares and annoyed remarks from the crowd. Bryn shouts my name. I keep running. Ella! It's Max this time, chasing after me. Tears cloud my vision, tears of terror and confusion. I didn't want this. I didn't want that. There's a burning ball of need in my belly, and I want to claw it out of me. It's a wretched invader, a trespasser. When I make through the double doors and into the cool air, I slow my pace, bend over, and clasp my hands around my knees as I try to catch my breath. Max jogs up beside me, his sneakers coming into view on the sidewalk. Ella, don't. I can't. Can't what? Still winded, I lift back up and swat sections of damp hair out of my eyes. His brows are bent with concern, but a small smile still bleeds into the look he sends me. It's soft, gentle, kind. His gaze scans my face, my pink cheeks, my wild eyes and tangled hair. I don't know why he's smiling. I hate that he's smiling. Don't, Max, I repeat. Don't smile at me like that. There's a hiss to my words. Each syllable is infused with lethal snakebite venom. His smile withers, poisoned to death. Why not? Because you smile at me like I matter, I snap, like I mean something to you. You do matter. You do mean something to me. His throat works through a swallow, and he shakes his head at my words as if he can shake them out of the stratosphere. You matter a lot. You're my friend, Sunny girl. Am I? Yes. Then what was that? Max doesn't miss a beat, tilting his head as he asks, "What did you want it to be?" He's not afraid of the answer, because the answer is clear as day, despite what my
We're riding horses side by side, galloping down a trail beneath a sky of clouds and blue. He turns to me, the brim of his hat shadowing two crystal-like eyes. The sun is extra bright today, Sunny. We should try to catch it. I glance at the yellow-orange ball of fire in the sky and shake my head. I don't know how. Easy, he says. Prepare your net and begin at dawn. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't answer him and look off to the horizon as horse hooves clap against the dusty terrain. There's where I see Jonah, standing at the edge of a ravine, his mouth moving with words I can't make out. His copper hair catches the light and a smile shines back at me. I want to hug him. I want to race toward him, hold him in my arms, and never let him go. But he's too far away, too out of reach. I'll never make it before the sun sets and darkness paints the world black. Fighting back tears, I squint my eyes and stare into the sun before glancing back to where Jonah once stood. He's gone. Some things are too hard to catch, even for me. Chapter 20. Max. I've lost my mind. Madness has taken over, infecting me with the absurd idea of bringing this shitty house back to life. I'm not entirely sure what came over me in the days since the concert, but I woke up one morning with the burning desire to finish what Dad and I had started years ago. Maybe it's Ella. She's allowed me to believe that broken things don't always need to stay in ruins. My heart, for one, and now this house. In a passing conversation with my neighbor, Chevy, I mentioned the blossoming idea, thinking he'd look at me like I'd grown a second head, but he didn't. All he said was, "When do we start?" I've quickly realized that restoration is no joke. It's hard, grueling, and time-consuming. It's easier to let something rot away than to restore it. But as I glance across the street at Ella, pedaling down her driveway on her red bike, with the sun in her hair and a smile on her lips, I know that it's not impossible. She skids to a stop in front of my yard, planting both feet on the ground. "Hey," she greets me. The smile sticks, despite the fact that I was a heartbeat away from kissing her last week at the music festival. Luckily, I refused to let us simmer in awkwardness, so I taped a list to her bedroom window on Monday morning, before school. Reasons why you shouldn't avoid me forever. 1. You'd miss my amazing lists, too much. 2. Who will you play poo sticks with? Yourself? Lame, and you know it. 3. We still haven't arm wrestled yet. A life filled with regret is a life wasted. Max. It was dumb, but seemed to do the trick. Ella ate lunch with me by the willow tree at school that afternoon and every day since. I haven't tried to kiss her again, even though it's all I've thought about. While I've made peace with my shifting and growing feelings for Ella, I realize her walls are more shatterproof than mine. Just like this old house, it's going to take time and patience to mend what's broken and build something new. "What are you up to?" she asks, glancing at the tools strewn across my front lawn. "Fixing up the house." Her eyebrows swing up to her hairline. "Really?" Chevy offered to help me. He's already renovating this huge property a mile from here, so he knows his stuff and has a ton of leftover materials. McKay offered too, but I'm not holding my breath with him. I pop a hammer in the air, giving it a twirl, then catch it by the handle. I figure it might take months, maybe even a year, but it'll get there eventually. Progress is inevitable when you put in the work. Chevy jogs over to us from the adjacent yard, wearing a backward ball cap and a grease-stained tank. "Hey, darling," he nods at Ella as he approaches, a few pieces of a honey blonde hair sprouting from underneath the cap. "Is Max putting you to work?" She wrinkles her nose, shifting her weight on the bike. "No, I'm heading into town to grab coffee with Bryn. I've given up on the job hunt at this point, so I'll settle for drowning my sorrows in a lethal amount of espresso. That'll do the trick," he says. "Thank you for the bike, by the way. Sorry I haven't said that yet." I blink. "Hoops? Sure." Chevy glances at me and flips his hat around. "I fixed it up and gave it to Max years ago when he was still a kid. I'm glad someone is getting use out of it again." I don't say anything as I stare at Ella and rub the back of my neck. Realization dawns, filling her eyes. Her lips thin and she nods slowly, gaze fixed on me. "Yeah," she murmurs. "I'm glad to." The sound of the screen door creaking open behind us has me whirling around, my attention locking on my father, who hobbles onto the porch step. He leans forward on his cane, his pants 2 sizes too big and drooping off his hips. "Is this the pretty girl you brought to the dance?" he wonders, motioning at Ella. All of my worlds are colliding. I stumble for a response, my throat thick. "Yeah, Dad, this is Ella. She lives across the street." Ella tosses her bike down and moves across the yard. "Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Manning." "Call me Chuck." His face lights up. Did my son get you flowers? Sighing, I rub the space between my eyes and wish for a swift death. Dad, come on. She has somewhere to be. He did, actually, she replies. Orange roses. Orange? He frowns. Interesting. Never gotten those before. Orange is my favorite color. Suits you. Hey, why don't you come by for dinner this weekend? I'm making brisket. My eyes pop and I rush forward, stepping between my father and Ella. There's no way she's coming over for dinner. I will take out a credit card and fly her first class to Italy for the most authentic, expensive Italian cuisine I can find before I subject her to the inside of that embarrassing house and Dad's drunken outbursts. No way. Ella doesn't eat brisket. She huffs. I love brisket. Thank you for the invitation. I'm free tomorrow. No, you're not. I turn to fully face her, my eyes pleading. We have that thing. What thing? The thing with the thing. I can't believe you forgot about the thing. Chevy tries to come to my rescue. I remember the thing. It's a stellar thing. You can't miss it. Ella glances between the three of us, chewing on her thumbnail. Her shoulders slacken for a breath, and I think she's about to concede. But then she straightens, stretches a full-toothed grin, and bobs her head at my father. I'll be over at 6. She waves and retreats. Shit. Dad looks positively slap-happy. The newfound twinkle in his eyes should have me beaming with relief if I didn't have a heap of damage control dropped into my lap. Chevy sends me an apologetic look before I bolt and chase Ella over to her bike. Ella, hold up. She ignores me and begins to pedal, her pace slow and sluggish as she rides up an incline. Ella. I jog beside her, watching her auburn hair fan out behind her. You can't come over for dinner. Dad hasn't cooked in a decade. We don't even have a real oven. Shame heats my cheeks, but I keep jogging beside her, my gait quickening to a run when she picks up speed. You think I'm one to judge? She scoffs, already out of breath. I'm still living out of boxes because I can't bear to go through some of my old things. We barely have walls. That's fine. I'll be too busy eating brisket to notice the walls. I'm serious. I'll take you out to dinner if you really want to have a date with me. She side-eyes me with a squinty glare. There's a place off Braxton. They have great risotto. I prefer brisket. Damn it, Sonny. Slow down so we can talk about this. Can't be late for coffee. Ella glances at me, then at my swiftly moving feet like she can't believe I'm keeping up with her. She pedals faster. See you tomorrow at 6. Lifting up, she uses all her strength to ride ahead of me until I give up and slow to a defeated stop in the middle of the road. I scrub both hands over my face, wondering if I can make history by renovating a house in 24 hours. Fuck my life. I have to put a stop to this. The moment I see Ella arrive home at dusk and park her bicycle along the side of her house, I slip on my shoes. I wait a few minutes for her to settle inside while I pace the living room and peer out the unglazed window, tug down the cheap roller blinds, then storm out the front door. Dad is sleeping. Hell, probably be sleeping tomorrow too when Ella comes over for make-believe brisket. And that's if he's not passed out drunk on whiskey. The horror of that probable scenario has me racing across the street in record time. When I make it to her front porch, I knock softly. Footsteps approach and the door widens, revealing a middle-aged woman wearing a blush loungewear set. 2 green eyes, a shade darker than Ella's, flare when she spots me hovering in the doorway with my hands buried in my pockets. Oh, hello there. Hi. I locate my manners and step forward, extending a hand. Max Manning. She greets me with a surprised smile. Candace, are you looking for Ella? Yeah, is she home? I know she's home, but I don't want my first real impression with Ella's mother to give off stalker vibes, so I attempt to look oblivious. She just got home. She's in her room. Thank you. Max, Candace adds before I make my way down the hall. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, more than just in passing. I never did thank you for saving my daughter's life that day at the lake. Oh, I pause to scratch the back of my neck. I'm glad I was there. Right place, right time. You two have become close, yes? Pretty close. We're friends. Did you get her those roses? Her eyes drift to the kitchen table in the adjoining room where a cerulean blue vase holds the slightly drooping bouquet. Those flowers are haunting me.
I fold in my lips and nod. Well, they're lovely. She grins brightly. Let me know if I can make some food for you two. I appreciate that. I won't stay long. We're just working on a project together. For school. When she sees me off with another warm smile, I traipse down the short hallway until I land at a closed door. There are 3 closed doors, but this one has a custom wooden hanger dangling from a nail in the frame in the shape of a horse, personalized with Ella's name in block letters. Bingo. I forget to knock and whip open the bedroom door. Then I freeze. Ella whirls around to face me, wearing only a lacy black bra and matching panties. She gapes at me, mouth hitching with surprise. As for me, I just stand there, staring at her, not moving, my own lips parted with shock. With more than shock. My gaze rolls over her curves and alabaster skin in slow motion before drawing back up to her face and mess of static-infused hair. I'm still not moving. Not moving. Max, get out! Jeez, she shrieks, her cheeks flaming. Instinct has her grabbing a bed quilt off the mattress and wrapping herself up like a mortified burrito. Right, shit, sorry. Still not moving. She throws a slipper at me. Christ! I'm going. I fluster before swiftly exiting the bedroom and closing the door behind me. I lean against the wood and take a deep breath, begging my nether regions to calm the hell down. As I drop my head back, the horse nameplate falls on me, and everything is chaos. I'm putting it back into place when the door pulls open again, and Ella stands before me, newly clothed in pajama pants and a tank top that's flipped backward, the tag poking out through the top of her chest. I blink at her. Did my mother let you in? Yes. Blowing out a breath, I do everything in my power to cleanse my mind of the last 30 seconds, but fail tremendously. Sorry, I should have knocked first. You think? Blotches of bright pink dapple her cheeks and neck as she avoids eye contact. Can I come in now? No. She swallows, crosses her arms. Fine. I sweep past her into the bedroom and try not to trip over the wadded-up blanket on the floor. When I collapse on the edge of the mattress, I brave a glance at her. I'm used to climbing through your window. I thought the door was a step up. Knocking is standard etiquette in both scenarios. Noted. I twist my lips and track her as she flits around the room, tossing laundry into bins and stacking textbooks into piles. How was coffee? It was great. The barista there is super cool. Her hair's blue? Impossible to be below average with blue hair. She throws me a small grin, but then it dissolves. Andy and some guys from school came by for coffee and entertained me with their lack of intelligence, so that was fun. My hackles rise. Did you punch them in the face? Please say yes. No, I enjoy having a clean record, thank you. Self-defense, obviously. Their existence is offensive. A chuckle slips out. In Andy's mind, he was on good behavior, I'm sure. All he did was order a coffee with cherry syrup and make a comment about popping my cherry. He made a comment about wanting to take your virginity? I stand from the bed, every muscle going rigid as I stalk across the room to where she's standing by her desk. The top is littered with bookbinding accessories, ivory and cream paper stacks, and an assortment of multicolored crafts. It's a little literary oasis of fairy tales and imagination. I cross my arms and stare at her, awaiting her response. Ella appears nonplussed. Yep. I suppose when it comes to goals, you should always set the bar high. After the girl he's dating scribbled the word whore on my locker last week, I snapped and told them all I was a virgin. Now, that's the new angle, getting in my pants. You're, not interested, of course? I'm clearly fishing. I hover beside her as she aimlessly organizes her desk and then skips over to do the same with her bookcase. It's like she's trying to physically run away from the topic. Am I interested in losing my virginity to one of those creeps? Disgust has her nose scrunching up. Ew, no, God. Relief swims through me. I reach for her and curl my fingers loosely around her wrist, pulling her attention away from the scattered books. Her eyes flick to my hand, then up to my face. I have no idea what prompts the next statement, but it probably has something to do with the fact that I just saw her half naked and now we're discussing sex. So, you are a virgin? She frowns. Don't act so surprised. I told you I was. I didn't know if the status had changed since you last told me. That was only a couple of weeks ago, Max. And if it does happen to change, you'd be the first to know.
I would? Sure, cross my heart. If I ever uncross my legs, there's no way you wouldn't know, immediately, firsthand. I sense some kind of hidden meaning, so I squint at her. Why is that? Because, she sighs before looking away and then back to me. Nerves skate across her face as her cheekbones tinge a rosy shade of pink. If I had any desire to lose my virginity, it would probably be with you. I stop breathing. I think I make a choking sound. Fainting and subsequent humiliation are bound to follow, so I swallow hard and inhale a shuddery breath. Me? Blinking repeatedly, she pulls away and stalks to the other side of the room, now interested in a cobweb in the corner. Pulling a duster from a drawer, she swats the webs away. That part is irrelevant. Excuse me? I chase her down. It's not irrelevant to me, Ella. Her face is beet red, but she emits cool composure as she returns the duster to the drawer and turns her back to me. This girl just confessed in a roundabout way that she wants to sleep with me. There are 1,000 questions teasing my tongue, but all I can muster is, why me? Ella clears her throat and offers a small shrug. I mean, you're basically my best friend, and I trust you. My heart beats like a caged bird longing for the sky. Her words are a shot of sunlight to my veins. Still, I try to act unruffled as I tilt my head and study her through narrowed eyes. I search her profile when she twists around, then fold my arms, trying to keep the smugness out of my tone.
Generally, sex involves some level of attraction. Are you attracted to me, Sunny? Her cheeks pinken further. No, ew, never, she rushes out. Maybe it's just something to do eventually, and I might as well do it with someone I don't find repulsive. That's so bleak. If I've given you any reason to believe my thoughts veer in a more frolicsome direction, I truly apologize. I'm ashamed. Sighing, I run my tongue along my top teeth. Presumptuous of you to assume I'd be interested. You would be. What makes you so sure? She faces me and arcs a brow. You're an 18-year-old straight male, and despite my laundry list of personality flaws, I'm not a monstrous ogre. Physically, I'm at least a 6.5, maybe a 7. She shrugs again. Also, you're staring at my boobs right now. My gaze shoots back up. You have a little mole on your chest. I've always thought it was cute. It's shaped like a T-Rex. Ella fidgets, bouncing from foot to foot. Fine. She clears her throat, glances up at the ceiling. 7.5 for the intriguing dinosaur mole. But that's where I tap out. A grin spreads, and I catch the way her gaze falls back down and settles on my mouth for a beat. She swallows, flicks her eyes up to mine, then swivels around and runs away from me. Again. Ella, come on. Begrudgingly, I chase her down for the third time as she glides across the room to make her bed. I watch her gather the giant blanket on the floor and drape it over the mattress. You can't just drop that bomb on me and pretend nothing has changed. Nothing has to change. I was just being honest. I like your honesty, but honesty usually comes with a follow-up conversation. You just said you wanted to have sex with me. She fluffs her pillows, smacking them multiple times until they're the opposite of fluffed. They are now flattened, cotton pancakes at the head of her bed. I didn't say that. I said if I wanted to sleep with someone, it would probably be with you. But I also told you I was dying a virgin, so do the math. I stare at her for a few beats, processing the situation. Doing the math. The math is in the way she leaned out my truck window and bared her soul to me, crying while our hands locked together, her heart bleeding out of her as I picked up the pieces and kept some for my own safekeeping. The science is in the way she melted against me at the concert with my favorite songs alive in the air, filling me with hope and promise. The chemistry is in the way she lights up, brighter than any torrid meteor shower, every time our eyes meet. I'm good at math. The math only adds up to one thing. I come up behind her until my torso is nearly flush with her spine. Startled, she whirls around, her palms flying up and gently splaying across my chest. She doesn't back away. She gazes up at me with wide, curious eyes, waiting for me to speak. I school my expression to stay passive. I keep my racing heart in check and do everything I can to keep the quiver out of my voice.
Well, you were right about one thing, I tell her, bending slightly until my lips brush the shell of her ear. I would be interested. Fuck it, I might as well be honest too. She trembles, inhaling a sharp breath, fingers curling and pressing into the hard planks of my chest. Ella loves to pretend she's unaffected by me, despite the hand-holding, the heated looks, the compliments, and flirting. Her aloof disposition serves as a coping mechanism, gives her power, and it keeps her in survival mode. Because of that, I've respected her brush-offs and stone walls. I let her pretend because that's what she needs to get by. But she can't pretend right now. I feel her skin heat. I see her eyes hood, her breaths are coming quicker, and her chest is heaving up and down with anticipation. She's responsive. She feels me. Everywhere. Leaning in closer, I murmur, "You were right about that, but you were wrong about something." Her eyes flutter closed. "What's that?" she asks breathlessly. I place a soft, feather-light kiss on her temple, drag my lips down her cheek, then whisper in her ear, "You're a fucking 10." And then I step away. Her eyes open slowly, like my words were a drug to her veins. She doesn't say anything, and just watches me retreat as her arms make a languid descent back to her sides, swaying on shaky legs. "I'll be over at 5:30 tomorrow night," I say, my voice gravelly as I saunter over to her bedroom door. "You're not coming over for dinner. I'm taking you out. Max." I don't let her argue and walk out of the room, all while pretending like that tiny kiss to the side of her head wasn't the greatest moment of my life. Chapter 21, Max. I towel off my shower-damp hair as I make my way out of the dingy bathroom off the hallway. Tools are scattered at my feet. Tarps are laid out as if the dirty subfloor needs protection. The house smells like the meshing of sawdust and despair, but there's a flickering of renewed optimism hovering between these barren walls that feels like a subtle but striking parallel to my relationship with Ella. Chevy helped me work late into the night, and I have no clue how I'll ever manage to repay him. On the flip side, the only trace of McKay I've witnessed over the past few days has been around school, which is no surprise. I had a feeling he'd make himself unavailable to help with the reno, despite his half-hearted agreement over leftovers last week. After throwing on a clean button-down and my only pair of dress pants, which I wore to the fall fling, I towel my hair in the mirror with some gel and dab a bit of hand-me-down cologne on my neck and wrists. There's a fresh box of condoms sitting on my nightstand. It's not like I'm jumping to conclusions or anything, but based on my conversation with Ella yesterday and the electricity that swam between us at school earlier, it's better to be prepared, just in case. At 5:30, I snatch up my wallet and prepare to head over to Ella's house to pick her up for our dinner date, and made a reservation at an Italian restaurant downtown. One of my aunts who lives a few towns over gave me a gift card to Roma for my birthday this past September, so it's the perfect time to use it. I call out to my father before traipsing down the hall. "I'm going out, Dad. I might be home late." Rustling sounds ensue. Wait, hold up, Maxwell." Sighing, I pause in front of his bedroom door. A few seconds pass and the door swings open, revealing a sight I never expected to see. My heart flounders. My eyes flare with surprise. My father stands before me in a dark gray suit with freshly styled hair. He clears his throat and straightens out his emerald tie, a timid smile tipping his mouth. "Well," he prompts, holding his arms out at his sides. "How do I look?" I scratch my head, then rub a hand down my face. You look great, Dad. Why are you dressed up?" "For dinner tonight, of course. Your girlfriend is coming over for brisket." I don't even know what to say. Not only had I assumed he instantly forgot about the dinner invitation, but I also figured he'd be passed out on sleeping pills or booze. And never in a million years did I expect to see him in a dress suit. My father hasn't worn anything other than ill-fitted jeans and grimy t-shirts in years. "Dad, I canceled the dinner. We don't have any brisket." His eyes narrow. "I was wondering where you were running off to." "Well, no matter. We can make something else. The pantry is stocked with pasta and jarred sauces. I'll whip it up." "We don't have a pantry. We have a shelf of expired canned food, and I haven't restocked the fridge yet. There's nothing." My shock is trumped by terror, because he's serious. But he can't be serious.
I'll die of embarrassment if Ella comes over here and eats our limited edition cans of mystery meat. We can reschedule. I'll pick up some fresh groceries tomorrow. Nonsense. He swoops past me, smelling like McKay's cologne. Well, we'll figure it out. She'll be here at 6 o'clock, yes? No. There's a knock at the front door. Kill me now. I blanch, my skin starting to sweat. Oh, she's early.
That's a shining characteristic, Max. Everyone is late these days, with no consideration for others. Smiling, he hobbles to the front of the house, his aluminum cane clapping along the subfloor. I hop over power tools and buzzsaws, racing ahead of him to get rid of Ella. It must be Ella. Clearly, she misheard me and thought we were meeting here. When I reach the small foyer, I yank open the door and come face to face with pure beauty. Words jumble in my throat, catching on my stalled breaths. Hey, Ella is a stunner in a little black dress, her hair styled in ribbons of dark red curls that flow over both shoulders. And in her hands is a foil-wrapped dish. She holds it up high. I brought the brisket. She brought the brisket. She brought the brisket. I'm not sure whether to yell at her or vomit out a love confession. I settle for a few slow blinks, my eyes panning from the dish in her hands to her face. She's wearing a touch of makeup, her lips ruby red, and her eyelids painted with silvery shadow. Long, inky lashes flutter back at me as her smile lifts, looking brighter. You brought brisket, I repeat dazedly. She nods. I did. You said you didn't have an oven. We hardly have a suitable table to eat at. It's a folding table with garage sale chairs. I'm adaptable. You're perfect. That's what I want to say, but my father makes his way over to the open door and pokes his head around me. Aren't you lovely? He says, with an air of magic in his tone. Max, look at her. She's beautiful. Dad latches onto my shoulder with a proud squeeze. I finally make a coughing sound and take a step back, knowing I have no choice but to let her inside. Yeah, she is. Ella spears me with a smile and passes through the threshold, her gaze dancing around the messy living area. Normally, I try my best to keep things clean and uncluttered in my limited free time, but we just started this reno, so the space is worse than it's ever been. There's dust and sheetrock everywhere. There's a blue tarp over the couch because it's the one piece of decent furniture we own, and I didn't want it to get ruined by paint and falling debris. Only one word can sum up how I'm feeling right now as this gorgeous girl I'm quickly falling for assesses my current living conditions. Mortified. But her smile doesn't waver as she glances around and then peers back over at me. Thanks for having me over. I sigh through a weak glare. Totally. Dad nods at the adjoining kitchen. Let's get the table set up. I'm starved. I can't remember the last time I had a nice hot helping of brisket. Did you make this yourself? He asks Ella. Yes, she says. Let's just say my mother won't be auditioning for MasterChef anytime soon. Impressive. It is impressive. I'm not sure what's more impressive. Ella cooking us brisket, or the fact that my father is coherent, sober, and wearing a full-on suit. My emotions are all over the place. Embarrassment warms my skin, but seeing my father like this warms my heart. And seeing Ella in a pretty dress with curls in her hair and a smile on her face warms my whole damn soul. She trots over to the folding table in clunky heels and sets down the foil dish. Do we need plates or silverware? I'm happy to run back home for anything. We're good. I make my way to a hall closet to grab an old tablecloth before pulling Mom's vintage dishware out of a cupboard. There's leftover spaghetti we can warm up for a side. We also have one of those pre-made salad kits and a jar of French dressing, and a half-full jug of orange juice. It'll have to do. Chair legs squeak against the raw underfloor when my father pulls a chair out for Ella. I monitor them carefully as I move from counter to fridge to cupboard. You and my son are high school sweethearts, yes? Dad probes, making a slow descent down to his own chair across the table from her. He leans his cane against the plastic, floral-patterned tablecloth. Met my wife back in sophomore year of high school. Got her roses every single day until graduation. I know you'll make my son very happy.
Ella flusters, toying with a long curl. Oh, I don't. She seems to catch herself, clear her throat, and flicks her eyes to me. Thank you. You've raised a great son, Mr. Manning. I've raised myself for the last 6 years, but I don't say that. Plopping a lump of spaghetti into a cast iron pan, I crank on the wood-burning stove. Call me Chuck, Dad reminds her. Hey, do you play Scrabble? Oh, not really. I played a few times with my brother years back, Ella responds. Yeah? I haven't seen him around. Relocated. He's 4 years older than me. Off seeing the world, I bet. That's great. Smart. He nods. Is he a romantic like you? Groaning, I pace over to the table and set down 3 plates, then unwrap the brisket from the tinfoil. Dad, I warn, his weird subject changes and personal questions are almost as off-putting as this day-old spaghetti I'm reheating. Ella shakes her head, sending me a tiny smile. It's fine. And I'm not really a romantic, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of the opposite. Nonsense. Dad swipes a hand through the air like he's slicing her words to smithereens. You've got a lot of love in your eyes, a lot of it indeed. You just need to pull it out of you and share it with the world. It's trapped right now. Romanticize your own life. I'm about to interject again, but Ella holds her hand up, sensing my interference. She stares at my father with a glassy look in her eyes. What do you mean? I mean what I said, honey. Romanticize your life. Don't live every day like it's your last. Live every day like it's your first. Lasts are tragic. Firsts are exciting and full of celebration. Look at every sunrise like it's the first time you've ever seen colors like that before. Listen to your favorite song like you've never heard such a precious melody. If you make every day a celebration, you'll never get bored in your own story. I pause on my trek back to the stove. My father's words sweep through me like a tidal wave of warmth. I haven't heard him make so much goddamn sense in years, and the notion nearly brings me to my knees. When I glance at Ella, she's gazing at him with an expression that reflects my own. Her irises glitter with tears, her lips tip up with soft wonder. What's gotten into him? Ella inhales. That's very wise. Thank you. I have my moments. Dad reaches for a serving fork and digs into the brisket. Let's eat. We eat. We laugh, we play Scrabble until the sun sets, and Ella's chair scoots closer to mine, her bare leg flush against my pant leg. When I reach down to grasp her hand, she interlocks our fingers, and we stay like that until the fire from the stove flickers to embers and starlight seeps through the window. It's not the first time we've held hands, but I pretend that it is. It feels like it is. As the night presses on, I reach over to a dusty shelf and snag the book lying there. The one I plan to give to Ella at Benner. Hey, I have something for you, I say, tossing it to her. She catches it. Have you read this one? To Kill a Mockingbird. Of course, she replies. Grinning, I watch her glance down at her lap and flip through the old copy, searching for something she knows is hidden inside. When she finds it, she pauses with her head bowed, her orange-tipped fingers curling around the edges. Ella looks up at me, her smile turning radiant as it catches the light. You rarely win, but sometimes you do. We play one more game of Scrabble. We're all seated together, having a normal conversation, making jokes and playing board games after devouring the best brisket ever, as the book sits beside us like a quiet reminder. And somehow, even with the broken down walls, plastic tarps, and unpainted plaster, Ella makes this house finally feel like a home. Chapter 22. Ella. It makes sense that we'd end the night tossing sticks over a bridge with moonlight glinting off the water. Silver ripples stare up at us as we lean over, side by side, then race to the opposite railing. Laughing, I point down at the stream.
I win again. You suck at this. I didn't realize there was any strategy involved. There must be. I've never seen anyone lose every single time. Max sighs, shaking his head as he bends over the rail. The water is cursed. Not from my perspective. I match his stance against the railing and our elbows bump together. Even the slightest brush has a shot of heat zipping through me. Glancing at him, I trail my eyes over his profile, peeking out from his black hoodie. Your father was unexpected, I murmur. He's not who I thought he'd be. His jaw ticks as he stares down at the glimmering stream. Yeah, I haven't seen him so clear-headed in years. Max pulls his chin up and stares skyward. I haven't noticed him drinking lately. He must be past the detox stage. I twist around, my back to the rail. He seems like a good man who just lost his way. That's what I've been saying, Max agrees. McKay thinks he's a lost cause. Your brother was notably absent at dinner tonight, I note, fiddling with my long baggy sleeve. I'm wearing Max's hoodie over my black cocktail dress, the one he let me borrow at the festival. It still smells like him. I'm sorry he's not more supportive. My knees knock together when a bitter wind whips us in the face and the chill travels down my bare legs. Pivoting to the same position beside me, Max folds his arms and glances down at the bridge. Yeah, I keep trying to pull him back, and he keeps running farther away. But he's my family, so I won't give up. Blood is thicker than water, you know? I gnaw on my lip as his statement slithers through me like tar. Funny enough, that phrase was intended to mean the opposite of how we say it these days. Max frowns, looking over at me. How do you figure? The original passage is actually, "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb," I tell him, meeting his eyes. Contrary to popular belief, it emphasizes that the relationships we choose can be stronger than our family ties. It highlights the value of bonds formed by choice over those we were born into. That's interesting. Yep, whenever I want to hate Jonah a little extra, I try to remind myself of that. He's blood, but he's no longer my family. He lost the title when he pulled that trigger. I shrug, inspecting my fingernails. It doesn't really work. I still love him, so it only makes me hate myself. The human mind is a reckless beast. It clings to memories and bonds no matter how much logic tells us otherwise. Trying to separate love from resentment, especially for family, is like attempting to untangle intertwined threads. One always follows the other. You're freezing. My legs are bobbing up and down and my teeth are chattering. It's cold out. Michigan is colder, he says. I can't help but smile as I glance up at him. Max Manning's memory is a steel trap. I'd rather be cold there. Why's that? His face falls as he moves to fully look at me, his brows creasing. It's far away from here. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. Miles away from these soul-sucking memories, this judgmental town, and the high-security prison that's a mere 3 hours away. A place I'm inexplicably drawn to. Far from my mother, who poured every ounce of love and savings into her murderous son and left her daughter to deteriorate in the aftermath. But as I swivel back around to stare out at the open sky, I feel a hand curl around my bicep to pull me back. Max whispers softly, "It's far away from me." My heart skips as a shot of sadness rolls through me and our gazes tangle beneath the moonlight. Max. He drops his hand and pulls his cell phone out of his pocket, then begins to scroll. Moments later, a song starts to play. I grind my teeth together to keep the emotions at bay. What's this one called? "Atoms to Atoms" by Eyes on the Shore, he tells me, setting the phone atop the bridge rail. Do you want to dance? Yes. The answer falls out so easily. I plan to leave Tennessee behind for good next summer and begin my horse farm dream. I'll save up for a cut-rate car, or maybe Chevy will hook me up with something cheap yet reliable. Hell, I'll hitchhike if I have to. But if Max asked me to stay, I can't help but wonder if that same answer would fall out just as easily. "Hey, Sonny, stay." That's what he said when he pulled me from the lake, and those words still skate across my mind. But I'm in his arms before I can think about them too long. He pulls me close, snuffing out the chill in my bones. He wraps two strong arms around me and props his chin to the top of my head. My face is smashed against the front of his chest as we begin to sway to the music, and visions of a snow-dusted Michigan backdrop melt into images of a future just like this, dancing on bridges until the end of time. I wonder if he sees that. I wonder if he wants that. I wonder if I want that. I lift my head to gaze up at him, my hands dipping lower and clinging to his hips. If money, time, and distance were off the table, and you could do anything, what would you be doing right now? I ask. I want to know his dreams. Would he be here with me? Would he be somewhere far away from here, chasing a different life?
Would he be scaling a mountain, diving deep beneath the wave-spun sea, or writing stories in a secluded cabin in the woods? Maybe he wants to see the world. Maybe he wants to change the world. Anything? He whispers back. Yes, anything at all. I'd be kissing you, Ella. My heart slams to a full stop inside my chest. It's like a stoplight switched from green to red and forgot about the yellow. I inch backward, hardly able to catch my breath. What? I'd be kissing you. I heard you. He smiled and ducks his head, lifting only his eyes to my face as his arms drop to his sides. Want me to clarify better? I take another step back, then another. Terror grips me, even though I knew this was coming. That's how these things start. That's how it started with Jonah and Aaron. Friendship, hand-holding, a kiss, love. Everyone dies bloody. The end. Panic and terror fuse as one as I swing my head back and forth and swallow hard. I already told you I'm not looking for romance. I don't want that. But you want to lose your virginity to me. I swallow again, harder. I try to swallow down that confession in my bedroom yesterday and rip it from his mind. From the universe. It was a stupid thing to say, honest or not. And now Max will never let me live it down. I didn't mean it like that. It wouldn't be about intimacy or, God forbid, love. It would just be getting laid. He frowns. That doesn't sound like you. An experience. An experience with someone I trust. Kissing is an experience too. Have you ever been kissed before? I close my eyes and keep shaking my head, ignoring the burning ball of heat blooming in my lower belly as I envision Max's lips on mine. Kissing is different. It's more. He takes a step closer to me. Your logic is flawed, Sonny. If you think you can only have meaningless, experience-driven sex with me and not feel more, I'd be willing to call your bluff. The feeling blossoms into fireworks and I squeeze my thighs together. Are you implying you want more? What I want is beside the point. It would be more. That's just a fact. Because you're so masterful in the bedroom, I say, forcing out a chuckle, I'd have no choice but to fall madly in love with you. My attempt at levity falls flat. The look in Max's eyes is light years away from anything resembling humor. He takes a slow step forward, his gaze boring into me. And when we're toe-to-toe and face-to-face on this old bridge, he lifts a hand and grazes his knuckles along my jaw. I wouldn't know. His words are overridden by the feel of his skin against my jaw. A rough thumb brushes over my bottom lip, and I choke on a small gasp, my eyes fluttering closed. His scent invades me, pure and clean. His touch unravels me. My legs quiver, and my heart thumps. And after a few dazzled beats, his statement finally registers. You wouldn't know what, I murmur. If I'm a master in the bedroom or not. My eyes slowly open.
I'm sure you're well aware. All he offers is a stiff headshake. A frown forms between my brows as implication unfurls inside my chest, and I murmur, "What are you saying?" Max lets out a tapered breath and leans in close, his lips dusting my ear and sending shivers up my spine. Then he confesses gently, "I'm a virgin too, Ella." The world stops. My world stops. Never once did I ever consider the notion that Max Manning was a virgin at 18 years old, with a face like his, with a heart like his, with the silent power to take my bleak, loathsome stance on romance, shred it into tiny bits, and toss those pieces to the wind. Max is a virgin. When he pulls back, he's staring at my stunned, parted lips. His palm cups my jaw, fingers sliding into my loosening curls. I didn't want this either, he admits, his throat working, eyes still fixed on my mouth. There's been no place for girls or relationships in my life. I have too much baggage, too many responsibilities, too much of nothing good. His other hand reaches for my shaking palm and presses it against his chest. He holds it there, his dizzied heartbeats vibrating into my fingertips. But there's a place for you, Ella, he says. I have all the room for you if this is where you want to be. Tears rush to my eyes. It's too much. This moment, his words, my fingers splayed over his beautiful heart. I wrench my hand from his grip and run. Ella, he calls after me as my sneakers smack the bridge planks in time with my heartbeats. Crisp air bites at my skin.
Want nibbles away at my resolve. Indecision chews me up and spits me out until I don't want to run anymore. I slow to a stop, out of breath. When I spin around to face him, I see that he's still standing in the same place, not running after me. He hasn't moved, but his face is equal parts torture and hope. His hood is pulled back and his hands are balled at his sides like it's taking all of his self-control to keep his feet glued to that spot on the bridge. "Stay," he says, so softly I almost don't hear him over the howl of the wind. But I do. I hear him. I start running again. This time, I run toward him. I run to him. The jaded part of me sprints alongside me with heaving lungs and an achy chest, and I try to beat her in this heart-rending race I've never been able to outrun before. She's a worthy competitor, but I leave her in the dust. I run until I catch him. I run until I throw my arms around his neck, lift up on my toes, and pull his face to mine as the song reaches its climax and my heart bottoms out of me. I win. My trophy is in the way his hands fly out and cut my face. The gold medal lies within the first brush of his lips against mine. Max's breath hitches and his mouth instinctively parts to let me in. Our tongues touch, gentle at first. The first note of a song or a single raindrop escaping the clouds. I make a whimpering sound to match the hitch of his breath, not expecting the heat that funnels through me from a single swoop of his tongue. His tongue flicks mine one more time, then pulls away, and we both go still, waiting, breathless. He inches back slightly, his eyes closed, grazing only our lips together. "This is my first kiss," he murmurs against my mouth as one hand curls around the back of my head and he draws our foreheads together. "Mine too," I whisper back, the words shaky, my legs shakier. My first kiss. Our first kiss. His eyes open briefly before he moves back in and presses our lips together. My hands dive into his hair, and I fist the night-dark strands while he parts my lips with his tongue. I open for him. I let him in entirely, and it's no longer a first note or a wayward raindrop. It's a crescendo, a storm, lightning, thunder, a heart-stopping orchestra. I moan when our tongues tangle hotly. All hesitation is snuffed out. Everything feels perfectly, magically right. I've never felt anything like it before. Max spins me around and braces me against the guardrail, one hand on my jaw, the other sliding into my mess of loose curls as he squeezes his fist and holds me to him. His tongue strokes against mine, hungry as it explores my mouth. The taste of peppermint gum sets my senses ablaze, fusing with the smell of his earthy cologne and a trace of pine in the air. Our faces angle, tasting deeper, and my leg draws up to link around his upper thigh. A groan rumbles in his throat as we lick and seek and savor. I pull at his hair and he pulls at mine. I grind against him, feeling his erection dig into the juncture between my legs. My head falls back with a gasp, and he trails open-mouthed kisses down the side of my throat. I press further into him, chasing the feeling. Tingles bloom and climb, lighting me up. Wetness slicks my underwear as my dress rides up my thighs. I'm weightless and floating. Nothing else exists. My whole body trembles as his tongue slides up my neck and he nicks my jaw with his teeth on a ragged exhale. I want to keep kissing him. I never want to stop. "Max," I rasped, my grip loosening on his hair as my fingers sift and touch. His lips are pink and swollen, glistening under the starlight from our kisses. Drowsy, half-lidded eyes stare back at me as he trails his hands down to my hips and tugs me closer. "You taste so good. I like kissing you. We don't have to stop." My mind is dizzy, my eyelids fluttering closed as I drag my hands to his shoulders and hang on to him. I don't want to. He kisses my forehead. "Come here." Max lowers himself to sit on the bridge and pulls me into his lap, his back against the railing and my chest flush with his. I cradle his stubbled cheeks in my palms as I straddle him, the hardness between his legs setting me on fire. We kiss again. We kiss until time freezes, the earth stops spinning, and his tongue in my mouth is all that exists. I'm breathless when I pull back, buzzing all over, achy for more. I graze my fingertips down his cheek, the bristles tickling my skin. When his light blue eyes lift, a vision flashes through my mind. I see a glimpse of a future so different from the one I always imagined. Stargazing in open fields, dancing under the moon, and magical kisses above a slow-gliding stream as music fills the air. Your eyes, I murmur, cupping his cheek with one hand. They make me feel seen. He smiles, blinking slowly like he's drunk on my words, my touch. Sighing, I press my lips to his hairline and banish the strange new thoughts away. All I want to think about is this moment. Your smile makes me feel cherished. Then I snuggle closer to him and finish, and your arms make me feel safe. Max leans in to press a soft kiss to the side of my head, and I feel his lips bloom with a grin as he whispers back, "I always knew you had a thing for my arms." Chapter 23. Max. The following evening, I dream of a sunlit horse farm. Ribbons of gold glimmer off alfalfa fields and chocolate-brown manes as I cast my gaze around the setting. The sweet scent of leather and hay mingles with manure, and I step toward a red barn towering in the distance. 3 horses graze behind a locked fence where a girl stands in a bright orange sundress and straw hat. She's petting one of the horses, humming a lullaby. The melody floats to my ears, sounding haunting. I keep moving forward, curious about the girl, wanting to see her face. Her hair is tucked into the hat, hiding the color. I call out to her, but no sound leaves my mouth. It's a silent plea. Only her eerie ballad echoes in my ears as my feet pick up their pace and I break into a run. She hears me approaching. She senses me, even though I can't speak. I can't sing with her. I can't do anything but run, my heart boomeranging in my chest and my boots burrowing in mud. The moment she spins to face me, with the brim of the hat shielding her eyes, the image dissipates. I'm pulled away by something. Startled, I open my eyes as reality sinks into me, and I'm lying in my bed, the room dark, my mind muddy. I blink myself awake as a cool wind whips through the open window and chills my bare skin.
My vision is blurry as it adjusts to the haze of black, and then the scent of citrus wafts around me. Orange, honeysuckle, and clean shampoo. The mattress shifts with an added weight. I lurch to a sitting position and twist my head left, my eyes meeting with Ella's through the dark. Ella? What? My voice trails off. She's crying. "I'm sorry," she whispers, the words raspy. "I had a nightmare. Shit. Come here." I don't hesitate in wrapping my arm around her shoulders and pulling her against my chest. She collapses onto me, warm tears slicking my skin. "It's okay, Sonny. It's okay." Sniffling, she reaches for one of my hands and holds on tight. "I had a dream that he killed you." "Who?" "Jonah." Closing my eyes through the pang in my chest, I squeeze her hard. "I'm here. It was just a bad dream." It felt so real. She shakes her head, her sweet-smelling hair tickling my chin. I thought it was real. It wasn't real. He's in jail and he's never getting out. She cries harder, jabbing her nose against the crook of my neck. "He stabbed you," she whispers, splaying her fingers over my heart. "Right here. And then you were bleeding. Dropping to your knees in front of me, I tried to run to you, but my legs were frozen. My shoes were stuck like glue to the floor. All I could do was watch." "Shh." I kissed the top of her head. "It was just a dream." "I woke up terrified," she says. "I had to see you, touch you, know for certain you were still here. I'm here." When her tears subside to addled breaths, she lifts up and sweeps her fingers through my hair. "I'm sorry I woke you." "Don't be. You can always climb through my window." A sad smile crests as a quiet beat passes. Then she whispers, "The bicycle was from you." Swallowing, I nod, holding her tighter. I was wondering when she'd bring that up. "Yes." "Why? We weren't even friends then." "Weren't we?" I seem to recall you asking for my hand in friendship at the clearing the day of the bonfire. Hesitating, I retract that. No, we were friends long before that. I saw you in the schoolyard reading a book when I was 7 years old. You smiled at me, and that was all it took. Her irises glitter in the soft glow of